Chapter 1. The hot wind rolled up the remaining smoke, and a small mountain village in the mountains has now turned into a dead ruin. The dilapidated houses seemed to be torn apart by the claws of the devil. Wisps of green smoke were still coming out of the black skeletons. The smoke was twisting, as if countless painful souls were struggling. The air was filled with choking smoke, which was a mixture of burnt wood and blood, making people nauseous. The big tree at the entrance of the village, which had experienced the vicissitudes of time, has now become unrecognizable. The charred branches drooped weakly, as if crying to the sky about the injustice of fate. In a dry well, Cheng Feng screamed with all his strength, "Is there anyone? Who will save me? Where is this?" The childish voice came out, but no one responded to his voice. The black and tattered clothes were also pitch black. In the dim well, if it weren't for the excellent eyesight, it would be impossible to see anyone clearly. Cheng Feng sat down on the ground, pounding his head in pain, and a hoarse voice rang out, "What is this?" Cheng Feng is a time traveler. Before going to bed, he was lying on his bed, charging his phone while playing a copycat card game. Unexpectedly, his phone suddenly became hot and exploded in front of him. The last memory he had was when a piece of the phone shattered directly pierced his eyes, and then Cheng Feng knew nothing. When he woke up again, he traveled to this dry well, where a little boy was, with a burning pain all over his body, and he cried out to the sky and the earth, but no one answered. Very hungry. The sky above his head turned dark. Cheng Feng rubbed his belly. No memory was integrated, and he didn't know what happened to this body before. The dry well was 10 meters deep. With Cheng Feng's small arms and legs, plus he was so hungry that it was impossible to climb out. As for Goldfinger, Cheng Feng thought, and soon a page of a copycat anime card game appeared, but he didn't know if it was because of his mobile phone. After the explosion, the game was also damaged. This so-called Golden Finger only had a character lineup interface, a training interface, and a card drawing interface. Things related to other adventures, arenas, etc. basically became decoration. As for the cards and lineup characters that Cheng Feng created before, they were all gone. When he opened the character interface, a garbled mess appeared, followed by information about Cheng Feng's current status. Physique, 1 strength, 1 sensitivity, 1 note. Physique includes but is not limited to physique, physical ability, etc. Strength includes but is not limited to strength, attack, magic power, etc. Agility includes but is not limited to speed, reaction nerves, etc. Attack speed, etc. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Card slot, none. This is Cheng Feng's current state. It doesn't matter what he wants. As for the card drawing interface, Cheng Feng opened it and he tried it just now. There is no response at all, but it keeps reminding him that he needs to recharge to buy spiritual stones. 100 spiritual stones for the advanced card pool will be drawn at a 20% discount, and the ordinary card pool will be drawn for 10,000 gold coins for 10 consecutive draws. Single draw, 20% off for 10 draws in a row, and 80,000 gold coins for 10 draws in a row. Unfortunately, Cheng Feng doesn't have any hair now. If the adventure function is there, I might as well take a risk and save some resources to draw once, and maybe I can defy the odds. Changed the fate. But... hey? Cheng Feng looked at the card draw interface and suddenly found that the single draw in the ordinary card pool suddenly showed that it was free. Could it be that? Cheng Feng suddenly thought that this should be a benefit of the copycat mobile game, and it would be available every day. 1 free draw. This is saved. Cheng Feng stood up suddenly. According to the nature of copycat mobile games, the first single draw will definitely give you a character that is not too strong, but can pass the first few levels relatively normally. So if you draw the card and put it into your own card slot, does it mean that you can also have the ability of the card? Thinking of this, Cheng Feng rubbed his hands and rubbed his face to make himself less embarrassed. Then, with excitement and trembling hands, Cheng Feng chose a single draw. The next moment, a large number of golden cards suddenly splashed out of the card pool, which gave people full of expectations at first glance. The cards fell one after another, and finally a card was fixed in the air. Cheng Feng looked at the card fixed in the air. Card, and the corners of his mouth twitched suddenly. Because the back of this card is as white as jade. It looks beautiful, but in fact it is just a dog food white card among the cards. Cheng Feng sighed. It's a white card, anyway, it's better than my current state. Click on the card, and the white card flips over, revealing a middle-aged man with afro, a beard, his arms raised in a victory gesture, and abundant body hair. Cheng Feng. This card is very familiar to Cheng Feng, it's Satan. If this name is put in other works, it will definitely be a big boss, at worst a high-level combat force. But this name is in Dragon Ball. Recalling the actions of the savior Satan in his mind, Cheng Feng felt a chill in his heart. Try it first. Cheng Feng is also helpless. He has no qualifications to choose now. Taking Satan's card, Cheng Feng put it into his card slot. Name, Cheng Feng. Level, 1. Body, 1+3. Strength, 1+2. Sensitivity, 1+2. Note, only 10% of the attributes of the cards in the card slot can be extracted. The attributes are automatically rounded, and the digit after the decimal point is automatically discarded. Cheng looked at the changing interface. Feng was a little surprised, but he didn't expect Satan to be okay. Soon, Cheng Feng realized that although Satan was useless in the anime, he was just a funny character, but the main reason was that the protagonists were two supermodels, so other people naturally couldn't do it. There are no eye-catching moves at all, but just taking out Satan is still very impressive. Apart from the protagonists, among ordinary people, Satan is the one who can win the world's best martial arts tournament. He is a top-notch person. He can score 137 on the dynamometer alone. Most people really can't do this. But when this card is applied to Cheng Feng, it is a bit exaggerated when compared to Cheng Feng's basic values. His physical strength tripled, and his strength and agility doubled. In just a moment, Cheng Feng had the illusion of becoming a super earthling. Although he couldn't smash bricks with his fists or break large trees with his feet, this was a mere 10-meter-high dry well. It was no longer possible to stop Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng came to the edge of the dry well. Looking at the uneven walls, he took a deep breath and used his increased attributes to hold onto the raised areas, making his body look like a gecko. Quickly climbed out of the dry well. Rumble. After finally crawling out of the bottomless and dark dry well, Cheng Feng felt that he had exhausted the last bit of strength in his body, so he collapsed directly at the edge of the well like a puddle of mud. He opened his mouth wide and greedily breathed in the air, while panting violently, as if he wanted to make up for all the oxygen he had just lost underground. At this moment, a dull thunder suddenly came from the originally clear sky, and then huge raindrops poured down like broken beads. These raindrops hit Cheng Feng's body hard, bringing biting chills, but he didn't react. He just lay there quietly, letting the rain wash over him. Gradually, the mud and dirt on Cheng Feng's body were washed away little by little, revealing his original fair skin. At this time, he looked as pure and flawless as a newly born baby, without any worldly atmosphere. The sudden heavy rain seemed to be baptizing his soul, making him feel an unprecedented tranquility and serenity. Chapter 2. Cheng Feng, who was exhausted both physically and mentally, walked hard and searched every corner of the almost ruined village. Maybe it's really God's blessing. In a dilapidated, crumbling house, a huge piece of bread lay quietly on the ground. It had obviously suffered heavy damage and was soaked by rain, but for Cheng Feng, who was extremely hungry at this moment, this was undoubtedly a life-saving straw. Cheng Feng no longer cared about anything else. He pounced on the piece of bread like a hungry wolf, grabbed it from the mud without hesitation, and chewed it like an evil ghost reincarnated. I didn't even have time to chew it, so I swallowed it together with the rainwater. As food slowly filled his empty stomach, Cheng Feng finally felt that a long-lost vitality was returning to his body. As if he had gained a new life, he let out a long sigh of relief. This time, I finally came back to life. After waiting for the rain to stop in the semi-destroyed house, Cheng Feng searched among the ruins and found a few dirty pieces of dry bread that had fallen to the ground. He also found a few books and some damaged records with written texts. Bored. Although these records were written in words that Cheng Feng had never read before, Cheng Feng could understand the meaning. In this regard, Cheng Feng believes that this is the body's own function. From these words and books, Cheng Feng collected some information. First of all, the mountain village he is in now is a small mountain village called Rosemary Village. Secondly, there is something about magic in this world. As for the end, Cheng Feng looked at the magic book in his hand that had survived because it was better hidden, and looked at the learning methods for receiving magic recorded on it. At this moment, he finally knew what world he had traveled to. It's actually the world of fairy tale. Cheng Feng murmured to himself, summarizing the information in his mind. Rosemary Village, fairy tale. Tisk, this is the village where Urza and Kagura lived when they were children. Combined with the current situation in the village, it is not difficult for Cheng Feng to guess that Rosemary Village has been arrested by the Black Magic Order at this moment, and the people in the village have basically been captured to build the R system at the Tower of Paradise. In the plot, only the hidden Kagura survived, but her brothers Simon and Urza were taken away. And now? Cheng Feng smiled bitterly. If he hadn't traveled through time, he would have died. The original owner of this body was also doomed. Not to mention how he hid in the dry well, it was so high that he could have thrown a child to death. There is no way to climb out. Then what awaits this body is to slowly starve to death at the bottom of the well, and no one will notice this. If this is the case, then there is only one way left in front of me. Cheng Feng found a rag and wrapped the bread. There was only one way in front of him, and that was to defect to fairy tale. This world is still very dangerous, and its combat effectiveness is still quite high. He is now, even if you have a white card, you will be a relatively powerful child. In a world like this, if you don't find a safe place, you will probably die very quickly. Of course, except for fairy tale, other magicians will. Guilds are okay for Cheng Feng. But knowing that the main plot revolves around fairy tale, I feel a little bit of a loss if I don't join in. What's more, there are many popular female characters in fairy tale. If you say you don't have any thoughts, you won't even believe it. It's a pity. If the time is earlier and a good relationship with Urza and Kagura is established, wouldn't it be that those who are closer to the water first win the moon? However, Urza was captured in the Tower of Paradise, and Kagura probably also entered the mermaid heel, so she was basically out of luck. Cheng Feng left Rosemary Village along the dirt road of the mountain village and joked in amusement, if Urza and Kagura are gone, then there are Myra Jane, Lysina, Kana, Wendy, and Lu. Abby Green. After teasing for a while, Cheng Feng finally sighed. The ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Now he has no idea where fairy tale is located in Magnolia, he only knows that it is a port city in the kingdom of Fiori. So if you want to go, the best way is to take a boat. Rosemary Village is relatively close to the seaside, so Cheng Feng can only take one step at a time, first find a city near the sea, and then find a way to get to Magnolia by boat. After walking for a day, Cheng Feng's feet had blistered several times, but along the road he had stepped on, he still saw no sign of the town. The good news is that no dangerous creatures were seen along the way and Cheng Feng was safe. The bad news is that the remaining bread is almost gone, and the free single draw did not appear the next day. For Cheng Feng, this was definitely a bolt from the blue. Originally, if he had a chance to draw a single card every day, if he was lucky, he would be able to fill up his 6 card slots in 5 days. Even if they were all white cards, he recognized that the increase in attributes alone would be a great success. Okay. But now, his dream is shattered. In order to protect himself, Cheng Feng looked at the magic book, which recorded the learning method of receiving magic. In the plot, Myra Jane awakens to receive magic, while Elfman and Lysina learn to receive magic through study. Cheng Feng had no hope of awakening magic. Now that there was a way to learn magic, he naturally chose this path. So when Cheng Feng was on the road, he would take out the magic book and read it, hoping that he could learn to receive magic. Generally speaking, if you want to learn a certain kind of magic, you must invest a lot of energy and time. But when Cheng Feng decided to start learning to receive magic, he suddenly found that a state of receiving magic, 1%, appeared on the skill bar of the character interface. As Cheng Feng read through the magic book, this percentage continued to increase. This gave Cheng Feng a great incentive. Maybe my golden finger is not as bad as I thought. Maybe I can rely on this convenience to learn more magic. Thinking like this, Cheng Feng read the magic book faster. Cheng Feng spent a day reading the magic book while rushing. After reading the entire magic book, the magic reception in the skill bar reached 100%. The next moment, countless information rushed into Cheng Feng's mind like an initiation. Cheng Feng easily understood the information, as if he had practiced it hundreds of times. Receive magic heroic soul. Cheng Feng digested all the information and also understood the specific method of using his receiving magic. But after understanding everything, Cheng Feng became depressed. Because his receiving magic was linked to his golden finger. In other words, the only thing he can receive is his own card, which is the so-called soul of the heroic spirit. Although, in this case, it saves a lot of danger. Just look at the danger of Elfman receiving the soul of the Beast King. But this also means that if Cheng Feng doesn't have any good cards, this receiving magic is basically just a decoration. Chapter 3. Receive. Cheng Feng tried to use this receiving magic. The next moment, he felt a wave of heat pouring into his body, and his image changed drastically in an instant. He has an afro, a mustache, a muscular body and thick body hair. It's simply Satan's plan. Name, Cheng Feng, Receiving Mode. Level, 1. Body, 36. Strength, 29. Sensitivity, 24. Skill, Receive Magic. Equipment, none. Card slot, 1. Looking at the new attributes, the original depression in Cheng Feng's heart was swept away. Although it's a bit ugly, it's just practical. Cheng Feng punched a few times, feeling the power filling his body, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. At his own speed, he didn't know how long it would take to reach a nearby town. But if you maintain the mode of receiving magic, then the speed will be much faster. It's a good opportunity to see how long I can maintain the receiving state. Cheng Feng thought happily, then he moved his joints, carried all his belongings on his back, exerted force on his legs, and ran forward at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. 3 hours later, Cheng Feng was exhausted and finally could not maintain the receiving magic state, and he returned to the appearance of a little kid. But it was enough. Maintaining the receiving state and running for 3 hours is incredible for ordinary people, but with the maintenance of magic, this state is easier than imagined. Of course, it is not ruled out that Satan is really that strong. Looking at a port city not far ahead, Cheng Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart, carrying the only remaining rations and a few books, and stepped into the city. The town of Cleveland is a quiet small town located on the seaside. Although this town is small in size, it is well equipped with all kinds of living facilities. At this moment, a ragged and penniless boy was standing on the street. He was Cheng Feng. Dressed like this, he naturally won't attract much attention, let alone anyone taking the initiative to pay attention to him. However, Cheng Feng did not give up hope. He had an idea and smiled cutely at some beautiful older sisters passing by, and deliberately acted cute and coquettishly. Perhaps it was because Cheng Feng himself was handsome, or perhaps it was his sunny smile that impressed these big sisters, so they stopped and started talking to Cheng Feng. In communicating with the big sisters, Cheng Feng finally got the information he wanted. It turns out that there is a cargo ship in this town of Cleveland that can lead directly to Magnolia. This news made Cheng Feng very excited. He felt that he was one step closer to his goal. But if you want to take the boat, the ferry fare will cost 1,000 J. This is really a headache for Cheng Feng. But soon, he had a solution. That is to buy. Those books are probably not very valuable, but there is a magic book for receiving magic. The magic book is still very valuable. After all, when Lucy bought the Canis Minor Star Spirit Key, it cost 20,000 J. A magic book for receiving magic is more valuable than a Star Spirit Key. After asking about the specific address of the magic props sales store, Cheng Feng said goodbye to the older sisters and walked into the only magic props shop in the town with a rag on his back. "Welcome." "Ah, it doesn't look like it." The owner of the shop was a middle-aged uncle with grey hair on his temples. He was wearing something similar to a mage's robe. When he saw Cheng Feng walking in, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. He waved towards Cheng Feng and said, "I don't have anything here. Here you go. If you want food, go to the restaurant. I'm here to sell magic books." Cheng Feng rolled his eyes, then took out the magic book, put it on the counter tiptoe, and said to the shop owner, "Look how much this is worth." Magic book. The shop owner looked through the magic book, flipped through it quickly, nodded towards Cheng Feng and said, "It is indeed a magic book about receiving magic. If you want to sell it, I'll take the $2,000. Hearing what the other party said, Cheng Feng rolled his eyes immediately, stood on tiptoes and pulled the book back. "You think I'm a child? You don't understand anything? Forget it. If you don't accept it sincerely, I'll go to a big city and sell it. Maybe I can sell more." As he spoke, Cheng Feng stuffed the magic book back into the rag, turned around and left without stopping at all. Etc. Looking at Cheng Feng's decisive look, the shop owner cursed in his heart. It seems that there is no way to pick it up. Your book is so dirty that it looks like a second-hand book. My price of 2,000 J is a fair price. If you sincerely want to sell it, it will be 10,000 J, no more. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Cheng Feng turned to look at him and said, 50,000 J. 50,000. Why don't you just go and rob it? It's at most 20,000. 50,000. No, you are not surrendering at all. 50,000. I'm serious, it's not as easy to sell as you think. 50,000. I also want to make money. 50,000. Want a little more? 48,000, I took it. 50,000. Forget it, I'll take the 50,000 J. Pay first. Who did you learn from, little devil? You will not be missed. The shopkeeper sighed, took out 5 10,000 denominated banknotes from the drawer, and slapped them on the counter. Upon seeing this, Cheng Feng took out the magic book, handed over the money and delivered the goods. The shopkeeper watched Cheng Feng leave. Then put the magic book away. Tisk, it's a loss. You can only make 20,000 yuan by selling it again. The shop owner said with some displeasure. He made so little money that he always felt like he was at a loss. And Cheng Feng, holding a huge amount of starting capital, also took a deep breath and turned around. After a trip to the bookstore, he sold the remaining books for $1,000 more than he expected. With the money, Cheng Feng went to a tailor shop and spent $800 to buy a set of pure black ones. Clothes. There was no choice, it was black, durable, and cheap. After spending $200 to eat something, Cheng Feng rushed to the dock and found a cargo ship heading to Magnolia, and delivered $1,000. He successfully boarded the cargo ship and paid another 500 J for food. Cheng Feng also found out through the sailor that the cargo ship would take 3 days to reach the dock in Magnolia. After confirming the time, Cheng Feng did the same. After getting into his residence, which was at the bottom of the warehouse, after making sure that no one was around, Cheng Feng also took out the coins hidden in his crotch. Ever since he got the coins, his golden finger has been there. His eyes jumped. A pop-up window appeared on the page, offering a surprise gift package for the first time, plus a limited time offer to get as much as you like. Cheng Feng could only complain about this, even if he already had a golden finger. He's half disabled, but he still doesn't change his true nature of making money from copycat mobile games. Use salary to create happiness, but Cheng Feng has nothing to do. His golden finger can be said to be directly linked to his strength, even if he is cheating money. He also has to grit his teeth and add money. It would be great if there was a refund model for minors, but it would be a waste of money. Complaining, Cheng Feng thought about it, finally took out 4 10,000 J notes, and finally chose to recharge. The next moment, the banknotes in Cheng Feng's hand disappeared instantly, and they disappeared extremely fast, even if his dynamic vision was incredible. No one could see clearly how the money disappeared. And as the coins disappeared, a pop-up window popped up on the interface. Recharge 400 spiritual stones and receive an additional 40 spiritual stones. Surprise gift package has been sent. Cheng Feng, this exchange rate is outrageous. Chapter 4. There are only 400 spirit stones for 40,000 J. The exchange rate of 100 to 1 is outrageous. Cheng Feng complained, but when he saw the amount of spirit stones floating on the spirit stone column, he felt excited. 440 spirit stones, although not enough for 10 consecutive rounds in the high-end card pool, but if you exchange the spirit stones for gold coins, it is enough for 10 consecutive rounds. Don't rush to draw cards, let's take a look at what's in the surprise gift package. Cheng Feng felt excited. Usually, the first-rate cards are the best cards from the early stage. If he really gets some good cards, he will take off directly. Gods, please bless me and give me a gold. If you give me gold, I will fly. Cheng Feng prayed. Cards are divided into 6 levels: white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. The best you can get in the ordinary card pool is a purple card, and the best you can get in the advanced card pool is a red card. Although the red card is strong, Cheng Feng is not greedy and is satisfied with a gold. After praying for a long time, Cheng Feng finally opened the surprise gift package. In an instant, the surprise gift package was opened, and the red light almost blinded Cheng Feng's eyes. No way! It's red! Cheng Feng's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, awesome! The red light dissipated, and Cheng Feng's excitement instantly dropped to the bottom when he saw the 2 things that came out of the surprise gift package. Escanor fragments *10, snow walking, blue, dot. It's gone! It's gone! Cheng Feng was about to cry. Although the surprise gift package really gave him a surprise, it was just a surprise. The red ones are not cards, but fragments. And the red card requires 6. It takes 10 fragments to make a red card. Give me 10 fragments, it's useful. Looking at Escanor's card fragments, Cheng Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. The crime of arrogance. I'm sorry for being born as a human being. Daytime, I am the only one in the world. There is no need to say how powerful Escanor is at noon. What's more, even the sun in his heart is still the sun, and his combat power is too strong. But it's useless to think about it, there are only 10 fragments, and there are still 50 fragments left. Just draw the card, and I don't know how long it will take and how much it will cost. Put the fragments into the system backpack, and then, Cheng Feng looked at the prop. Shuezo, Sauron Saber, gives the Sauron card a 10% increase in attack power. Of course, it can also be used to increase the attack power of other cards, but the effect is only half, that is, a 5% increase. Besides, with a thought, a sword appeared in Cheng Feng's hand. Cheng Feng took out the sword and looked at the shining blade. He could also use the props in the card. Alas, at least the weapon is comforted again, otherwise I would be really depressed. Cheng Feng sighed and put Shuizhou back into the system backpack. Then, he opened the card drawing interface. According to the copycat mobile game he has played for so long, basically as long as it is an advanced card drawing, the first time he draws a single card, the first 10 consecutive draws will produce good things. Now he can't draw 10 consecutive draws, but he can draw alone. The surprise gift package didn't give you anything good, so I hope the single draw will give you a guarantee. Cheng Feng murmured to himself, and then clicked a single draw. The next moment, countless gold cards flew again, and as the cards fell, an ordinary card stayed in the air. Cheng Feng took a deep breath, flipping the card. The dazzling golden light lit up, illuminating Cheng Feng's eyes. Withdrawal. Cheng Feng had just become excited, but when he thought of Escanor's fragments, his heart became excited again. As the golden light dissipated, Cheng Feng looked at the complete card and suddenly waved his fist hard. The card above, a man with silver hair and golden eyes and a pair of white dog ears jumped out, wearing a string of purple-red spiritual beads around his neck, a fiery red fire rat fur with demonic power, a white shirt underneath, and a fiery red bundle. Belt-type bloomers, barefoot, wearing an iron tooth on the waist, and a black rope on the slanted shoulder. Inuyasha, a half-demon, is the protagonist of the anime. Not to mention how strong he is, his half-demon physique is enough. Let Cheng Feng's attribute panel skyrocket. This will far surpass Satan. If the card slot had not had 6 slots, Cheng Feng would have thrown it away as soon as possible to use it as dog food to increase experience for the gold card. Compared with the white card, the gold card has its own skills. When equipped, the strength is greatly improved. Immediately adding the Inuyasha card, Cheng Feng suddenly felt a surge of bright attributes. Name, Cheng Feng. Level, 1. Body, 1 plus, 3 plus 26. Strength, 1 plus, 2 plus 28. Sensitivity, 1 plus, 2 plus 25. Cheng Feng exhaled. Such a terrifying increase in attributes is absolutely unprecedented. There are still 340 spirit stones. 100 spirit stones can be exchanged for 50,000 gold coins. 80,000 gold coins are cheaper, only 150. I will exchange them first and try the ordinary card pool. Cheng Feng thought about it, spent 150 spirit stones, exchanged for 80,000 gold coins, and then put 80,000 gold coins into it. Soon, the ordinary card pool was boiling, and 10 cards stayed in the air. Cheng Feng turned it over, and instantly 1 blue, 1 green, and 8 white lights lit up. Experience card, blue, Kunao, green, experience card, white, *5, pirate minions, white, Zonga, white, Irika, white, dot. Looking at a pile of garbage, Cheng Feng sighed silently. Sure enough, if you want to come up with good stuff, you still need to go to the high-end card pool to draw. After you draw the card you want, you can then draw the ordinary card pool and give it to the one you like. Card bond. Forget it, you still need to fill in some cards in the early stage to save attributes. The white card has no skills, and can only provide Cheng Feng with basic attributes. First, he fed all 6 experience cards, 1 blue, 5 white, and 6, to the Inuyasha card. The level of the Inuyasha card instantly reached level 10. Each attribute was added to Cheng Feng's. After that, Cheng Feng added 3 white cards and checked his attributes. Name, Cheng Feng. Level, 1. Body, 1 plus, 3 plus 27 plus 1. Strength, 1 plus, 2 plus 29 plus 1. Min, 1 plus, 2 plus 25 plus 1. Wait. Looking at the values on the panel, Cheng Feng was stunned. He checked carefully and found that there was only Irika. The cards add some attributes to themselves. The two white cards, Pirates and Zonga, do not add any attributes to themselves at all. This means that the attributes of the two white cards do not exceed 10 at all, otherwise they would at least add a little to themselves. Attribute. That's not right. Why is Satan's attribute so high? It's also a white card. Pirates and minions are also white cards. No one answered Cheng Feng's doubts. However, after Cheng Feng opened the collection album, he discovered that there was a line of small words marked on the album. Card levels are planned based on the anime to which they belong. Looking at this layout, Cheng Feng realized that this was the root cause. But this also means that if you draw those gold card anime characters who are not good at combat in the future, their increased attribute points will most likely be incomparable. An anime purple card character with high combat effectiveness. Chapter 5. After the cargo ship is loaded with cargo, it travels very slowly. If it is a passenger ship, it may take 1.5 days to reach the port of Magnolia, but a cargo ship will take 3 days. During this period, Cheng Feng also became familiar with Inuyasha's abilities. Relying on the power of receiving magic and receiving the Inuyasha card, Cheng Feng also transformed into a half-demon image with silver hair, golden eyes, and white ears. The only difference between him and Inuyasha is that he is too small and probably a little lacking in power. But compared to Cheng Feng's original strength, it's just fine. The two skills that come with the Inuyasha card are the soul-dispersing iron claws and the long-distance flying blade blood claws that require the use of blood. If Inuyasha can be equipped with Iron Fang, then Cheng Feng can use other attacks such as wind damage. Unfortunately, Tai Suiya is also a golden equipment, so it is a bit difficult to get them together. However, the two skills of soul-dispersing iron claw and flying blade blood claw are sufficient in the early stage. Cheng Feng experimented and found that with the power of the soul-dispersing iron claws, it was easy to scratch rocks to pieces without any problem. If it were caught on a human body, unless the opponent had a dragon physique like Natsu, ordinary people would definitely die. After using the received magic, the strength was greatly enhanced, but the level and attributes of the body have not increased. This is a problem. Do I need to exercise myself to increase my attributes? Cheng Feng sat at the bottom of the warehouse, thinking about this problem. But when he was about to try it, he suddenly felt the entire hull shake. Cheng Feng lost his balance and fell directly to the ground. What's wrong? On the rocks? Cheng Feng got up and looked around the bottom of the warehouse. There was no sign of water entering. But soon, when the sound of fighting came from above, Cheng Feng realized that he might have encountered pirates or something. One day, thinking of this, Cheng Feng climbed up the warehouse and carefully pushed open the heavy hatch. He squinted and peered out through the narrow door gap. Sure enough, he saw a group of pirates in strange clothes. Figures in uniforms appeared on the deck. These people were holding various weapons in their hands, and they were engaging in a thrilling and fierce battle with the sailors of the cargo ship. The whole scene was extremely cruel and bloody. It was horrifying to see that the deck was stained scarlet with blood, and the floor was covered with blood stains left by the fighting between the two sides, as well as a small number of broken limbs. It was as if the owner of this cargo ship was in hell at this moment. Uncle Corey was panting, holding a magic book, sliding the pages, and shooting water bombs at the pirates. However, Uncle Corey was already over 50 years old, and he didn't have much physical fitness or magic power reserves at all. Water bomb strength is not strong at all. Got it. Cheng Feng suddenly had an idea, and he pushed open the door with bright eyes. When the door opened, many people found Cheng Feng. However, seeing Cheng Feng's frail appearance, no one paid attention to a little kid like him. Uncle Corey, do you want to help? Cheng Feng shouted to Uncle Corey, I know magic. If you hire me, I can help you fight pirates. Kid, Hide yourself. Obviously, Uncle Corey didn't care about Chang Feng's words at all. After all, Chang Feng deliberately avoided everyone's practice. They didn't know that Chang Feng was receiving magic. Seeing that Uncle Corey didn't believe him at all, Chang Feng smacked his lips and completed the reception in an instant. Transforming into Inuyasha, powerful power filled his body. Chang Feng squatted down and stained his hands with the blood on the deck. Flying blade blood claw. Suddenly swinging his sharp claws, the blood on his hands accompanied the swing, and instantly formed several extremely thin blood blades, like a slash, directly knocking an unresponsive pirate to the ground. This sudden scene immediately attracted everyone's attention, and immediately two big pirate men rushed towards Chang Feng with their swords raised high. Chang Feng used his feet to exert force. The powerful jumping ability brought by the Inuyasha card allowed him to easily dodge the opponent's attack. Chang Feng retreated to Uncle Corey. "Kid, you are very strong." Uncle Corey looked at Chang Feng's performance and praised, "Then please help deal with these pirates." No, you have to pay more." Chang Feng shook his head towards Uncle Corey and said, "I only accept employment. 200,000 J, I'll help you get rid of these pirates." 200,000? Why don't you just go and rob it? Uncle Corey's eyes widened. "They are robbing, I am helping." Chang Feng pointed at the pirates. 100,000. Uncle Corey gritted his teeth. He knew that there was one more person and one more helper, and Chang Feng's strength seemed pretty good. 180,000, this is my lowest price. Chang Feng took a step back. He still had 290 spirit stones. 180,000 could buy 1,800 spirit stones, enough for 2 10-draw combos. Below this price, I don't care. Uncle Corey, you don't want all your money to be lost, right? After listening to Chang Feng's words, Uncle Corey's head was filled with blood and he immediately shouted, "Okay, 180,000 J. But if you can't solve it, don't blame me for not giving you a cent. Got it?" Chang Feng suddenly laughed, as if he saw the golden and scarlet cards waving towards him. With a sudden sprint, Chang Feng rushed out as fast as lightning, and the soul-dispersing iron claws suddenly rushed towards a faster man. "Catch the slow pirates!" Hiss! A tearing sound came, and Chang Feng's claws suddenly tore 5 deep wounds on the pirate's body. Along with the scream, blood spurted out, staining Chang Feng's hands. Flying blade blood claw. Several blood blades flew out, and many pirates used their weapons to block them. The good quality weapons blocked them, but the poor quality weapons were directly cut off by the blood blades. The blood blades directly chopped them to the ground, and there was a lot of blood. The deck was almost soaked. Chang Feng used the soul-dispersing iron claw and the flying blade blood claw alternately, like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep. The terrifying lethality made it almost impossible for this group of pirates to defeat their enemies. Pirates, Chang Feng couldn't help but sigh at the power of the gold card. If there was no gold card like Inuyasha and just a white card like Satan, Chang Feng would be able to defeat 1 or 2 pirates, which would be pretty good. But with gold cards and white cards, the gap is too big enough for people to look up it. And Uncle Corey and the others couldn't help but sigh in their hearts when they looked at Chang Feng, who was like the god of war. This is a magician. Even if he is just a child, once he has mastered the power of magic, his strength will be far beyond what these pirates can compete with. The pirates also lost their courage after being killed, and the remaining people retreated towards the pirate ship. Cutting off the ropes connecting the sides, they turned around and ran away without looking back. Chang Feng stood in the blood, feeling the blood in his body. The gradually declining magic power could no longer sustain the reception state and returned to its normal form. He grinned at Uncle Corey and said, "Mission accomplished, Uncle Corey, don't forget my reward." Uncle Corey put away the magic book, rolled his eyes and said, "If you can't forget it, I'll give it to you later." Hearing Uncle Corey's words, Cheng Feng suddenly smiled even more happily. With 180,000 J and 10 consecutive rounds twice, his strength will skyrocket next. Chapter 6. At the bottom of the cabin, Cheng Feng held a brand new stack of coins and looked at the game interface that was constantly beating in front of him. Waiting silently. Sure enough, as he kept failing to recharge, a pop-up window suddenly popped up on the game interface, and a limited time activity was launched to give him extra spiritual stones as much as he recharged. After confirming that the event was started, Cheng Feng hesitated for a moment. Instead of charging all 180,000 J, he kept 10,000 J and charged all 170,000 J. 1,700 spiritual stones have been received, and an additional 170 spiritual stones will be given as a gift. Watching the spirit stones jumping from 290 to 2,160, Cheng Feng couldn't bear it any longer. He rubbed his hands, his heart trembling with excitement, and instantly drew the first 10 rounds of high-level cards from the pool. Golden cards were flying. Cheng Feng murmured to himself, based on the nature of the game, the first 10 consecutive games should give you better cards. Don't let me down, you must get a good one. Following Cheng Feng's words, 10 cards stayed in the air. Flip the cards, 1 red, 2 gold, 1 purple, and 6 blue appeared in front of Cheng Feng. Big bang! Looking at the flashing light of the first 10 consecutive rounds, Cheng Feng was extremely excited. But when the light dissipated, Cheng Feng's smile froze on his face. Acupressure Master Giro Fragments, red, 10, Zorro Fragments, gold, 20, Alchemist Edward, gold, Sonic the Speeder, purple, Safety Pants, blue, Experience Card, blue, *5. 2 card fragments, I waited in vain. Gold cards require 50 fragments, and red cards require 60 fragments to synthesize. If there was no consolation prize, Alchemist Edward card, Cheng Feng would probably cry. As for Sonic the Speeder, it was a pleasant surprise. And that item? Safety Pants, Misaka Mikato's exclusive equipment. Equip Misaka Mikato, agility plus 30%, strength plus 10%. Very strong. But Cheng Feng didn't have the face to equip it. Imagine, a grown man, wearing safety pants, what would it look like? I don't believe it. Again. The second round of 10 draws started. When Cheng Feng flipped over the card, his heart went cold. Ulquira, gold, 20, Fairy Beans, purple, Experience Card, purple, Experience Card, blue, 7. There is not a single card. The first guarantee mechanism of a copycat mobile game has been lost. The nature of this money-making mobile game has been completely exposed. To come up with good cards, you have to spend money like crazy. Even if you are crazy, you can only maintain your daily output, not to mention that Cheng Feng doesn't have the guts now. In this place, the only way to go is Krypton Gold, which is outrageous. No, there is still a way to work hard. Cheng Feng's eyes flashed with a determined look. Join Fairy Tail, then work like crazy to complete guild missions, earn bounties, and then recharge them into the game to draw cards. For Cheng Feng, this is the best way. Fairy Tail must be joined as soon as possible. There is no time to waste. Otherwise, without enough cards, the strength will increase too slowly. While speaking, Cheng Feng added Edward and Sonic the Hedgehog to the card slots. At the same time, he thought for a moment, equipped Irika with the Kunao, improved the strength attribute a little, and temporarily equipped Sonic the Hedgehog with the safety pants. Senzu beans are life-saving things, so they are not equipped to people for the time being. Then he gave the experience card to Inuyasha to use. Inuyasha also reached level 23. Name, Cheng Feng. Level, 1. Physical, 1+, 64. Strength, 1+, 68. Agility, 1+, 72. Skills, Receive magic. Equipment, Snowwalker. Card slots, Satan, Inuyasha, Irika, Kunao, Edward, Sonic the Hedgehog, Safety Pants. 5 of the 6 card slots are full, 2 gold, 1 purple and 2 white. If placed in the ordinary world, Cheng Feng is already invincible. But in the world of fairy tale, with this strength, it is estimated that even the 4th generation President Makao cannot beat him. Let's take it one step at a time. If it doesn't work, then train like crazy and enhance your own attributes, which is also a way to become stronger. Cheng Feng comforted himself, and at the same time he was looking forward to catching up with the protagonists like Natsu, how strong he would be. Time passed quickly, and the cargo ship also crossed the sea, and finally stopped at the port of Magnolia. The sailors began to unload the cargo. After saying goodbye to Uncle Corey, Cheng Feng got off the ship and arrived at this metropolis with a population of more than 60,000 and where magic has been prevalent since ancient times. Standing on the pier, Cheng Feng could see the largest buildings in the 2 cities. One, located in the city center, is the largest church in the city, the Cathedral of Cartier. And the other one is the Fairy Tale Guild with the flag flying at the top. We're finally here. Cheng Feng looked at the flag with the guild logo flying, and his heart was filled with excitement. It had only been a short time since he came here, but the experiences during this period seemed to be more exciting than the experiences of the previous 20 years. Following the main road on the pier, Cheng Feng walked towards the Fairy Tale Guild. When Cheng Feng stood at the entrance of the guild and looked up at the 3-story building, he felt unreal. Work, work, otherwise you will have no money. Just when Cheng Feng looked at the closed door, wondering whether to knock on the door or kick it open, the door was opened, and the young version of Wakaba and Makao were holding hands, staggering with the smell of alcohol. Came out. When the 2 sides met, Wakaba and Makao were stunned for a moment, then looked at Cheng Feng and said, "Kid, what are you doing here? Looking for someone?" "No, I want to join Fairy Tale." Cheng Feng shook his head, and then under the confused eyes of Wakaba and Makao, Cheng Feng walked from them into the Fairy Tale Guild. As soon as he entered the guild, a lively scene suddenly came into view. At first glance, this place is more like a lively tavern than a guild. Magicians are drinking and chatting here. Several young and beautiful ladies are walking around, serving food and drinks. There are also a few people around the mission bar. Individually, they looked at the task list, then communicated, and took the next task list. However, Cheng Feng's eyes quickly moved to the corner of the guild, where a black-haired, bare-chested kid was sitting silently. Sitting there eating, it was out of tune with the lively atmosphere around it. Gray? Well, indeed, Gray should have joined Fairy Tale earlier, if Gray was here. Soon, Cheng Feng glanced around and found Kana, who was reading quietly on the other side. These 2 guys can be regarded as the first batch of people of their age to join the Fairy Tale Guild. It's too early for me. After joining, after fighting with Gray, Urza, and others, and practicing for a while, my attribute problems should be solved very well. When he thought of this, Cheng Feng walked towards the guild and stared at the little old man sitting on the counter drinking. Makarov Dolia. Chapter 7. Hey! Little guy, what are you doing in the guild? Makarov was sitting on the counter drinking wine, watching a cute little boy with black hair and golden eyes walking in front of him. Putting down the bottle of wine, he asked, "I want to join Fairy Tale." Cheng Feng looked at Makarov and said, "I hope you can agree." Makarov laughed. Cheng Feng's words also made many people who heard them laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, little guy, this is not a place to play house, you." Before he finished speaking, Makarov saw Cheng Feng's calm eyes with a hint of determination. His original laughter stopped, his face became heavy, and he looked at Cheng Feng and said, "Where is your family?" "All dead." Cheng Feng looked at Makarov and said calmly, "My hometown is Rosemary Village. It seems to have been attacked." The whole village disappeared. I hid in a dry well and survived, but my head seemed to be injured. Sorry, I can't remember what happened before. Then I left the village, walked all the way, and took a boat to get here, and then I wanted to find a place to live, and at the same time, I also settled my future life. Changfeng's tone was calm, but his words made people gasp. Rosemary Village? I remember it seemed to be quite far away from Magnolia. How could this kid come here? The most important thing is that there are rumors that the village seems to have been attacked by the Dark Guild. If this kid can survive, he is really lucky. This is another poor little guy. President, can you take him in? Makarov glanced at these people, and everyone stopped speaking. Have you lost your memory? Makarov looked at Chang Feng and asked. Maybe. Chang Feng remained calm, and then said to Makarov, I know magic and I am very strong, so I want to join Fairy Tale. I can get the job done, and I need money to survive, so please, let me stay. Makarov looked at the anxiety in Chang Feng's eyes and sighed slightly in his heart. He suddenly stretched out his hand, his palm became larger, and covered Chang Feng's head. He said, Don't be so anxious. If you want to stay, then just stay. But if you want to work, wait until you grow up. As he spoke, he rubbed Chang Feng's head. At this moment, Makarov was full of kindness. He would never see his child suffer. Chang Feng knew that he had passed Makarov's inspection and joined the Fairy Tale Guild. It was a done deal, but when he raised his head, 2 tears flowed down unconsciously. Hey! Chang Feng was a little puzzled. He clearly didn't feel any discomfort, so why was he crying? Was it the subconscious of this body? Or was it the body's instinctive reaction? Chang Feng didn't know, but he quickly wiped away his tears with his hands and said dissatisfiedly, No. I'm very strong. I want to work and make money. Ha 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 ha, Nobu, look at this guy, he knows he has to work at such a young age. Hey, I'm looking for a mission that only I can accomplish. Nobu, who was dressed like an Indian, protested and still lingered in front of the commission board. Don't worry, little guy. Makarov patted Chang Feng's head and said with a smile, there will be a chance, but your current task is to eat well and grow up well. Tell me first, what is your name? I don't know my previous name, but now I have given myself a name, Chang Feng. Chang Feng raised his head and said seriously, I am really strong. My magic is receiving magic, I can receive the soul of the hero. Chang Feng? It's great to receive magic, but right now, your body is still growing, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Makarov said with a smile, then stretched out his hand to carry Chang Feng to the counter, and said to Chang Feng, since you want to join Fairy Tale, I need to give you a guild seal first. Which color do you like? Where? Gold, I want to cover my heart. Chang Feng pulled his collar, revealing his chest full of ribs. Looking at Chang Feng's exposed body, Makarov's eyes softened. Chang Feng must have suffered a lot along the way. With such thoughts emerging, Makarov took action himself, picked up the guild seal, changed the color, and printed it on Chang Feng's heart. Seeing that a fairy tale magic mark was left there, Makarov he touched Chang Feng's head and said, Okay, now you are also a member of Fairy Tale. Chang Feng responded and pulled up his clothes. Thank you, Grandpa President, I'm going to work. After saying that, Chang Feng jumped off the counter and was about to go to the entrustment board to take a look. But when he was about to leave, he was grabbed by Makarov's big hand. Chang Feng, take a good rest first. Makarov asked the waiter to prepare a piece of food for Chang Feng, and then said to Chang Feng, since you said you are strong, then let's compete with the members of our guild. If you can defeat them, I will let you go to work. May I? All right. Chang Feng was a little discouraged. Although Makarov meant well, if he didn't have a stable income to draw cards, it would be very difficult for him to improve his strength. However, he took a mouthful of seafood fried rice and put it in his mouth. Chang Feng looked at Makarov. As long as he can defeat the contestant, he can accept the commission and go out to work. With this thought, Chang Feng speeded up, finished a plate of seafood fried rice quickly, and then picked up the juice. After a gulp, Chang Feng ran up to Makarov and said, "Grandpa President, I'm ready." Makarov looked at Chang Feng, who was eager to try, touched his beard, and said to No, "Come and compete with Chang Feng. You are a light magician, not very powerful. Don't hurt the child." "Okay, President." Following Makarov's words, a man with short hair and glasses stood up. Wearing a t-shirt and shorts, he was extraordinarily ordinary. There was nothing eye-catching about him. Chang Feng thought carefully. For a moment, I didn't find any information about this person in my mind. It is estimated that this guy should also play a role in the plot. Then let's get started. Chang Feng looked at Tuano, who stood up. Without saying a word, his body flashed with light, and the next moment he transformed into the image of Inuyasha. Whole body reception. So fast. Makarov watched Chang Feng complete the reception in an instant, and nodded in his heart. At such a young age, he can complete the whole body reception. Such a talent is definitely a good prospect. It is also because of this that Makarov does not want to let him go. Chang Feng went to work so early. After all, children still need to have a better childhood in order to heal the wounds in their hearts. Chapter 8. A light lit up in Tuano's hand. He looked at Chang Feng's new image and said, "It's very cute, but you have to be careful next time." As he said that, Tuano waved his hand suddenly, arrow of light. In an instant, 3 arrows condensed with light shot towards Chang Feng quickly. Chang Feng's golden pupil shrank, and he exerted force on his feet. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and he rushed towards Tuano. The soul-dispelling iron claw in his hand was already in place. Clang! The soul-dispersing iron claw collided with the arrow of light and shattered it instantly. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned, and some even looked at Chang Feng in disbelief. How old is this guy? He can actually hit it. Although light magic is not good at attacking, the light arrow is still powerful as an attack method. It is enough to see how powerful Chang Feng's attack is. The explosive power and wrist strength are very strong, but the attack method is a mess. However, at such an age, it is normal. Makarov squinted his eyes and looked at it, giving Chang Feng a score in his heart. It actually smashed the arrow of light. It looks quite powerful. Tono was not panicked when he saw this scene. He clapped his hands, and a light suddenly lit up, and a wall of light blocked Chang Feng. The soul-scattering iron claw collided with the light wall, and Chang Feng only felt his fingertips numb. The defense of the light wall made it impossible for Chang Feng to break through. Unconvinced, Chang Feng used the soul-scattering iron claw twice more, but still failed to break through the defense. Seeing this, a light cage covered Chang Feng. Chang Feng instantly launched himself and dodged the cage, and his body burst into light again. When the light dissipated, Chang Feng turned into a young man with short blonde hair, and his right arm and left leg turned into metal prostheses. Is there anything different? Watching Chang Feng transforming, Tuano was stunned for a moment, and then with a wave of his hand, the cage of light turned into a rope and wound towards Chang Feng. Chang Feng landed, clapped his hands, and then pressed it on the ground. The ground surged, and the soil and gravel formed a wall, blocking the rope of light. Styling magic! Everyone murmured in their hearts. But the next moment, they saw Chang Feng reaching for the ground and shaking it, and soon a dark short spear appeared in his hand. Looking at the direction, Chang Feng suddenly threw the short spear towards the light. Shoot away from the wall! Ding! With a crisp sound, the short spear was blocked by the wall of light. Taking this opportunity, Chang Feng transformed into the image of Inuyasha again, dodged the ejection, and bypassed the earth wall towards the rope of light that was wrapping around him. Stop struggling, you can't break through my wall of light. Tono said helplessly. President Makarov would not let him hit hard, but he had been holding back his strength. If he went all out, he would probably be able to tie up this little guy in an instant. Not always. Cheng Feng said lightly. He had already arrived in front of the wall of light. His body shape changed, and he put his hands together and placed them on the wall of light. Just when Tuano was wondering what this guy was going to do, suddenly the wall of light disintegrated, revealing a large hole. What? Tuano was startled, but Cheng Feng took the opportunity to pass through the wall of light and rushed towards Tuano with a short spear in hand. It is not disintegration, but separation, transforming the original form of the light wall. Makarov looked at the obvious extra piece on one side of the light wall and instantly understood what Cheng Feng had done just now. Very thoughtful, but that's about it. Makarov muttered in his heart, and then said, "That's it, Tono, let's trap him first." "Okay, got it, President." When Tono saw Makarov speaking, he naturally didn't need to restrain himself. He suddenly took action, and a rope of light appeared around Cheng Feng at lightning speed. Cheng Feng looked at the ropes around him. The next moment, the ropes it wrapped around him and instantly wrapped Cheng Feng into a rice dumpling. "It's over, Cheng Feng, now you know, you still have a long way to go before you can complete the task independently." Makarov spoke, picked up the wine glass and took a sip. "I haven't lost yet." Cheng Feng's voice came out from under the ball of light, and the originally strong rope broke instantly. When Cheng Feng rushed out, he was already in the form of Inuyasha. The only difference was that Itachi appeared in his hand. It was Yukizako. Hand holding the snow and walking away, a familiar feeling came over Cheng Feng, holding the handle of the knife in his hand, and suddenly shouted, "Wind injury." As Cheng Feng suddenly swung his knife, the next moment, a hurricane was set off in an instant. In an instant, the lively people around him were directly implicated, and the tables and chairs were thrown away, causing everyone to yell and curse. As the target of wind injury, Tuanyo also screamed strangely, and his whole body erupted with fierce light, and a thick layer of light shield firmly protected it. The hurricane struck on the shield, and the shield shook for a while, and Tuanyo was inside. There was also a moment of helplessness. I don't know how this kid suddenly burst out with such a powerful attack. If it hits someone, it will definitely do something bad. And Cheng Feng's attack also directly drained his own magic power and reduced his reception state. It was lifted directly. Holding the hilt of the knife, he panted and looked at the shield of light that was still unbroken, and understood the difference between himself and ordinary magicians. But what he didn't expect was that even without Tai Suiya, just with ordinary Tata Snow, you can also cut out the wind wound. You know, in Inuyasha's setting, the wind wound can use the gaps between the demonic energy emitted by the opponent to cut out a strong hurricane, even in one go, killing hundreds of monsters at once. But here, there are no more rules. As long as you have a knife in your hand, you can use your own magic power to perform wind damage. However, this is definitely a good thing. The power of this move is too great. Using it once, it directly drained his magic power and he couldn't even maintain the state of absorption. Click! The shield of light was broken. Tuano looked at Cheng Feng depressedly and said, "Boy, you are too cruel. Look at what has happened to the guild. Damn it! So many tables, chairs, plates, and wine glasses are all broken, it costs a lot of money." Money. Cheng Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the familiar words. He turned around and looked at Makarov, who was about to cry without tears and his face was ashen. Cheng Feng immediately raised his hand and said, "Grandpa, President, I can repair things and give them to you. Do I get paid? From now on, I can fix everything that is broken in the guild." "I'm kidding, Edward is good at alchemy. As long as everything is complete and he can build a table, chair, or something, he still has to hold it in his hands." After hearing Cheng Feng's words, Makarov's expression suddenly turned gloomy, and he jumped down. He patted Cheng Feng on the head and said, "It hurts feelings to talk about money. Cheng Feng, you don't have anywhere to live now anyway. Let's do this. There is an attic at the top of the guild. You can live there. As for the rent, don't mention it. Just help repair things in the future. Okay, deal." After saying that, without waiting for Cheng Feng to refuse, Makarov made his decision. Makarov also burst into laughter in his heart. With Cheng Feng as his treasure, those gangsters in the guild will never fight again in the future. Cheng Feng can repair everything that has become tattered. How much money will this save? Chapter 9. Cheng Feng, who was receiving Edward, clapped his hands and slapped the ground suddenly. In an instant, a huge magic circle appeared in the entire guild. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw the broken tables and chairs being quickly reshaped and quickly restored to their original appearance. This ability is great. Makarov laughed so hard that his eyes almost disappeared. God knows how many times he, the guild leader, has used his own money to replace things for the guild, and how many times his own treasury has been empty. Now, Cheng Feng is here, and he in the future, the small treasury will be secured, and drinking will become more enjoyable. After Cheng Feng restored the guild to its original state, he originally expected to make some money by repairing things, but it ended like this. However, Cheng Feng didn't feel that he was being used for nothing, because Makarov also showed his sincerity. You know, in Magnolia, Lucy rented a house with the cheapest rent for a month. 70,000 J, plus daily food expenses, the monthly cost is at least about 100,000 J, and Cheng Feng can live in the loft of the apartment now, and can eat 3 meals a day for free at the guild. Cheng Feng was said to have saved 100,000 J in 1 month, so it was acceptable to repair tables and chairs. The only pity was that there was no way for new cards. The guild was once again lively, and Cheng Feng was depressed. Lying on the table. What's wrong? Makarov sat next to Cheng Feng and looked at the depressed Cheng Feng and asked. No job, no money, I don't know how to become stronger. Cheng Feng said in a muffled voice. Cheng Feng, you don't have to be too impatient now. Makarov touched Cheng Feng's head and said in a kind voice, the village was destroyed, and your heart is full of hatred. Hatred is motivation, but you cannot let your life completely fall into hatred. Understand? I know, I didn't care. Before he finished speaking, Cheng Feng was stunned. Yes, even without new cards, he can slowly train and become stronger. Just like Natsu and the others, they weren't that strong at the beginning. They just slowly trained, fought, and studied magic. Didn't their strength also keep improving? Isn't it possible that he can't become stronger without a way to become stronger quickly? No, it's not. Cheng Feng reacted. Although he occupied this body, the soul in the original body did not affect him, but the subconscious in this body still affected him. For example, I was crying before, but now I just want to become stronger quickly. It's a headache. I guess if I really want to completely integrate with this body, I really have to go to the Tower of Paradise and sort out the matter, so that I can completely stabilize this untimely bomb. Cheng Feng murmured in his heart. Think about it. Makarov didn't bother Cheng Feng anymore. He had to untie the knot in his heart after all. All he had to do was to guide these confused children and give them a warm home. That's all. Cheng Feng watched Makarov leave and fell into deep thought. Just as Cheng Feng was thinking about how to train himself and fight with the existing cards, a young man suddenly sat down on the seat opposite him. Boy. The little boy looked straight at Cheng Feng and said, the look in your eyes reminds me of my old self. Live well and you will have unlimited possibilities. Cheng Feng looked at the other party. Gray for Pasta, the ice-shape mage. Gray looked at Cheng Feng. As soon as Cheng Feng came in, he found that he was very similar to his former self. Although he looked different, there is nothing wrong, but Gray can feel the aura of determination and revenge in Cheng Feng. Others may not understand it, but as a person who has experienced it, Gray understands Cheng Feng better than anyone else. You are you. Inexplicably, Gray thought of his master, the woman who led and taught him, and who also sealed all his darkness. In the past, it was you who guided me. Now, I want to be like you and hope that people like me will not follow my old path. You are you, let's start with the person in front of us. Gray's eyes narrowed, he looked at Cheng Feng and said, I will seal the darkness in your heart. Clam. Cheng Feng looked like an old man on the subway, and he didn't quite understand Gray's brain circuit. But he did think of a good way. That is to take Gray as a sparring partner. Now Gray's strength is probably very different from him. Of course, the condition is that Cheng Feng uses receiving magic. If he only relies on his own strength, it is estimated that Cheng Feng is no match for Gray. But if he can tie with Gray without using receiving magic, will he be stronger if he uses receiving magic? Yes? Well, that's very exciting. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng looked at Gray with bright eyes and said, you must be very powerful, how about we have a fight? No need for magic, just fight normally. This time it was Gray who had a question mark, but at Cheng Feng's invitation, Gray finally agreed. Then, Cheng Feng showed everyone what it means to fight against the five scum. Seeing Cheng Feng being beaten up by Gray, everyone in the guild couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Makarov burst out laughing and a mouthful of wine spilled out. There was no way, Cheng Feng's performance just now was indeed too impressive. Now without magic, everyone realized that Cheng Feng was just a little kid at the moment. Without magic, they could deal with him with one hand. Cheng Feng, you can try partial reception. This can also increase your combat effectiveness, so you don't have to be beaten all the time. Makarov wiped away his tears from laughter and gave a kind reminder. Cheng Feng shook his head and got up from the ground. Although receiving magic is one of my powers, my body is also my power. Only when my body becomes strong enough can I better exert the power of my own magic. Cheng Feng charged at Gray again with persistence. Gray was speechless, stretched out his hand, grabbed Cheng Feng's fist, threw it over his shoulder, and Cheng Feng fell again. At this point, Cheng Feng was sore all over. He had no choice but to stop, and Gray was relieved. He was a little embarrassed to keep beating the opponent like this. Cheng Feng got up and rubbed his sore area, feeling that he had given up fighting Gray for the time being. Thought. While you can't work now and have time to feel at ease, train yourself. At least, I can beat Gray to a pulp without using magic. Cheng Feng thought to himself, and began to plan his training methods for the next period of time. As for the other girl Kana, she has not yet become a tomboy, and she has no way to contact her now. Some small thoughts, or let's collect it first, and working hard to improve our strength is the right way. Chapter 10. Cheng Feng settled in Fairy Tale. Although the attic area was not too large, it was more than enough for a bedroom. In the following days, Cheng Feng also started exercising regularly. 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer long run. Even after completing these, Cheng Feng also joined the study of swordsmanship and received training in magic. Basically, everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild can only see Cheng Feng eating in the guild during 3 meals a day. At other times, Cheng Feng cannot be seen at all. Only Gray occasionally went to see Cheng Feng and found out that no one else could find the place where Cheng Feng often went to exercise. Spring passes and autumn comes, and the time of a year flies by. It's a pity that Cheng Feng is not bald, but he has become stronger. And this year, Cheng Feng also understood the refresh pattern of free single draws from ordinary card pools. Well, you are right, you will get a free draw once a year. God Pit. With a towel hanging around his neck, Cheng Feng wiped the sweat from his face while checking his current situation. Name, Cheng Feng. Level, 1. Body, 5 plus, 64. Strength, 7 plus, 68. Sensitivity, 7 plus, 72. Skill, receive magic. Equipment, snow walking card slot, Satan, Inuyasha, Irika, Kunao, Edward, Sonic, safety pants. In 1 year, Changfeng's basic attributes have improved a lot, but compared with the blessing of cards, it is undoubtedly too difficult. But Changfeng didn't think so. After a year of training, Changfeng's body has not only become stronger, but more importantly, Changfeng's control over his body has become stronger. This is critical. For example, if it was in the past, when Changfeng received the Inuyasha card, it would take about 0.8 seconds from the time when the thought emerged to when the body reacted. But now, this time has been shortened to 0.1 seconds, and whether it is attacking, defending, or moving, the body is more flexible, and the strength has been increased by at least 30%. In addition, after practicing hard for so long, Changfeng has improved a lot in terms of swordsmanship and magic power reserves. He will never again be in a situation where he will be completely exhausted after using one move of wind injury. After looking up at the position of the sun and touching his belly, Changfeng exhaled, "It's almost done. Let's go have lunch first." After that, he ran back to the guild along the path. After opening the door and stepping into the guild, Changfeng saw a girl wearing a small armor, long crimson hair, and an eye patch at the guild counter, who was stamping the guild seal. "Urza." Changfeng suddenly spoke. Suddenly he realized, why did he suddenly call her? Shouldn't he? Oh, no, they should know each other. After all, they are from the same village. But that's not right. He shouldn't directly call her. Changfeng had a headache. It seemed that he thought he could control this body, but he didn't expect that some subconscious reactions of this body would still affect him. Urza suddenly heard someone calling her name and immediately followed it. The voice looked towards the door. "You are Caesar." Urza looked at the black-haired, golden-eyed boy at the gate, and was slightly dazed, then looked at Changfeng in disbelief. Changfeng was also stunned at this moment. He had been here for more than a year, and now he knew the name of the original owner of this body. It's just that this name is always a bit tragic. Before Changfeng could react, Urza had already trotted to Changfeng and said in disbelief, "You are still alive. Weren't you hit by magic? How did you survive? It's great to see you, but it's a pity that the village. Anyway, it's great." Looking at the excited Urza, everyone in the guild immediately turned their attention here, ready to eat melons. Among them were Gray and Kana, who were hiding on the side. "That." Changfeng scratched his head and said with a silly smile, "I'm sorry, I don't remember what happened before when I woke up. I just subconsciously shouted out, 'Are you someone I used to know?'" After hearing Changfeng's words, Urza was stunned at first, then showed regret, and finally sighed. Seeing that Urza had no desire to say anything, everyone suddenly became anxious. What a waste of such a good opportunity! They looked at Gray, as if Gray had a better relationship with Changfeng. Otherwise, Gray watched everyone turn their eyes to him, swallowed his saliva immediately, and then was sold out. "Well, Changfeng, since Urza knows you, how about you chat while eating? Maybe if Urza tells more about your past, your memory will be restored." Gray stood up, directly breaking the already stiff atmosphere. "Also." Changfeng nodded and said to Urza, "Let's chat while we eat. The guild's food tastes pretty good." "All right." Urza nodded, looked at Changfeng and said, "Your name is Changfeng now." "Well, I couldn't remember my previous name anyway, so I gave myself a name." Changfeng nodded and led Urza inside. When everyone saw this, they immediately vacated a table in the middle and motioned for them to sit here. Changfeng looked at a group of guys eating melons and knew that even if they went to the corner, a group of people will follow. Since we can't hide, we might as well say it openly. Chang Feng and Erza sat down face to face. Gray sat next to Chang Feng, and Kana also came over and sat next to Erza. Soon the food and drinks were served, and Chang Feng and Erza had a good meal. Erza also told Chang Feng some information about this body. First of all, the original owner of Chang Feng's body was called Xisa, and his parents were. They are farmers in the village. Their family is not rich, but Xisa's parents are very hard-working, so their family is doing well, at least, better than the orphan Erza, Simon, and Kagura. Sa is very caring, so she helps Erza from time to time, so Erza is still very grateful for Xisa's care. When the arrest occurred, Xisa's parents were killed for protecting Xisa and organizing villagers to resist, and Xisa was also killed. She was bewitched and plunged into the dry well. Erza wanted to help, but what did you expect a little girl with no strength to do? Not to mention that she was kidnapped. Gray and Kana both sighed while others looked at Chang Feng with some pity, feeling that Chang Feng was really pitiful as he listened to everything in silence, feeling the anger gushing out of his body. I also sighed slightly in my heart. It is necessary to go to the Tower of Paradise, otherwise it will definitely be fatal if the thoughts are not clear. Maybe only by solving the Tower of Paradise can Chang Feng completely control this body. Chapter 11. Erza's arrival did not change Chang Feng's life too much. On the contrary, because of Chang Feng's existence, Erza, who had always hidden her inner feelings in the original plot, was quickly integrated into the fairy tale guild under Chang Feng's influence, and her relationship with Chang Feng was also very good. In contrast, Chang Feng also had a dedicated sparring partner. Compared with Gray, Erza is very responsible. When faced with Chang Feng's request, she completes it meticulously and does her best to help Chang Feng improve his strength. Makarov saw everything and nodded silently in his heart at Chang Feng's changes. Chang Feng, come here. On this day, Makarov called out to Chang Feng, who was about to exercise after a quick breakfast. Chang Feng walked up to Makarov, looked at Makarov and said, "Grandpa President, what's the matter? Is there anything else that needs to be fixed?" Makarov shook his head slightly, patted Chang Feng on the shoulder and said, "Not bad, much stronger." Chang Feng smiled and scratched his head. He had just come to Fairy Tale, and his whole body was really skin and bones. After this year's exercise, plus the supplement of nutritious meals, he also swelled up like a balloon, and his skin was very tight. Although he is not full of tendons, he has well-proportioned lines and a handsome face. He has great development prospects as a model. During these times, I have seen all your changes. Makarov looked at Chang Feng and said kindly, "So as the president of the guild, I inform you, Chang Feng, that you are now qualified to go to the commission board to accept the commission." Real. Chang Feng was extremely pleasantly surprised. Being able to accept commissions means that he has income. Having income means that he can earn money. By earning money, you can draw cards, and by drawing cards, you can become stronger. Chang Feng can become stronger quickly. The time has come. Makarov looked at Chang Feng, who was eager to give it a try, chuckled, then took out a commission form from his arms and handed it to Chang Feng. "I have chosen a suitable commission for you. Practice your hands." Chang Feng took the order and took a look at it. The order was simple. It was a farm on the outskirts of Magnolia. At this moment, the farm was attacked by a group of rabbits, causing the crops to be destroyed, so the fairy tale wizard was entrusted to clean up the rabbit. The rabbit here is not the cute little rabbit in the fairy tale world, but a magical beast that is the size of a calf and can spit wind bullets. But it is not very dangerous. It is difficult for ordinary people, but for magicians, as long as the number is not hundreds or thousands, it can be easily solved. As for the reward, it can be said that it is a low difficulty. I commissioned the best product with high reward. Okay, Grandpa President, I'll be back soon. Chang Feng said excitedly, and then ran out of the guild. When Chang Feng ran out of sight, the waiter who was wiping the wine glass said, "President, this is against the rules. This mission is only 30,000 J, and these 20,000. This is the salary I gave Cheng Feng." Makarov waved his hand, picked up the wine bottle and took a sip of wine. This little guy Cheng Feng has repaired so many things for the guild over the years. It would be outrageous if he just gave him a place and food to repay. "Okay, I know." The waiter nodded and went to deliver drinks to people. Makarov looked at the door and sighed in his heart, "Little guy, it will go well. The farm on the outskirts of Magnolia is not far away. It only takes an hour to run there. This is not a difficult task for Cheng Feng, who runs 10 kilometers every day." When Cheng Feng arrived at the farm, he met the owner of the farm, an uncle dressed as a farmer. After submitting the order form and showing the fairy tale guild seal, the uncle took Cheng Feng to the farm's planting area. The planting land of this farm is only a few dozen acres, but with magical ripening, the yield is still amazing. Cheng Feng walked to the edge of the planting field and soon saw the destroyed fence and destroyed crops. Looking at the tooth marks on the fence and the 62 yards of messy footprints on the dirt, Cheng Feng roughly estimated that there were about 30 rabbits in this group. "It's not too much, but it's a bit of a hassle if you really have to deal with it. Uncle, let me strengthen your fence first to protect your remaining crops, and then I will deal with those rabbits." Cheng Feng looked at the uncle and said, "But we have to pay more for reinforcement. Are you willing?" "Reinforcement?" The uncle was confused and asked, "Do you mean to use earth magic to reinforce it? It's useless. These rabbits have powerful incisors and are good at digging holes. Now the fence can't stop them, so there is no digging. If they really dig a hole, it will cause too much damage to the land. It's not the earth element, but I will use the metal in the earth to make a metal fence for you. If you ask, I can also build a metal layer under the ground for you to stop them from digging holes. Even if these rabbits dig holes, they can't dig a few meters deep, right?" Cheng Feng explained, but he didn't buy or sell by force, he just wanted to make more money. "Really?" The uncle became interested. If it was really as Cheng Feng said, then it would indeed greatly enhance the defense of his land. "How much is that?" 100,000 J. Cheng Feng thought for a moment and came up with a number. There is no other way. To encircle dozens of acres of land, the magic power required is quite considerable. At the same time, Cheng Feng also said that the uncle must prepare the required materials. Otherwise just extracting the metal from the land would only amount to a layer of iron sheet. The uncle thought for a moment, then calculated the investment and harvest, and immediately agreed to let someone get a batch of iron ore. Because of the bug ability of alchemy, whether it is iron ore or iron ingots, the effect is the same for Cheng Feng. Once the materials are in place, Cheng Feng receives the Edward card and activates alchemy, and then the uncle is shocked. In his eyes, these iron ores were like melted plasticine, quickly turning into metal railings. At the same time, a large amount of iron melted into the ground, forming a finger-wide steel plate that surrounded the entire land underground. One lap. In just 2 minutes, the originally huge project was completed. After checking it in shock, the uncle immediately paid Cheng Feng 100,000 yuan without any arrears. Cheng Feng was particularly happy to get extra income. As expected, even if it was a commission, he could earn some extra income. This reward is comparable to some missions of encircling and suppressing bandits. So this time, Cheng Feng made a lot of money. Chapter 12. I'm back. 3 hours later, Cheng Feng returned to the guild, carrying a large cloth bag with a large amount of vegetables in it and a cheerful look on his face. You know, it would take him 2 hours just to travel back and forth. In other words, it only takes an hour to deal with those rabbits. And more of them were looking for traces of those rabbits. They found the rabbit nest and cut it out with a blow of wind. The remains of the rabbit nest directly flew into the sky with a piece of land more than 10 meters long. They couldn't die anymore. Died. So fast. Everyone in the guild was stunned for a moment when they saw Chang Feng coming back so quickly. Makarov was also stunned for a moment, then he coughed dryly and said to Chang Feng, "Well done. By the way, the employer's remaining 20,000 J deposit is kept with us. Come and claim it." "And a deposit?" Chang Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran to Makarov and got 20,000 J. After counting the banknotes, Chang Feng put them away with satisfaction. "This task is so profitable. I was a favor. Plus the entrustment reward. It's already 150,000 J, and there's still 20,000 J in deposit. One mission is 170,000 J. Grandpa, President, if you ever have such a mission again, remember to come find me again." "Wait. What did you say?" Makarov said in disbelief after hearing everything. "I said there will be such a mission again. Not this sentence, but the previous sentence," Makarov said in disbelief. Others also looked at Chang Feng. 170,000 J for one task. Chang Feng said cautiously. "How did you get so many?" Makarov looked strange and looked at Chang Feng and asked. "Oh, I suggested to the employer to strengthen the fence, gave a suggestion, and helped to do it. He gave me a reward of 100,000, and then I directly overturned the rabbits' homes and completely wiped them out. The employer went to take a look and then gave me the reward." Listening to Chang Feng's explanation, everyone looked at Chang Feng with a strange look on their faces. "Good man, this guy is simply squeezing out all the value of the commission. A job of 30,000 J, but he made it into more than 100,000 J. More importantly, people still think that your work is worth the price. This little guy was born to do this." At this moment, everyone had such an idea in their minds. Chang Feng didn't have too many ideas at the moment. He just walked to the commission column and began to select suitable commissions. At the same time, he was constantly thinking about how to get rid of these tasks. Earn enough other rewards. Soon, Chang Feng chose a nearby lake cleaning task. After a brief meal, Chang Feng set off immediately to the lake, contacted the employer, and gave suggestions. After adding money, the employer agreed, and started busy completing the proposal, cleaning up the lake, and completing the commission. After this commission, Chang Feng successfully received 90,000 J including a reward of 10,000 J, which once again confirmed the feasibility of his idea. Feng returned to the guild as if he had been beaten to death. After everyone learned the news, they were completely confused. They looked at Chang Feng standing in front of the commission column and chose the commission. For a moment, they didn't know if it was because they were not good at it or if it was the other party. It's so evil. In the following days, Chang Feng completely turned into a commission machine, constantly accepting commissions, completing commissions, and of course constantly making suggestions for adding money. However, he did not always have good luck, and some people would accept them. Some people were reluctant to his suggestion, but Chang Feng couldn't force it. When the magicians in the fairy tale guild saw that the orders that had been densely packed were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, they panicked for a moment. There is no way, Chang Feng is too busy. If they don't roll up together, they may even have trouble paying for food. With everyone opening the book, the orders in the order column have shrunk rapidly. Gone? What about my many commissions? Why is it gone? Chang Feng stood in front of the empty commission column, completely confused. After hearing Chang Feng's words, the few remaining people in the guild all looked at Chang Feng with resentful eyes. When can commissions not be done? So what are you doing? You see, it's okay now. In order to protect ourselves and not starve to death, we all join together and don't have to play anymore. Grandpa President. Chang Feng looked at Makarov. Makarov almost choked to death after drinking. After dry coughing several times, he looked at Chang Feng and said, Xiao Feng, you have been working too hard these days. You must know how to work and rest. Combine. Take it easy for a few days, take a rest, and don't fall behind on exercise, right? Listening to Makarov's words, Cheng Feng nodded helplessly. Forget it, it's really hard to run out every day during this period, and even have to live outside. And now that he has saved a huge sum of 3 million J, it's time let's have a refreshing round of 10 games to improve our strength. Everyone watched Cheng Feng leave the commission board and all breathed a sigh of relief. But as soon as Cheng Feng sat down, he suddenly stood up and said, "That's right. I remember there seems to be a guild called Ghost. We can snatch their commission. Everyone, please be a human being." Makarov was stunned for a moment when he heard Cheng Feng's words, and then a drop of cold sweat broke out. The relationship between him and Joseph was not good to begin with, and now Cheng Feng is so troubled. With all Fairy Tale's missions completed, there is no doubt that more and more missions will be sent to Fairy Tale in the future, but it will squeeze other guilds. The number of commissions from Ghost Ruler and Fairy Tale both belong to the most famous magic guild in this country, so if Fairy Tale has more commissions, the number of commissions from Ghost will naturally decrease. I know, I guess there will still be quarrels in future meetings. Well, forget it, the boat will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge. If anything happens, even those small-minded people can't defeat me. Makarov thought happily. When he thought of this, he didn't panic at all. And Cheng Feng sat down and opened the game interface. With a huge sum of more than 300 J, before Cheng Feng could ask for Feng Temptation, the game interface jumped out impatiently, and a limited-time event offering recharge and rebates even popped up, offering a mysterious gift for the first time. Cheng Feng glanced at it. Obviously, after not charging for more than a year, this copycat mobile game is already hungry, especially knowing that Cheng Feng has a huge sum of 3 million J, it would be a shame not to squeeze Cheng Feng dry in one go. Copycat mobile games are terrible. Although Cheng Feng really wants to whet his appetite for this crappy game, this game understands him very well. These limited-time activities are still very attractive to Cheng Feng, so he only left 4,000 or 5,000 J. In an emergency situation, Cheng Feng put all the 3 million J he had saved into the game in one breath. Chapter 13. Recharge 30,000 Spirit Stones and receive an additional 3,000 Spirit Stones. The mysterious gift has been sent. Looking at the received Spirit Stones, Cheng Feng did not open the mysterious gift for the time being, but looked directly at the card drawing interface. The accumulation of 33,200 Spirit Stones is now Cheng Feng's peak. 980 for 10 consecutive rounds, I can draw 33 high-level 10 consecutive rounds in one go. Even if it is guaranteed, at least it can get me 7 or 8 guaranteed gold cards. I don't believe it anymore, pump it for me. Golden cards were flying, and soon 10 cards stayed in the air. As they flipped, a combination of 1 gold, 1 blue, and 8 green appeared. Others were too lazy to look, and Cheng Feng looked at the golden cards. Haranmara fragments, gold, *20. Looking at the fragments of the Zanpakut, the corner of Cheng Feng's mouth twitched. Then, he fired another 10 consecutive shots. Sanji, gold, somersault cloud, gold, *20. 2 gold, and a character, it's okay. Cheng Feng put Sanji into the card slot, and the attributes of his whole body were improved again. Continue. Immediately afterwards, I don't know if a Sanji card was exhausted, and what followed was all fragments. Fragments were just fragments. They were all different characters and equipment, and they couldn't be combined into one complete card. Especially in the 22nd 10-game series, 3 gold cards were obtained. As a result, Cheng Feng was almost completely defeated by the 3 experience cards. Breaking the defense. Seeing that there were only 11 chances left, Cheng Feng took a few deep breaths, stood up and went to the toilet to rinse his face with cold water and wash his hands a dozen times. Cheng Feng sat back down and started the 10 consecutive rounds again. The cards were flying, and after flipping over, Cheng Feng was speechless. Not even a red shadow can be seen. While thinking this, Cheng Feng, who was a little self-defeating, did not bother to confirm again and again, and directly drew out all, and then made sure to open it 10 times in succession. For a moment, Cheng Feng was stunned by 10 red figures. Escanor, red, 10, Giro, red, 10, Giro, red, 10, Philosopher's Stone, red, 10, Bengayu, red, 10, Giro, red, 10, Plum Leotas, red, 10, Beerus, red, 10, God, red, 10, Philosopher's Stone, red, 10. Looking at the red fragments that emerged, Cheng Feng quickly opened his backpack. Looking at the fragments of Giro, the acupuncture expert in the backpack, he suddenly thought to himself that it was a pity. Now there are 40 pieces of Giro's fragments, and there are still 20 pieces left. Can synthesize a red card. Giro, the acupuncture master, is a man who can acupuncture the earth. If he hadn't died in the plot, I guess Kojiro would have been enough to complete the finale. It's a pity that he didn't get it together, otherwise Cheng Feng would have wanted to. Try to see how strong Giro will become if he takes over. After putting away the fragments, Cheng Feng looked at the golden ones again. Yes, having 2 adult cards is considered a consolation prize. Cheng Feng was pleasantly surprised, and then he checked 2 cards. One was something that Cheng Feng didn't expect. The Spirit of the Halberd Eater, Medicine King Xinping Sochhen. Unfortunately, this is a gourmet show. Even if Cheng Feng is blessed on the body, the attributes are basically unchanged. It is worse than a white card Satan. But keep it. Cheng Feng thought about it. If he accepted Soma Yukihira, he might be able to become a chef. After all, when he was accepting commissions, he had seen some commissions for kitchen helpers in restaurants. With the 2 cards of Sanji and Soma Yukihira, Cheng Feng could also accept these commissions. And when he saw another card, Cheng Feng's eyes really lit up. The 4th generation, Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze is here. Looking at the yellow-haired man on the card, Cheng Feng immediately equipped him to his own card slot. At the same time, he replaced Irika's card. Then, Cheng Feng picked and chose the remaining purple cards, blue cards, and green cards. In the end, Cheng Feng's attributes and card slots were all brand new. Name, Cheng Feng. Level, 1. Physical, 6+, 184. Strength, 8+, 173. Agility, 7+, 201. Skills, Receive Magic. Equipment, Snow Walk. Card slots, Inuyasha, Gold, Minato Namikaze, Gold, Edward, Gold, Sanji, Gold, Sonic the Hedgehog, Purple, Elizabeth, Purple. At this moment, Cheng Feng's attributes are extremely exaggerated. According to Cheng Feng's estimation, even Urza's 3 attributes of physical strength and agility are only about 100, comparable to a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. With the blessing of the cards, Cheng Feng is now able to surpass Urza. But attributes are attributes. If you really fight, you still have to consider all aspects comprehensively, not just compare attributes. But it doesn't matter. Cheng Feng smiled slightly, he can already abuse Grey. But before the abuse, Cheng Feng opened the mysterious gift. Congratulations on getting the card upgrader, 10 purple blank cards. Looking at what was opened, Cheng Feng was confused. But as he studied it carefully, he immediately understood the function of this card upgrader. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is a function of synthesizing cards. Cards you don't need can be randomly synthesized into new cards. Every 5 cards of the same level can be synthesized into a new card of the same level, every 10 cards of the same level can be synthesized into an advanced card. For example, if you put the 10 purple blank cards as a gift. As the card upgrader is activated, the 10 purple cards are shattered and turned into purple light that is injected into the center, and with the 10 purple lights, Injection, a golden card emerged. Weather stick, gold, dot. Looking at this card, Cheng Feng immediately understood that he had no use for it. And he had just drawn so many unused cards, and now they are useful. This is pretty good. Cheng Feng experimented several times, and soon all the green and blue cards in his hand turned into purple cards. After the purple cards were synthesized, they finally fell into Cheng Feng's hands, leaving only 3 gold cards. 2 of them were character cards. The cards were all daily cards and could not add any attributes. Cheng Feng put them aside and prepared them as dog food cards in the future. The only thing Cheng Feng could use was a prop card. The sword appeared in Cheng Feng's backpack space. Hitsugaya Tashiro's sword, the strongest ice and snow Zanpakuto in Soul Society, Harinmaru. Looking at this sword that could still send out bursts of chill even without its initial release, Cheng Feng nodded with satisfaction. It can be said that with this weapon, Cheng Feng will basically not need to change weapons for a long time. Harinmaru has a wide attack range. It can not only freeze the water in the air to form an ice dragon with spiritual pressure, but can even control the weather and add ice and snow damage. Who can not love such a sword? Chapter 14. Next to the river, there is an open space where Cheng Feng exercises daily. Urza was wearing armor, and her eye patch had been taken off at this time, and her eyes had been treated with artificial eyes by Granny Barusika. She stood in front of Cheng Feng, holding the night sword and looking at Cheng Feng. Are you going to use magic this time? Attack with all your strength. Cheng Feng stood on the spot, waving to Urza and said, my receiving magic is receiving the soul of the heroic spirit. I have been working hard during this period to save money to provide for the heroic spirit. So now but very strong. So that's it, I said. Why are you working so hard? Gray, who was sitting on the side, suddenly understood, looked at Cheng Feng and said, Cheng Feng, come on. Same as the original plot, at this moment Urza is the absolute child king of fairy tale. Except for Laxus, who doesn't deal with it very much, Gray has fallen into Urza's hands many times. So when I see Cheng Feng and Urza share used her magic to fight with all her strength, and immediately she ran over to watch the fight. Then let's get started. Iluza saw Cheng Feng was so confident and nodded. Change clothes, heavenly wheel armor. The next moment, the armor on Urza's body turned into heavenly wheel armor. Looking at the armor that was still tightly wrapped and had 2 more steel wings, Cheng Feng smacked his lips in his heart. It seems that the current armor is not Urza's complete armor. It is estimated that when she grows up, the armor will need to be adjusted. But it is enough. I'm on it. Urza's eyes condensed, her hands clenched the swords, and she exuded a powerful aura. Her body leaned forward slightly, and then she exerted force suddenly. Her whole body was like an arrow leaving the string, moving at an alarming speed. Rushing towards Cheng Feng, her figure left a trail of shadows in the air, and she came to Cheng Feng in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the 2 swords in her hands also waved, turning into 2 dazzling moon arcs. With a fierce sword energy, he slashed towards Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng took a deep breath, and his whole body burst into light. The next moment, Cheng Feng's hair turned golden, wearing a moon-white royal robe, and he had 2 more in his hands. The strange-looking art kunao. Too slow. Seeing that Cheng Feng had just taken it all in, Urza immediately shouted and slashed down mercilessly with both swords. Slow? This is not slow. Cheng Feng chuckled and threw out the kunao suddenly. Urza was stunned for a moment, because Cheng Feng's kunao did not attack her at all, but went behind her. Out of stock. Urza was a little confused, but the next moment, Cheng Feng disappeared in front of her, and her attack failed instantly. Disappeared? Wrong. It's spatial ability. Urza turned around suddenly, turned around with her swords and slashed behind her. Ding! The 2 swords collided with the kunao, and Cheng Feng was chopped and flew out. After landing, his feet left 2 traces on the ground. After stopping, Chang Feng held a kunao in his hand, looked at Urza and said she is worthy of being Urza. Her combat reaction is really fast. Is this your new ability? Urza pointed her sword at Chang Feng and said, the speed is okay, but that's it. Of course, not only that, I'm coming. Chang Feng chuckled and disappeared instantly. This trick again. Urza turned around instantly and slashed out with both swords. But the next moment, Chang Feng threw a kunao again and disappeared. Urza's attack failed and she immediately looked towards the place where the kunao was thrown. Sure enough, Chang Feng appeared next to kunao. It seems that transferring requires that kind of strange weapon. Urza understood instantly. Just when she was about to take action, she saw Chang Feng taking out 7 or 8 more kunao. Urza suddenly had a headache. She raised her feet and took out the kunao in front of her. Wuji kicked him out. Swish swish swish. The kunao instantly fell around Urza. Urza was a little worried about where Chang Feng would attack from. I'm not afraid of the quantity. Elsa's magic power exploded, and night swords suddenly appeared behind her. As expected of Urza, she has such fighting power at such a young age. Chang Feng sighed in his heart, and then disappeared on the spot. At this, Elsa immediately caught Chang Feng's traces, swung her sword suddenly, and shot 2 night swords towards Chang Feng. Chang Feng stood still and did not move, and on his right hand, a blue weapon rotating at high speed suddenly appeared. Colored balls. Raise Nan. Chang Feng suddenly rushed out and rushed towards the knight's sword. He waved the raised nan and collided with the knight's sword. The sudden impact force knocked the knight's sword away in an instant. The art of shadow clone. A burst of white smoke erupted, and in an instant 3 more identical Chang Feng appeared around Chang Feng. At this scene, Urza and Gray, who were watching the battle, were stunned. So, go ahead, don't blame me for bullying the less. *4. The 4 Chang Feng spoke and disappeared in place, forming a quadrilateral and surrounding Urza. 4 Red Yang formation. In an instant, a rectangular barrier with 4 red transparent flames surrounded Urza. Urza wanted to break through, but found that the barrier was extremely strong, and there was flames burning on the surface. She attacked the barrier with the knight's sword one after another, but she couldn't break through. Urza smiled bitterly, and after changing her clothes helplessly, she said to Chang Feng, I admit defeat. I can't break through this barrier at the moment. Seeing Urza admit defeat, Gray was immediately excited. Chang Feng lifted the 4 Red Yang formation, and the 3 shadow clones turned into smoke and dissipated. Feeling the experience fed back by the shadow clones, Chang Feng laughed. In this way, he can really use a cheat when he practices in the future. Gray ran over and said excitedly, Great, Chang Feng, you defeated the big devil. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, Urza's iron fist hit Gray on the head. Gray immediately covered his head and squatted down, with a big swelling on his head. Deserve it. Chang Feng had no sympathy for Gray's experience at all. He released the receiving state and was about to take Gray to try Sanji's card. He suddenly felt keenly that his own attributes seemed to be enhanced. What's going on? Chang Feng was stunned for a moment, and then immediately opened the character interface. Name, Chang Feng. Level, 2. Body, 8+, 184. Strength, 10+, 173. Sensitivity, 9+, 201. Looking at the improved levels on the panel, Chang Feng was stunned. Did he defeat Urza? You know, he has been studying how to upgrade for more than a year, but no matter how hard he tried, the level has not changed. But now, he has upgraded. In an instant, Chang Feng thought a lot and then looked at Gray with shining eyes. Gray, come and fight me. Chang Feng said to Gray, the kind that uses magic. Ah! Gray raised his head and looked at Chang Feng with tears in his eyes. Then, he was pulled up by Chang Feng, and the two started fighting. 2 minutes later, Gray fell to the side, and Cheng Feng shook his right foot. Let the devil's wind feet cool down. When he opened the character interface and saw that it had been upgraded to level 3, Cheng Feng realized. It turns out that upgrading requires the collision of magic, and you can only upgrade after defeating powerful enemies. Chapter 15. Hey, Gray, let's have another fight. In the guild, Cheng Feng smiled brightly and approached Gray. Gray glanced at Cheng Feng, rubbed his livid eyes, and turned around to leave. Urza, let's go exercise. Urza, who was sitting there with her back to Cheng Feng, couldn't help but tremble even though she was wearing armor. She stood up suddenly, showed Cheng Feng a smile that was uglier than crying and said, I'm sorry, Cheng Feng. Feng, I have a commission, so I have to take the first step. After saying that, Urza immediately ran out of the guild. Cheng Feng looked at Urza's back and stretched out his hand to keep her, but Urza ran faster. That, Kana-chan. You are sexually harassing me. Kana, who was wearing a dress, looked at Cheng Feng, picked up the book and walked away without even looking back. Uncle Macau. I have something going on at home. Uncle Wakaba. Xiao Feng, I'm going to get married. Let's not talk anymore. Ridazal. I want to go out and sketch. I'm leaving. Nobu. There is actually a commission suitable for me here. I'm going to leave now and stop talking. Cheng Feng. Ever since he learned that magic combat can be upgraded, Cheng Feng has also fallen into a crazy battle. Anyway, the commission will not come for a while, and the new commission will either not be able to grab the others, or it will be too late. Makarov didn't allow him to accept the commission, so he simply worked hard and concentrated on improving his strength. At first, he still pulled Gray and Urza, but when they realized that they were no match for Cheng Feng, they couldn't handle it. In order to prevent the other party from fighting so frequently, he avoided Cheng Feng and then extended his claws to other people in the guild. At first, Cheng Feng was not able to defeat the guild members well, but as time went on, Cheng Feng continued to practice and receive several cards alternately. His strength and combat experience improved at an extremely terrifying speed, directly overpowering others. In the end, it became what it is now. Cheng Feng lay on the table depressedly and opened the current character interface. Name, Cheng Feng. Level, 10. Body, 27 plus, 184. Strength, 28 plus, 173. Agility, 28 plus, 201. 5 months. Reached level 10 in one breath, and as the level reached level 10, Cheng Feng felt that he could receive the abilities of the two cards into himself. This was definitely a qualitative leap. And Cheng Feng estimated that, if the level continues to increase, he may be able to receive more cards, and even receive all 6 cards. By then, Cheng Feng may have collected 6 red cards. After receiving it from him, Cheng Feng felt that he could beat the Black Dragon Acknowledger. Unfortunately, the people in the guild did not cooperate and did not give Cheng Feng a chance to gain experience. Makarov smiled at the frustrated Cheng Feng, then handed Cheng Feng a commission and said, Cheng Feng, you can try this commission. I think you can try the Crusade mission. Cheng Feng took the order sheet and took a look at it. It marked the commission to conquer the lizardmen. Cheng Feng's eyes lit up. Makarov had never accepted such high-intensity crusade tasks for him before. Even if it was a crusade, it would be such weak monsters like rabbits. So Cheng Feng guessed that the reason why he didn't upgrade in the first place was probably because these monsters were too weak and did not provide him with the experience that only Urza and the others had. Only by fighting against them and defeating them with a certain level of strength can you gain a certain amount of experience and level up. When he thought of this, Cheng Feng sighed inwardly. His golden finger was already half broken, and he had no clues whatsoever. Guess for yourself. Sometimes I'm really tired. Grandpa President, I accept this commission. Cheng Feng said immediately. He had an impression of lizardmen. They are very powerful monsters themselves, and they are good at water or earth magic. They usually live in swamp areas. Once they escape, they will indeed cause certain damage to the surrounding villages or towns. Not to mention that the commission fee is 200,000 J. This lizard man alone can make Cheng Feng go there. He can also test it. If defeating the lizard man will also give him a certain amount of experience, then Cheng Feng doesn't need to. As a member of the Huo Guild, from now on, you can just focus on completing the crusade mission. Cheng Feng packed up and took a change of clothes. Cheng Feng took the Magnolia train and headed to the commissioned place. After a full day's train ride in the town of St. Caroline, Cheng Feng finally arrived at this town with many nearby lakes. When he got off the train, Cheng Feng saw many people selling a unique fruit. Cheng Feng also spent money to buy a few to try the taste. When you bite into it, juice splashes everywhere. This fruit looks a bit like a pear, but its taste is similar to watermelon, with plenty of juice and good sweetness. After asking about it, I learned that this kind of fruit is a specialty here. Regarding the commission, nearby fruit farmers pooled their money and commissioned a magician to deal with a lizard man who ran away from nowhere. Lizardmen are good at swimming, and there are many lakes here. I guess their magic is also water-related, which is a bit difficult to deal with. After collecting the information, Cheng Feng had a headache. Many times, the difficulty of the subjugation mission is not to subjugate the monster, but more to search for the traces of the monster. I have no idea for now, so I will contact the client and ask about the situation. Cheng Feng ate the fruit and then found the client. Or rather, the clients. Because this commission was jointly funded by several fruit farmers, and because of this, the reward was as much as 200,000 J. From them, I learned that the fruit trees they planted, that is, the fruit Cheng Feng ate, themselves need to absorb a lot of water, so the planting site also depends on the water source. There are many waters near the town of St. Caroline, which also provides unique geographical conditions, but relatively speaking, once monsters like lizardmen who are good at water magic are mixed in, the damage to the orchard is very large. According to their description, in just one night, their orchard lost hundreds of kilograms of fruit, which is equivalent to hundreds of thousands of J in currency. They can't bear to do this every day. They also organized people to resist, but they were all defeated by the lizardmen, and many people were seriously injured. So everyone chipped in their money and sent the commission to the local guild president alliance, and then the alliance distributed it to the fairy tale guild. Then the lizard man's target is the fruits of the orchard, and he probably plans to settle here. There is a situation of hurting people, and it really needs to be punished, and the action will be done at night. Cheng Feng pondered for a moment, looked at the fruit farmers and said, I almost understand. Then I will guard the orchard tonight. If the lizard man appears, leave it to me to deal with it. Chapter 16. Night falls quietly, and the fruit farmers go to rest early after a busy day. Of course, this is what Cheng Feng asked for. After all, they are ordinary people. To put it bluntly, not only cannot they help, they may also get in the way. The opponent only has one lizard man, so he can do it alone. Cheng Feng was sitting on the tallest fruit tree, looking at the lake in the distance, and on his lap was a tachi that exuded a chill. The moonlight was bright. Cheng Feng yawned and waited silently. The surroundings were quiet at the moment. If there was any slightest movement, Cheng Feng would be the first to notice it. Wow! Suddenly, just as the moon was high in the center of the sky, Cheng Feng's ears heard a crisp and sudden sound of water breaking. The sound broke the tranquility of the night and made his heart tighten. Cheng Feng quickly stood up without hesitation, standing firmly at the fork of the branch, staring sharply at the water in the distance. I saw layers of fine ripples rippling on the surface of the water. They seemed to be pushed by an invisible force, sweeping towards the orchard at an alarming speed. These ripples do not appear to be natural, but are caused by waves caused by an unknown object moving through the water. Cheng Feng couldn't help but feel vigilant. He stared closely at the approaching water patterns, trying to catch any clues from them. As time passes, the ripples get closer and larger. Come yet. Cheng Feng thought, his black hair turned into gold, and a pair of white dog ears poked out. The next moment, a kunao shot towards the water surface. The sudden attack made the underwater creatures alert, and suddenly a huge wave rushed towards the jutsu kunao. Aha! A burst of sound broke through the air, and Cheng Feng appeared next to kunao. Looking at the huge waves, he unsheathed the sword in his hand and suddenly slashed out. Wind injury. The wind roared like a ferocious beast, roaring with its teeth and claws. And this powerful hurricane was also mixed with a biting chill, which seemed to penetrate the bone marrow. At this moment, the huge waves and the hurricane faced colliding together. In an instant, the raging waves were frozen into hard ice in an instant. Then, the huge ice sculpture was ruthlessly torn into countless tiny ice fragments by the hurricane, and scattered down one after another. Like a feast of ice and snow. These ice fragments are flying in the air, shining with cold light, giving people a dreamlike feeling. They are intertwined with the strong wind, forming a spectacular and mysterious picture. Snap! Cheng Feng landed on the water and did not sink. Looking under the water, Cheng Feng sneered and said, "Want to run?" The next moment, the kunao was shot out, and Cheng Feng blocked the opponent in front of him. Sitting upright in the frost sky, Hiren Meru. After the initial release, a chain with a half-moon-shaped tail appeared behind the hilt of Hiren Meru, and the entire katana was wrapped in an ice dragon. Come out! With one slash of the knife, the ice dragon roared and rushed into the water. The entire lake cooled down rapidly from the ice dragon, and the lake water quickly condensed towards the surrounding areas. Boom! The water surface exploded, and a large dark green lizard rushed out and landed on the ice. The lizard man was humanoid, with scales all over his body that were extremely defensive. At the same time, he had the ability to resist water. Wherever there is a water source, he was extremely vulnerable. It's difficult to deal with. But, the entire lake is freezing rapidly. Cheng Feng doesn't believe that he can still mobilize the lake water to attack. Haha! The lizard man roared at Cheng Feng and suddenly rushed towards Cheng Feng. Water surged above his claws. Well done! Cheng Feng drew his knife, and the ice dragon roared and rushed towards the lizard man. The lizard man's vertical pupils shrank quickly, his legs suddenly squatted down, and he used the slippery surface of the ice to glide while grabbing the ice dragon with his sharp claws. The water blade was like a blade, leaving deep scratches on the ice dragon. Cheng Feng looked at the approaching lizard man and sneered. When the blade turned, a layer of ice blocked the other side of the lizard man in front of him. A claw collided with the ice wall, leaving deep scratches on it, but it did not break the defense. The next moment, the hurricane roared, and the terrifying wind damage set off strong winds, directly shattering the ice wall in front of it, mixed with a large amount of it. The hurricane of broken ice suddenly hit the lizard man. The lizard man hurriedly put his arms to protect the vital part of his head. However, it was too late. The extremely powerful hurricane hit hard with countless broken ice. It hit him. These pieces of ice were like sharp ice knives shining with cold light, mercilessly cutting into the lizard man's hard scales. In an instant, the lizard man felt a sharp pain, and the scales on his body seemed to be blown away by the strong wind. At the same time, the lizard man was knocked several dozen meters away by the huge impact, and fell heavily to the ground. Although the lizard man looked a little miserable, he was just giving up. He picked up some scales and blocked wind damage. He was proud of himself. Haha! The lizard man roared, swung out his claws, and several water blades struck Cheng Feng head-on. Ice Dragon Spiral Tail. Hiren Meru slashed out, and the place where the tip of the knife crossed completely turned into a frozen area. The water blades entered it and turned into ice lumps one after another. They directly lost their kinetic energy and fell down. But this was not an attack by the lizard people. It was his interference. While Cheng Feng was dealing with the water blade, he took the opportunity to distance himself and ran away like crazy. Shadow clone technique. 3 figures rushed out, and the kunai pierced into the ice as fast as lightning. The 3 figures blocked the direction of the lizard man's retreat. The lizard man roared again, but his voice revealed a strong but weak aura. It doesn't feel too strong, even Urza can probably handle it easily. Cheng Feng chased after him. The ice dragon roared and whizzed directly towards the lizard man. Just when the ice dragon was about to swallow the lizard man, a water blade suddenly slashed out from under the ice. The ice dragon was unaware for a moment and directly cut off. Besides, looking at the same water blade as the lizard man, Cheng Feng suddenly retreated, while the clone held the raised nan in his hand and suddenly blasted it towards the slashing point. Boom! The ice exploded instantly, and a huge lizard man that was more than 3 times larger than the previous lizard man rushed out. The opponent opened his mouth, and a huge water column swept across, and the 3 clones were directly beaten into smoke. That's right. I'm just saying it's a commission worth 200,000 J. Why are the lizardmen so weak? Looking at the giant lizard man's swollen chest, he immediately understood that they were a mother and son. But Cheng Feng suddenly flicked her in Meru and laughed just to see if defeating you can allow me to level up. The next moment, Cheng Feng disappeared from the place, and when he reappeared, he was already in his previous clone. Harinmeru slashed out, and the hurricane caused by the wind wound slashed towards the 2 lizardmen. The large lizardman protected them. My own child, the wind wound slashed her body, making a series of sounds, but it did not break through her scales. Hard enough, then what about this move? The technique kunai was fired, and when it appeared again, Cheng Feng hit the big lizard man with a raised nan. Boom! The large lizard man was blown away. It is obvious that compared to the wind injury of group damage, the single attack raised nan is stronger. The scales on the large lizard man exploded, and the blood continued to flow. The lizard man roared and kept throwing water blades towards Cheng Feng. Die! Cheng Feng suddenly swung the ice bullet, and countless ice bullets attacked the small lizard man like a flock of birds. Roar! The huge lizardman let out a deafening roar, but it did not change anything. The icy ice bullet rushed like a bullet, easily piercing the water blade and ruthlessly smashing into the body of the small lizardman. The small lizardman was terrified and his face turned pale. He tried to escape or resist, but it was too late. The ice bullet hit him mercilessly and instantly froze him into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. Then, a weak vibration spread quietly, and the entire ice sculpture began to tremble. Tiny cracks began to appear. These cracks were very small at first, but in the blink of an eye, they spread rapidly, covering the ice sculpture like a spider web. With a crisp click, the cracks suddenly intensified and eventually turned into a shocking shattering. In an instant, countless ice cubes flew everywhere, like a grand ice and snow carnival. The ice sculpture completely collapsed, turning into flying ice chips that fell all over the sky. This scene is both beautiful and cruel, revealing an indescribable sense of beauty. Roar! His own child died in front of him, and the big lizard man went crazy and attacked Cheng Feng desperately. I sympathize with you, but this is work. Looking at the other party's appearance, although the species was different, Cheng Feng was also touched. So, give you a good time. The disorganized lizard man is no longer Cheng Feng's opponent at this moment. In a flash, Cheng Feng disappeared from the place. When he reappeared, her pill flashed past the lizard man's neck. The lizard man was stunned. He stood there, and then fell to the ground unwillingly. Chapter 18. Hey, kid! Someone knocked on the table opposite Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng looked up and saw Lax's arrogant face. You have been very arrogant recently. Do you want to fight with others? How about you come and fight me? Laxus looked at Cheng Feng with an aggressive look. Cheng Feng knew very well what his purpose was. Do not hit. Cheng Feng refused directly. That's not up to you. Laxus sneered, his hands flashing with lightning, and he attacked Cheng Feng directly. Laxus. With a roar, Cheng Feng was not allowed to take action. Makarov took the lead to block it, and protected Cheng Feng with his huge palm. Laxus's electric light hit his palm, but it had no effect. Laxus looked at his face. The angry Makarov shouted in displeasure, "Old man, what do you want to do? What do you want to do?" Makarov said angrily, "You want to attack your guild mates." Makarov couldn't understand why the well-behaved child turned out like this. "I want to become the next president of Fairy Tale, old man, please retire." Laxus said coldly, "No one can stop me." Hey, I can't pretend I didn't hear what you said." Before Makarov could speak, Cheng Feng stood up, looked directly at Laxus and said, "Unfortunately, although I don't want to be the president, I am quite satisfied with the title of the fourth generation. Interested in? Therefore, I will not leave the title of the fourth generation guild president to anyone. So you want to be my enemy?" Laxus's forehead was throbbing with veins, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes as he looked at Cheng Feng. "You can try." Cheng Feng responded without hesitation. Their eyes collided in the air, and sparks burst out between them. "You two, please calm down." Makarov had a headache. With one hand, he directly suppressed Laxus and Cheng Feng. There is a new person here to join. If he doesn't leave a good impression on the other party, what is he going to do? Not dead. Cheng Feng and Laxus fell silent, but when they looked at each other, it was obvious that the feud was settled. This naughty kid needs training. Cheng Feng knew very well who Laxus was. After thinking about the fairy tale civil war, he made up his mind that the first plot he wanted to change was to erase the fairy tale civil war. As the core of this plot, Laxus Si, he must settle it first. Ignoring Cheng Feng's mental activities, Makarov looked at the shocked Natsu and said with a smile, "Are you okay? Aren't you scared? Awesome! There are so many amazing people in the guild. I'm so excited." Obviously, Makarov was overthinking. How could a stubborn person like Natsu be affected by this? "President, is this a newcomer?" Kana glanced at Natsu and asked Makarov. His name is Natsu Dragneel, he masters the lost ancient magic." "Oh? To actually master such a rare magic?" When other people heard this, they immediately became interested. "Of course." Natsu puffed out his chest and said, "My dragon-slaying magic was taught to me by my father Igneel." "Igneel? Who is he? I've never heard of him." "I don't know, it's probably some old monster." "Igneel is not a monster, he is a dragon. Fire dragon." Listening to the murmurs of the guild members, Natsu suddenly shouted, but soon he said, a little discouraged, "But he disappeared in front of me." Dragon. Facing the legendary creature, everyone was stunned. They wanted to say that this was impossible, but looking at Natsu's depressed look, they couldn't say this. "Idiot, how long has it been since the dragons disappeared? There are no dragons anywhere in the world. Just because others won't say it, doesn't mean Laxus won't say it. There are dragons in this world." Just when Laxus finished speaking, Cheng Feng suddenly spoke, confusing everyone who had not had time to react. "There are dragons? Have you seen one with your own eyes?" Laxus sneered, with a look of disbelief on his face. "Don't tell me, I've actually seen it." Cheng Feng looked at Laxus tit for tat and said, "But that guy is a black dragon. I only saw it flying past from a distance, but even so, I can feel how terrifying that guy is." Black dragon. Everyone was confused. Seeing that Cheng Feng said he had a nose and eyes, they couldn't guarantee whether what Cheng Feng said was true. Natsu looked at Cheng Feng with excitement and said, "Have you seen a dragon? Can you take me there? I want to ask him if he has seen Igneel." Hearing Natsu's words, Cheng Feng was speechless. Where did he go to find Acknowledge? Even if he found it, if Natsu went to ask, he would probably be bitten to death by Acknowledge. "Sorry, I just took a look from a distance. I don't know where he went." Cheng Feng could only do Tai Chi and did not directly tell Natsu the truth. Natsu was a little disappointed. On the other hand, seeing that his words were overturned by Cheng Feng, Laxus's forehead was throbbing with veins. He looked at Cheng Feng and whispered, "You guy." Cheng Feng looked at Laxus, who was already like a powder keg and would explode at the first touch, and sighed slightly. "Do you really want to fight me?" "Certainly." Laxus clenched his fist and said with lightning flashing, "But I won. You have to stand at the door of the guild and shout 'I am weak' 100 times. Good." Cheng Feng also looked at Laxus and said, "But you lost. Kneel down and apologize to Grandpa Guild Master." Hearing Cheng Feng's words, Laxus' anger suddenly rose up, and the lightning around him became even more intense. "You guy! If you don't hurry, get out of here. Who wants to fight with you?" As soon as the provoking method came out, Laxus immediately fell into the trap. After all, he has a naughty character and is young himself. How can he withstand provocation? Cheng Feng, Laxus, alas! Makarov couldn't help but sigh as he watched the two of them facing each other, but he didn't stop it. When others saw this, they also became interested. Cheng Feng and Laxus can be said to be the two strongest people of the younger generation. The two of them are going to fight, and it seems like it is going to happen, so this fight is worth paying attention to. While thinking this, Cheng Feng and Laxus had already walked out of the guild. Seeing this, other people also followed out and waited for the fight between the two. As for the two of them fighting until the end and they couldn't stop fighting, they are not worried at all. After all, Makarov's title of Holy Ten Mage is not just for boasting, but for real strength. What kind of waves can these two little brats create in front of Makarov? Chapter 19. The two of them had just stood upright when Laxus suddenly let out a deafening roar. Along with this roar, an indescribable powerful force spurted out from inside his body. In an instant, countless dazzling lightnings swept over like a frenzy. The surrounding guild members who were just bystanders were now frightened by this sudden power. They looked at Laxus with horror on their faces, and secretly speculated in their hearts, how did he develop such terrifying strength? At the same time, the stone slabs under Laxus' feet could not withstand the impact of this powerful magic power and began to crack. Pieces of gravel flew everywhere, shooting around like bullets, bringing up bursts of smoke. The whole scene became chaotic, but Laxus stood firmly in place like a god of war, unaffected at all. At this moment, many guild members discovered that Laxus' strength was so high, and they became a little worried about Cheng Feng. Clang! With a soft cry, a sword appeared in Cheng Feng's hand at some point. Waves of cold air spread around. This appearance made the spectators stunned. "Urza, did Cheng Feng use that knife when he sparred with you?" When Gray saw this scene, he couldn't help asking Urza. "No, depending on the situation, it should be an ice magic item." Elsa looked serious. It seemed that Cheng Feng was really going to take action. "Bing, let me take a look and learn something." Gray focused his attention on Cheng Feng, ready to learn something secretly. "The most annoying ice," Natsu muttered, feeling the unpleasant temperature. "Ah? Did you just say you hate ice, you bastard? What's wrong, you naked pervert? I always feel unhappy with you. Want to fight? I'll accompany you. You two, please stop it." Boom! Boom! Natsu and Gray fell to the ground with two big bags on their heads. They couldn't argue anymore. Otherwise, if they continue like this, they will probably start fighting here before they start fighting. Boom! The ground exploded, and Laxus rushed towards Chang Feng like thunder. His heavy punches were mixed with violent thunder, and he hit Chang Feng. Sitting upright in the frost sky, Bing Lunwan. Chang Feng sighed, and the Bing Lunwan began to release. The next moment, an ice dragon roared and rushed towards Laxus. This magic item is so powerful. Where did you get it? Not sure. Looking at the ice dragon that Hiranmari rushed out, everyone was shocked, including Laxus. But there was no time for him to react. He knocked back the ice dragon with one punch, but he was also hit by the ice dragon. Retreat. Ice. Laxus felt the cold air on his fist. The electricity surged in and stimulated the cell activity. The cold air was directly dissipated. Aren't you using the receiving magic? Why aren't you using it? Do you look down on me? Lacacius roared, suddenly raising his hand. Lightning gun. The lightning instantly turned into a spear and shot towards Chang Feng quickly. As you wish. Chang Feng's hair turned golden, and a divine robe appeared on his body. The next moment, more than a dozen Chang Fengs appeared beside Chang Feng. Boo-hoo-hoo. The art kunao was shot out instantly, and more than a dozen kunao were inserted into Laxus's surroundings at random intervals. Seeing this scene, Urza and Grey couldn't help but said it's begun. What started? Hearing what the two said, the people around looked at the two. As you read, you will know that no one can keep up with Chang Feng at this time. Grey spoke, and following his words, a dozen Chang Feng immediately disappeared and appeared around Kunao. 4 Red Sun Formation. The barrier rose, directly surrounding Chang Feng and Laxus. Trap me? Laxus looked around, then at the Chang Fengs in front of him. It doesn't look like that. Raise Nan. Many clones attacked Laxus. The 4 Red Yang formation blocked the surroundings, and there was no place for Laxus to hide. However, Laxus didn't need to hide at all. Thunder and raging waves. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the surging thunder descended from the sky like a giant dragon, bringing endless power and shock. In the blink of an eye, the thunder gathered into a huge thunder ball, shining with dazzling light. Then, the thunder ball exploded violently, and countless violent lightning bolts pounced around like a group of ferocious beasts with bared fangs and claws. Those clones could not resist such a terrifying attack at all. Under the baptism of thunder and lightning, their bodies exploded one after another, turning into smoke and dissipating. After the thunder, Laxus looked at Chang Feng, who blocked the attack with an ice wall, and sneered, "That's it." Of course not. The ice wall shattered. Chang Feng looked at Laxus and said calmly, "I just want to buy a little time, and at the same time, try not to let the next attack destroy the surroundings. Pretend to be a ghost." Laxus let out a deafening roar and suddenly raised his right fist. His arm muscles were tense and his veins popped out. He concentrated all the magic power in his body into this punch, forming a highly concentrated ball of compressed thunder energy. This ball of thunderous energy shines with a heart-stopping light, and rushes forward with a destructive power. This powerful force explodes like a small nuclear bomb, everywhere it passes. Everything seemed to be torn apart. In the blink of an eye, it hit Chang Feng hard and swallowed him up completely. For a moment, there was lightning, thunder, and smoke, and the whole scene became extremely spectacular. Just when Laxus thought that Chang Feng couldn't take the blow, Chang Feng's voice suddenly came out from the thunder. Explosive flow. The next moment, the thunder that swallowed Chang Feng suddenly turned and rushed towards Laxus. What? Seeing his proud attack being bounced back, Laxus was stunned, and then he was swallowed by the thunder. It's over. Everyone looked at Laxus, who was swallowed by the thunder in the barrier, and spoke with some uncertainty. Not yet. Makarov's face was heavy, because he knew that his grandson had a trump card. This trump card was only known to him. Of course, Chang Feng also knew it. Because his weak body could not withstand the powerful magic from his grandfather, his father Ivan took a great risk to implant the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal into him, and thus became the second generation of Dragon Slayer wizard. Click, click, click. As if the sound of chewing apples sounded, Laxus, who was in the midst of thunder, opened his mouth and swallowed the thunder in one mouthful after another. This strange scene directly shocked the jaws of the spectators. Natsu looked at this familiar scene, blinked his eyes, and said uncertainly, "Is it dragon-slaying magic? I can also eat fire like this." After hearing Natsu's words, everyone looked at Makarov. Makarov did not speak, which also represented acquiescence. Laxus took a long breath and swallowed all the thunder. He wiped the corners of his mouth, and there was a faint look of dragon scales on his cheeks. "Thanks for your treatment." Laxus sneered at Cheng Feng and said, "You will definitely lose." Roar of the Brontosaurus. Laxus opened his mouth, and a stream of dragon's breath spurted out, rushing towards Cheng Feng. Looking at the extremely violent thunder, Cheng Feng's face remained calm. He knew very well that he had not fully mastered the blast burst, so he forcefully resisted it. There was nothing he could do about the thunder dragon's roar. But, why did he have to resist it? Cheng Feng ducked and disappeared, avoiding the blow while silently accumulating magic power. "You are not the only one who has the trump card." Cheng Feng swung the blade, and a bone-chilling chill gushed out. Feeling the chill, Laxus immediately distanced himself from Cheng Feng and looked at him vigilantly. As the chill became stronger and stronger, Laxus no longer waited and sent a thunder dragon's punch towards Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng sighed and used his shadow clone to block it again. "Swastika, it's a bit difficult. Is it because I'm not at a high level, or because I don't have enough magic power?" Cheng Feng looked at the shadow clone, buying himself time, once again mobilized all the magic power in his body and poured it into Hurin Pill. Chapter 20. "Exchange it for me, I want 10 draws in a row." Still feeling no response from Hurin Meru, Cheng Feng gritted his teeth and directly charged 200,000 J into the game. There was no limited time event, so he could only redeem 2,000 spirit stones. Immediately afterwards, he directly chose to draw a card and put the obtained experience card directly into Hurin Meru. Hurin Meru was directly upgraded to level 30. At the same time, Cheng Feng was reminded that Hurin Meru was at its full level and 10 Hurin Meru fragments were needed to upgrade it, which would increase Hurin Meru's level. Cheng Feng did not hesitate and directly chose to use the Hurin Pill fragments he had collected last time. Hurin Meru advanced, and there was an extra +1 symbol at the end. After completing all this, Cheng Feng's shadow clones were all defeated, but they never paid attention to Cheng Feng's Hurin Pill. With the injection of magic power, they finally responded to Cheng Feng. "It's over." The biting coldness surged again. Cheng Feng held the Hurin Pill in his hand and said coldly, "Swastika, da Honglian Hurin Pill." "Hey!" In an instant, the entire barrier was filled with snow and wind, and a giant frost dragon and a pair of ice wings appeared in front of Cheng Feng behind him. The dragon's mouth bit on Hurin Meru's hilt, his arms were even shrouded in ice, and in the mid-air behind him, a lotus petal made of ice crystals condensed. Even through the barrier, people around him could feel the biting chill, causing them to take a few steps back involuntarily. Laxus in the barrier was even more unbearable. Even though he kept the electric current stimulating his whole body, a large amount of broken ice began to appear on his limbs. 10 seconds. This is after the swastika was solved. Cheng Feng immediately understood how long he could hold on. So Cheng Feng had no extra time to waste. In the first second, Cheng Feng suddenly slashed out with a knife. In the second second, 3 or 4 icicles appeared, rushing out in an instant, trapping Laxus directly. In the third second, the cold air filled the air. In the fourth second, the thunder dragon's roar hit the icicle. At 6 seconds, the thunder dissipated, and the icicles were reduced a bit, but they were still standing. At 7 seconds, the ice crystals appeared out of thin air, swallowing Laxus bit by bit. At 8 seconds, the 1,000-year ice prison was completed, and Laxus was directly killed. It was frozen in it. At the 9th second, the lotus petals were broken. At the 10th second, Cheng Feng knelt down on one knee. The Heron pill was inserted into the ground, supporting Cheng Feng and not falling down. Dispersed. The 4 red sun formation shattered, and everyone froze in place looking at the huge icicles that were more than 10 meters high, and the frozen laxus in them. 1. Too powerful. What is this? Do we people still have a way to survive? Seeing Laxus defeat, the guild members asked themselves. In Cheng Feng's state just now, they had no means of resistance when facing Cheng Feng. Once trapped, the only thing waiting for them would be to be frozen. There is a way to go. Gray was also looking at the frozen Laxus. At that moment, he seemed to see the figure blocking him. You are you. Gray called silently in his heart, but unfortunately, that voice would never ring again. Cheng Feng wins this competition, Makarov said, ending the farce. He looked at the tired Cheng Feng, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The skinny kid back then has grown to this level now. Give him some more time, maybe Saint 10 is not his limit. While thinking, Makarov walked to Cheng Feng's side, stretched out his hand to support Cheng Feng, and injected a ray of magic power into Cheng Feng's body. Relying on this ray of magic power, the originally dried up magic power began to recover rapidly. Cheng Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air, looked at Makarov beside him, and said with a smile, President Grandpa, I won. Well, you win. Your growth has opened my eyes. Makarov touched Cheng Feng's head, then looked at the Millennium Ice Prison and said, as for Laxus, let me do it. Cheng Feng spoke. After gathering some strength, he was in the 1,000-year ice prison of Haran Meru. The originally indestructible 1,000-year ice prison instantly shattered and turned into ice shards all over the sky, bringing some relief to this hot summer. Cool. And Laxus also broke free. His whole body was cold, and there were a lot of frostbites on his body. I lost. Laxus looked incredulous. He didn't expect that he would lose after exposing the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Looking at Cheng Feng putting away his sword in front of him, Laxus was in a trance. Laxus, go and take care of your injuries first. Makarov looked at Laxus's embarrassed appearance and wanted to say something, but he finally held back. After all, he is the president of the Fairy Tale Guild. Sometimes, he can't put family affection first. Let me do it. Cheng Feng opened his mouth and used the newly restored magic power to directly receive the Elizabeth card. The next moment, Cheng Feng's black hair turned white and long, and his bangs on his forehead also covered one of his eyes. Elizabeth, among the 7 deadly sins flows the witch with the blood of druid, is also the heroine in the anime. She has the healing light that can cover the entire capital and completely restore all dying people. Laxus's simple frostbite was in Elizabeth's hands. It was not a problem at all. The healing light appeared, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, Laxus's injuries were healed. There are actually heroic spirits with healing magic. Watching Laxus recover, Makarov was also shocked. Healing magic is an absolutely rare magic in the world of fairy tale, not to mention that with healing magic, the survival rate of many magicians will be greatly improved. Improvement. If that guild had such a magician, he would definitely treat him like a treasure. Laxus looked in a daze as he looked at the recovering body. Okay, it's time to finish your work. Cheng Feng cancelled the reception and looked at Laxus. Laxus stood up, looked at Cheng Feng and said calmly, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't keep his word. After that, Laxus walked up to Makarov, knelt on the ground, hit his head heavily on the ground, and said to Makarov, old man, I was wrong. Do you know where you went wrong? Before Makarov could reply, Cheng Feng stood there with his arms folded and said, you are actually still a child who has not grown up at the spiritual level. Because you have been carrying the expectations and pressure brought by your grandfather's reputation since you were a child, you have been pursuing paranoid pursuits. Although he wants to have companions because of his strength, he cannot even make friends because he insists on maintaining a strong image. If you want to change anything, you must first recognize the reality and lower your attitude, you bastard. After Cheng Feng finished speaking, the face of Laxus, who was kneeling on the ground, had wide eyes and a face full of horror. How could this guy be possible? And after hearing Cheng Feng's words, all the fairy tale guild members started to express their anger. Looking at Laxus, who was kneeling on the ground, his expression was a little subtle. Chapter 21. Facts have proved that Laxus's nature is not bad, he is just a willful naughty child. Otherwise, in the original plot, Laxus activated the super magic fairy law, but no one in Magnolia was injured afterwards. The fundamental reason is that the fairy law is only effective for those who are considered enemies in their hearts, so Laxus Sass truly loves fairy tale. That's why it is said that Laxus is just a child who is a little willful and cannot see his own heart clearly. However, if it is placed in an ordinary family, the guidance of parents and the warmth of the family will naturally solve this problem. But here, it doesn't quite apply. First of all, Laxus' father Ivan was not a good bird himself and was driven away by Makarov early. When he first watched the anime, Cheng Feng didn't understand how a person with Makarov's personality could give birth to a person with Ivan's personality. Next is Makarov, who is busy as the guild leader and naturally has no time to care about Laxus' inner growth. Finally, Makarov never told Laxus about the matter between Makarov and Ivan. Maybe it's because the family scandal shouldn't be publicized, or maybe it's because he doesn't want Laxus to be exposed to these bad things. But Laxus had grown up and had his own ideas. His father was driven away inexplicably. He didn't understand it, so he naturally resented his grandfather Makarov. All things considered, this is what caused Laxus to change. But this time, Cheng Feng cut through the mess with a sharp knife and directly exposed the little secret in Laxus's heart to the sun. Although it effectively nipped off the signs that Laxus was about to grow crooked, for Laxus, he was completely dead. The image of a tough guy who originally showed a tall and majestic character has now been reduced to an ignorant brat. The difference between him and Laxus has also led to the fact that more than 2 months have passed since the incident, and Laxus has not shown up in the guild. According to rumors, Laxus is reflecting on his past. But in fact, he probably has no face to see anyone, and it will probably take a while before he can come out. Cheng Feng and the others were naturally happy to see this, and Makarov also found an opportunity to chat with Cheng Feng. Although there was a lot of fuss, in a nutshell, Makarov thanked Cheng Feng for waking up Laxus. At the same time, he was optimistic about Cheng Feng's current strength, and at the same time, he vaguely mentioned to Cheng Feng that he now accepts some flaws and drawbacks of magic. After chatting with Makarov, Cheng Feng also fell into deep thought. Makarov can be said to have awakened the dreamer. Cheng Feng's current strength is pretty good, but the actual problem is huge. First, there is the clutter of cards. All kinds of cards are mixed together, but there is no system. For example, take the Sanji card. Cheng Feng rarely receives the power of this card. Putting it in the card slot is just to supplement the attributes. Half-demon, ninja, alchemist, various systems are mixed together, and it is actually very difficult to show their due strength. So what Cheng Feng has to do next is to group the cards, just like Urza's dress-up magic, to combine the cards into a deck for combined reception. If you use a knife, then all 6 cards are characters that use a knife. For physical skills, then the 6 cards are all characters using physical skills. With this distinction, Cheng Feng only needs to change the deck and change his battle mode with 1 click. As for the second point, which is also the most critical point, that is the limitation of Cheng Feng's own magic power. Just like Kakashi in the early days, if he knew too much, his Sharingan would run out of blue after a while, so what the hell? The same is true for Cheng Feng now, but in fact, compared to his peers, Cheng Feng's magic power reserve is already considered top-notch. What limits him is his age and his accumulation. The cards he has are strong enough, but he doesn't have the corresponding magic power to drive them. When Cheng Feng reaches the age of 17 or 18, he will naturally be able to show his due strength. But for Cheng Feng, if he really wants to change something, then he must first exert the strength of the card. Then, magic power reserve will be a big problem. To solve the problem, in addition to training the magic power reserves in a targeted manner at this stage, as for a faster way, that is the second magic source. In the plot, in order to participate in the Great Demon Director's War, Natsu and the others opened the second source of magic with the help of Iridia, directly wiping out the 7-year gap. If Cheng Feng can activate the second magic source, then there is no doubt that he can immediately overcome the early period of insufficient magic power. When he grows up, he will naturally not have to worry about the consumption of magic power. The first problem is easy to solve. As long as I have enough money to pay for it, the number of cards will increase, and I can completely form a deck that suits me. The only trouble is that it takes more resources to cultivate so many cards, but as long as the money is in place, everything is not a problem. As for the second question, Cheng Feng thought about it carefully, and then realized that if he wanted to open the second source of magic, he couldn't get around a magic. The Arc of Time. As a lost magic, there are few records of it. If there is a template for Cheng Feng to learn by himself, Cheng Feng still has a way to learn it and then activate the second source of magic. But there is no place to learn at all, so in the end, the problem will fall on Arusha. You have to go through her to open the second source of magic. However, Arusha, who is now staying in the Devil's Heart, is not accessible to Cheng Feng at all. Therefore, it is simply unrealistic to activate the second magic source. Wait, that's not right. An idea flashed in Cheng Feng's mind, and he suddenly thought of a plan. What is the key to Arusha? Or what does she care about most? There is no doubt that it must be Uru who has sacrificed himself to seal Deliara. If Uru is resurrected, then the estrangement between mother and daughter will definitely be lifted, and even reconcile as before. So how do you accomplish this incredible operation? Cheng Feng looked at the card of Little Bean Edward in his card slot. Made from the human body. Since human beings are refined with body, soul, and spirit, that is to say, as long as these things can be refined, humans can be born without relying on the mother's womb. But in Full Metal Alchemist, it is clearly stated that the human body cannot be successfully refined because it lacks the most critical soul. But here, this most important problem is easily solved. Uru turned into ice, but her body turned into ice. Her soul just lacked the body, not dissipated. What Cheng Feng had to do was to borrow Edward's power to refine the human body, refine Uru's body, and then use this to make Uru's soul break away from the ice and integrate into the new body. When this project is completed, it means that Uru is completely resurrected. When he thought of this, Cheng Feng looked at Gray, who was facing off against Natsu. Find an opportunity to ask Gray where Deliara is now. Chapter 22. Facts have proved that there are many times when ideals are beautiful and reality is cruel. Cheng Feng thought too well after all, but Gray basically said nothing about Deliara and Uru. After all, this thing is the shadow of Gray's childhood and the scar on his heart. No matter how good the relationship is, who would have nothing to do to uncover the scar in his heart? As for showing off the physical training in front of Gray, in this regard, Cheng Feng just wanted to say hee. The refining of the human body is related to the resurrection of the dead. Not to mention the steel refining world, it is also an absolute taboo in the fairy tale world. As long as Cheng Feng dares to use it, believe it or not, Makarov's backhand is a report, killing relatives for justice. Therefore, this matter can only be carried out quietly, and then everyone who knows about it will shut up and pretend that it did not happen. Otherwise, if the news leaks out, Cheng Feng will definitely not be able to take advantage of it. To sum up, there is no evidence, and we don't want to spoil it. Cheng Feng has no way to pry open the door from Gray. The only progress is to learn from Gray that his master, lose just a name. In response to this, Cheng Feng felt discouraged and began to accept new commissions. There is no way, the second magic source is temporarily put on hold, then the construction of the deck will be put on the agenda. Cheng Feng also wants to start working hard to make money and prepare to draw cards. Fighting the devil? The remuneration is actually 180,000 J, which is not bad. Looking at the few commissions left on the commission column, Cheng Feng found a new commission form. It recorded the location and reward of the subjugation commission. The distance was not too far, and it only took half a day by train. Plus the location of the crusade target is marked on this request. If you are fast, you can come back at night. After accepting this crusade mission, Cheng Feng left the guild with ease. With the existence of the system backpack, Cheng Feng usually works. They were all extremely relaxed. Compared to Urza's situation of carrying large bags and small bags in the future, it was simply enviable. After getting on the train, Cheng Feng closed his eyes and fell asleep. He and Natsu are a perfect match. Natsu is obsessed with all means of transportation, but he will feel sleepy as soon as he gets on the vehicle. If he doesn't sleep for a while, he will still feel sleepy after getting off. But compared to Natsu, Cheng Feng is a little better. That is, even if he fell asleep, as soon as he was about to arrive at the station, or something interfered with him, he would wake up immediately. Compared with Natsu's nausea, Cheng Feng obviously won. After half a day of train travel, Cheng Feng slept all the way and soon arrived at the station where he was entrusted. I remember the client is the village chief, and the target location is a church in the village. Cheng Feng scratched his head and then walked towards the nearby village. He would meet the client first, then confirm the situation, and then quickly resolve it, and then go to have a quick lunch. It should be low risk and not wandering, so deal with it early and eat early. Cheng Feng has done this kind of commission many times, and he is pretty well versed. So even though it was almost lunchtime, he decided to deal with the commission first, and then go to the client's place for lunch. This saves money on lunch. Perfect. While thinking about this, Cheng Feng also arrived at the village. After meeting with the village chief, Cheng Feng learned that the church had been abandoned for a long time. Someone discovered a demon-like creature lurking inside. At first it only made a little noise at night, but now it even makes noise during the day. If I don't deal with it, I'm afraid it will leave the church, and by then, it will be too late. The village chief leaned on crutches, looked at Cheng Feng tremblingly and said, "I'll leave everything to you. Don't worry, village chief." Cheng Feng comforted him. "Even though I'm young, I've handled a lot of crusade tasks. If you don't believe me, you can check the records. Leave this matter to me and I will resolve it as soon as possible." After talking to the people in the village, Cheng Feng came to the abandoned church on the outskirts of the village alone. Looking at the dilapidated church, Cheng Feng, a master of arts, boldly opened the closed wooden door. Creaky. Boom. The wooden door made a harsh sound, and then, due to years of disrepair, it fell down, splashing a cloud of dust. Ahem, it's been a long time since anyone has been here. Wait, there are footprints. Cheng Feng waved his hand to clear away the dust. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly found some messy footprints clearly left on the thick dust on the ground. Squatting down, Cheng Feng looked carefully and found that these footprints were relatively small. Little feet? Or, a child? Cheng Feng muttered softly. But at this moment, there was a sound of tables and chairs being dragged. Cheng Feng instantly raised his head and looked towards the sound. He saw a short figure wearing a black robe appearing in the corner of the church. He saw Cheng Feng looked at himself and immediately ran towards the church without looking back. Stop! Cheng Feng rushed out suddenly, and Bing Lunwan emerged. Along with Cheng Feng's slash, a piercing cold air surged out and rushed directly towards the figure. Damn it! The next moment, a childish and hoarse voice sounded, and an arm like a dead branch stretched out from the black robe, blocking the cold air with a wave of his hand. But this was just a tentative attack by Cheng Feng, and he saw that the other party was fine. After resisting, Cheng Feng laughed. "You are so weak, you succeeded." After saying that, he dodged and approached the opponent. He slashed out Haranmaru and was about to kill the opponent with one strike. "Stop! Don't hurt your sister!" Just when Cheng Feng was about to succeed, two childish voices came out, and Cheng Feng's blade that was about to cut off stopped directly. And as the cold air filled the air, the hood of the opponent's black robe was frozen and shattered, revealing the long white hair underneath and the frightened brown-blue eyes. Seeing Cheng Feng stop, a white-haired little Lolita and a white-haired young lady rushed out and stopped Cheng Feng. In front of them, the two looked at Cheng Feng with tears in their eyes and said anxiously, "Don't hurt sister, we are not demons." Cheng Feng was silent, and Haranmaru slowly disappeared. He recognized these three. Weren't they the Strauss family? Then the girl in black robe, and her arms like dead branches, it was obvious that she was Myra Jane, the demon of fairy tale in the future. Unexpectedly, after accepting a commission, I would bump into Myra Jane and the other three. Cheng Feng recalled the plot he knew, and then remembered that Myra Jane was possessed by a demon in order to eliminate the demons that were causing trouble in the church when she was a child. As a result, she was hated by the people in the village and was forced to leave the village. Later she met Makarlov was brought to the guild, but now it seems that he came into contact with Myra Jane earlier than Makarov, or, turn him back? Chapter 23. Seeing Cheng Feng put away the sword, Lisana and Elfman just breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, Cheng Feng reached out and passed by the two of them, grabbing Marajana's black robe. "Don't want!" Amid Marajana's horrified cry, Cheng Feng suddenly used force and tore off Marajana's black robe, revealing the little girl-like outfit underneath. Of course, her withered. Seeing her hidden secret exposed, Myra Jane curled up like a wounded puppy and tried her best to block her right arm with her body. "I'm not a devil, I'm not a devil." She just kept repeating the same words. No matter how strong she was still a child after all. As she spoke, tears kept flowing down. Lisana and Elfman also cried. The three of them were originally orphans, but now their eldest sister has become like this. As a family, they feel like the sky is falling. Bang! But at this moment, Cheng Feng flicked his finger and hit Marajana's forehead directly. A sharp pain came over Myra Jane, who was still crying, and she squatted down with her hands covering her forehead. The original sadness disappeared, and she looked at Cheng Feng fiercely and said, "It hurts so much. What on earth do you want to do? Are you going to exchange me for a bounty?" Lisana and Elfman were immediately excited when they heard it, and hurried to protect their sister. Although their strength was not very good, this attitude made Cheng Feng couldn't help laughing. "I just don't understand what you are crying about," Cheng Feng said with a smile, and then stretched out his hand. With partial reception, Cheng Feng's arm transformed into the claws of Inuyasha's half-demon. Although they are still similar to humans, the sharp nails obviously don't look like humans. "Look!" Holding Cheng Feng's arm, Myra Jane and the others stopped crying and looked at Cheng Feng in disbelief. "As you can see, I have the same magic as you." Cheng Feng retracted his arm, looked at the curious Myra Jane and said, "This kind of magic is called receiving magic, but it seems that you awakened yourself, and I learned it through study. From this point of view, your talent is very good. Powerful. It's just that you don't have systematic study and can't control this power well. If you want, I can teach you how to cancel partial reception." "Real?" After hearing Cheng Feng's words, the three of them exclaimed in surprise. "Certainly. I am a fairy tale guild mage, so I still have some credibility." Cheng Feng raised a finger and said to Myra Jane and the others, "However, I am here to deal with the demons here, but it seems that you have taken away my job. So in exchange, I will teach you how to receive magic." I will take half of the bounty entrusted this time. Why don't you go and grab it? Mirage became anxious upon hearing this and said to Cheng Feng, I heard that the village chief took 180,000 J to entrust it. You obviously didn't defeat the devil, why did you take away 90,000 J? Looking at the furious Myra Jane, Cheng Feng shook his head with a smile and said, you have to know one thing, that is, this commission was transferred to the Magic Guild through the Magic Council. To put it simply, it is officially certified. In other words, only our Magic Guild can receive this reward. Even if you solve the demon, you will not be able to get the reward you deserve. It is only through my intervention that you can get so much. Do you understand? And in exchange, I'll teach you how to receive magic. Listening to Cheng Feng's unhurried explanation, Myra Jane, who was a little grumpy, finally understood. Feel sorry. Myra Jane apologized to Cheng Feng with a very sincere tone. Cheng Feng looked at her in surprise. You know, in the plot, although Myra Jane was a very gentle person in the later stages, when she was a child, she was a bad-tempered girl. But soon, Cheng Feng realized that Myra Jane became like that, after all, because she was an orphan with 2 younger siblings. Later, after accepting the demon, he was disgusted by the villagers as a demon and was expelled from the village. During this period, only Myra Jane in the original plot knew how hard he was. She is the younger brother. She is a role model for her sister and cannot fall. Maybe it is because of this that Myra Jane has such a character. Well, since you agree, let me teach you how to master receiving magic. Cheng Feng looked at Myra Jane and said, after you can transform your arm back, you can go and collect the reward with me. But don't make trouble for me. I don't need you to say anything. You just need to follow my words and that's it. Do you understand? Good. I see. We will be obedient. After receiving an affirmative answer, Cheng Feng also patiently began to talk to Milage about the use of receiving magic. Milage is indeed a genius, no wonder she can get the name of demon. Milage is particularly talented in the mastery of receiving magic. Just after listening to Cheng Feng's story and experimenting a few times, Milage mastered the essentials, and soon turned the arm that was like a dead branch back to its white and tender appearance. After the matter was settled here, Cheng Feng also took the 3 of them back to the village and informed the village chief that the demon had been dealt with. While the village chief sent someone to check it out, he was also curious about how Milage and the others followed Cheng Feng. In this regard, Cheng Feng explained that he encountered it unintentionally, and they provided him with some help when Cheng Feng was working. Then after a few interruptions, the matter was quickly turned over. After the villagers came back to confirm that the demon in the church had disappeared, the village chief also gave the reward to Cheng Feng, and also warmly invited Cheng Feng to stay for dinner. Cheng Feng naturally would not refuse, and he also took Milage and the others to the village chief's house for a meal. After eating and drinking, Cheng Feng was about to leave. Milage and the other 2 sent Cheng Feng out of the village. When he arrived at the entrance of the village, Cheng Feng looked at Milage and the other 2 and said, "Here is your 90,000 J, for you. However, Milage, you are very talented in magic, do you want to come to our guild? There, it will definitely be much better than what you have now." There was a glint in Mirajana's eyes, but she turned to look at Lysina and Elfman, and finally shook her head. She also wanted to get out of this small village, but she had her own concerns and her own younger brothers and sisters to take care of. Looking at Myra Jane, who shook his head, Cheng Feng smiled and said, "I forgot to tell you, but there are many people of the same age as you and me in our guild, and I am also an orphan. Do you want to come? Bring me with you." Lysina and Elfman together. After hearing Cheng Feng's words, not only Myra Jane, but also Lysina and Elfman's eyes also showed light. "Hello. Wait for us. Go together. Didn't you just shake your head? Stop nagging. Anyway, I'm tired of staying in the village. It's better to go out." I want to make a name for myself and make no one dare to look down on me. Okay, let's go. Well, let's go. Chapter 25. Rejected. Nonsense, it's normal to refuse, okay. It's a pity that the strongest new generation couldn't join forces. I feel like they can all go for S-class commissions. But I didn't expect that Laxus would team up with others. Pfft, I guess social death has recovered. Ha 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 ha, when I think of this, I can't help it. For a time, the fairy tale guild was filled with a happy atmosphere. What happened? Urza rushed back the next day and asked Gray about the abnormality of everyone. Gray sighed and told him what happened last night. Urza was also surprised to hear that Laxus was going to team up with Cheng Feng. What about Cheng Feng? I went to Granny Porushka's house early in the morning. Well, he won't be beaten out, right? When Urza was treating her eyes, she went to Granny Porushka's place. She knew that Granny Porushka hated human beings. If she dares Cheng Feng, I'll beat him up. Myra Jane stood up, her finger bones cracking. Urza looked at Myra Jane. This is Myra Jane, the newcomer brought back by Cheng Feng and the mage who receives magic. Gray explained. Oh, hello, I'm Urza. Urza saw her peers and was ready to say hello. Yep, tough woman. Mirage glanced at Urza with a look of disdain. What did you say? Urza stood there stiffly, veins popping out on her forehead, and the corners of her smiling mouth twitched. How about it, I see you are unhappy. Mirage directly shouted back. Oh, airport. What did you say? You tough guy wanna fight? Come on, you exhibitionist. Clam. Looking at the smell of gunpowder getting stronger, Urza and Myra Jane, Gray and Natsu came together. Gray said to Natsu, it always feels a bit familiar. Don't get too close to me, you hypothermic bastard. Ah? What did you say, you high-temperature bastard? Want to fight? Who is afraid of whom? Then, the two sides wrestled together, and over there, Urza and Myra Jane also fought. Makarov looked at this scene and couldn't help covering his face. Hurry up and replace some metal tables, preferably welded to the ground. Otherwise, I would feel bad if I always ask Cheng Feng to fix it. As soon as this thought emerged, he saw many people joining the battlefield carrying tables and chairs. Forget it, let it be made of wood, otherwise it will easily hit bad people. Makarov immediately rejected the previous idea, otherwise even if welded to death, these people would probably be able to lift the floor. While the fight was going on in the guild, Cheng Feng was mixing potions at Granny Bolusika's side. Although Bolusika looked at Cheng Feng and kept frowning, but seeing Cheng Feng constantly using alchemy to prepare potions, she temporarily put aside her prejudices and asked some questions about the methods of alchemy to prepare potions. Success. Boryasika asked after watching Cheng Feng fiddle with a bunch of cheap herbs for a long time, and finally mixed a bottle of light golden potion. Consider it a success. Cheng Feng looked at the medicine in his hand, frowned slightly and said, but the drug resistance has not been resolved, so it is not considered a success. Well, you can try to increase the purity of the magic crystal by 3%, and then reduce the alibi pollen by 2 parts. Theoretically it is possible, but there is still resistance, not no resistance at all as I imagined. Cheng Feng lowered his head and thought deeply. There should still be some problems with the extraction. If it is strengthened, the drug resistance should be able to be reduced to an extremely low level. With that said, Cheng Feng drank the potion in one gulp. As the potion entered his stomach, Cheng Feng could feel that his magic power reserve had increased a little. Of course, this was just a drop in the bucket for Cheng Feng. Give it a try. For example, if the original potion can increase the user's magic reserve by 50% in one go, then one bottle of Cheng Feng's improved potion will only increase it by 0.1%, and it will take a certain amount of time for the body to adapt and absorb it, which is about the same. You can only take the next bottle every 7 days. Judging from the current situation of this potion, a maximum of 10 bottles is the limit. Although there are many problems, it is cheap. After making 1 bottle, and Changfeng's 1,200J per bottle, the success rate is not only 100%, but also 99%. The drug resistance is solved, and the growth rate is really 50%, which is 500 bottles of medicine, converted into money. Which is 100,000 J, which is extremely cost-effective. Money, it's all money. Changfeng sighed in his heart, and at the same time he was also thinking of ways to improve the extraction aspect. Changfeng, if we talk about extraction, I suggest you go to Cyan Pegasus. There is a person in their guild who has his own unique insights into extraction. Maybe he will give you some new inspiration. Bolusika spoke and gave Changfeng a direction. Cyan Pegasus? Granny Porushka, are you talking about one night? Changfeng was stunned, and then the man with an indescribable appearance appeared in his mind. Yiya used perfume magic, so he was very good at making perfume. The perfume he made was very popular in the kingdom of Fiori. It can be said that even if he concentrates on making perfume, he can make a lot of money. For this, Changfeng can only envy and hate him. After all, his assets are really rich, if he didn't like to be a magician. I guess I have been using perfume for a long time and have become the top few on the rich list of Fiori Kingdom. Therefore, in terms of extraction technology, Yi does have his own skills. If he can steal a master, he can indeed greatly reduce the drug resistance. Sex. There is drama. Changfeng stood up, and then said to Granny Balayasika, Grandma, do you know anyone from the Cyan Pegasus? I really want to go take a look. You should ask that old man Makarov about this. Bolusika cleared the table and said to Changfeng, he and Babu have a better relationship. Changfeng nodded and rolled his eyes in his heart. Porushika and Babu also have a good relationship. She just said this simply because she didn't want to get herself into trouble. To know why fairy tale has been passed down to this day, to the plot at the beginning, the only S-class mage in the guild was Guildarts, so there were no other S-class mage? Of course not. That was because of the older generation of S-class mage had already left the guild and became the guild president. For example, Bobo of the Cyan Pegasus and Goldman of the Four Hounds were both members of the Fairy Tale Guild when they were young. How could Granny Poryasika not know them at the same time? It doesn't matter. To put it bluntly, it's just that she is too lazy to show up. Chapter 26. You want to go to Cyan Pegasus? Makarov put down the bottle, looked at Changfeng and asked curiously, what are you going to do there? I have something to learn. Changfeng told Makarov about his potion, and Makarov was slightly shocked. He didn't expect that Changfeng had successfully improved the completely useless potion. If the drug resistance was solved as Changfeng said, then this improved potion would definitely be what all wizards dream of. Changfeng, if his magic power reserves increase, he can definitely participate in the S-class wizard assessment. Makarov thought of that short-lived scene. If the time of that scene is increased, there is no doubt that Changfeng already has the strength of an S-class mage. I'm really looking forward to it. When such a young S-class mage comes out, it will probably shock many people's jaws. Makarov thought with some wickedness, and then prepared a letter of introduction for Changfeng to hand over to Bob at that time. Changfeng nodded, took the letter and prepared to set off. Etc. Just when Changfeng was about to leave, Makarov called out to Changfeng. Changfeng turned around and looked at Makarov in confusion. Chairman, is there anything else? Makarov jumped off the counter and looked Changfeng up and down. Because of the long-term work, Changfeng didn't dress up. He had messy half-long hair and always wore a black t-shirt and sweatpants. Although he was full of energy, he always gave people a dusty look. If you go to Cyan Pegasus, you are representing the guild's face. Bobna people still value appearance. Makarov shouted toward the outside. Urza, Myra Jane, Kana, you two will take care of Cheng Feng, and I'll pay for it. After Cheng Feng heard this, he felt a chill instantly. Without turning around, he felt 3 pairs of eyes shining behind him, looking at Cheng Feng with evil intentions. Before Cheng Feng could speak, he heard Makarov shook his head and said, "Forget it, girls in the guild, come together, it will be faster this way." The next moment, Cheng Feng felt that the line of sight had multiplied exponentially, and all the goosebumps appeared on Cheng Feng's back. No. 3 hours later, a brand new Cheng Feng walked out of the guild, but he was exhausted, as if he had completed more than a dozen commissioned tasks in a row. Now Cheng Feng's hair was cut into short pieces and slightly combed. He looked very sunny. He also washed his body. At the same time, his clothes were changed into a light grey inner layer and a straight suit with a double belt, trousers, and a light gold royal robe with light red lines on the outermost layer. This dress always feels like JoJo's style, I don't know where they got it from. Cheng Feng tugged on his light grey lining, which was open on the chest. Through this, he could see part of the Union emblem printed on his heart. Although Cheng Feng didn't like this feeling, he had to admit it. After being punished, Cheng Feng's appearance, which originally had a maximum of 7 points, was able to reach 9 points in one jump. 1 point less would make him proud. Basically, women looked at this point from Cheng Feng to the train station. Cheng Feng could tell by looking back for a while, but Cheng Feng didn't pay much attention to it. When he woke up, he was already in the city where Cyan Pegasus was. Pegasus is more high profile, and the guild building is relatively open. You can see the guild members inside from the outside, and. Hey? When Cheng Feng looked at the filming activities going on inside the guild, he immediately realized that most of the guilds were Cyan Pegasus. Handsome men and beautiful women are naturally more popular, and magazines often come to take photos. They get paid for taking pictures, but these people naturally don't refuse. It seems that I am here at a bad time. What are you looking at? Just when Cheng Feng was hesitant to go in and disturb him, a voice suddenly came from behind Cheng Feng. This sudden voice startled Cheng Feng, and he turned around suddenly and looked behind him. A fat male demon uncle said with one hand holding his face. He looked Cheng Feng up and down with a smile and said, "Ara, he is really a handsome boy." Bro, are you from the Fairy Tale Guild? Uncle Bob, the president of Cyan Pegasus, keenly saw the exposed guild crest, looked at Cheng Feng and said with a smile, "Is Makarov okay?" Grandpa, the president, is very energetic. Cheng Feng bowed to Babu and said, "I am the wizard of Fairy Tale Guild, Cheng Feng." As he spoke, Cheng Feng took out a letter of introduction and handed it to Bo Buletin. "I came to Cyan Pegasus this time to learn about extraction from Yi of your guild." Alas, it's true. After reading the letter of introduction, Bob reached out and patted Cheng Feng on the shoulder and said, "Come in as soon as you come. You'll be back soon after just one night. You're welcome. Treat this as your home." As he said that, Bob enthusiastically welcomed Cheng Feng into the guild. As soon as Cheng Feng entered the guild, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. It wasn't because of his handsomeness, after all, most of the Cyan Pegasus were handsome men and beauties. He is not the only one who can be brought in by their president, not to mention that this guy Cheng Feng is from other guilds. "Hey, I found new blood." The magazine reporter who was taking pictures of a female magician who had changed clothes also discovered Cheng Feng. Looking at Cheng Feng's young face and handsome face, he suddenly felt that he had discovered a new world and rushed over to him. Cheng Feng smiled and said, "Brother, can you let me take a few pictures?" "Cheng Feng, I have to pay more." The magazine reporter immediately said that it was no problem. Then, before I saw him all night, Cheng Feng was pulled over and posed for a while. "Who is this guy?" The original model who was squeezed away looked at Cheng Feng who was taking pictures, and asked the people around him with an unhappy look on his face. "I don't know, but judging from the coat of arms, it should be someone from fairy tale. He's quite handsome. I don't know if he's an adult or not. No, you can do this. Nonsense, I just like young ones. Now he looks like this, he will be amazing when he grows up. As the words of the tiger and wolf became more and more serious, Bob came over and said with a smile, "Don't have any ideas about him. This little guy is called Cheng Feng, but he is Makarov's baby. If nothing unexpected happens, you will see the birth of the youngest S-class wizard this year or next year." When everyone heard Bob's words, their eyes widened. They all looked at Cheng Feng, who was taking pictures. Some of them couldn't believe that such a small guy could be as strong as an S-class wizard. Chapter 28. After having a meal with the Cyan Pegasus, Cheng Feng got on the return train and returned to Magnolia. But when he left the station and looked at Magnolia's drastically changed scenery, he was stunned for a moment before he remembered that Gildarts was back. Following the road leading directly to the Fairy Tale Guild, Cheng Feng rushed towards the guild. In the guild at this moment, Gildarts looked at the new members of the guild clinking glasses with Makarov and laughing. He was not at all like the unshaven and decadent person in the original plot. Of course, at this moment, his left arm and leg are still intact and have not been broken by Akunalakia, and his strength is at its peak. "I'm back." Cheng Feng walked into the guild and saw Gildarts at first sight. "Oh, Xiao Cheng Feng is back. I heard that you went to Cyan Pegasus. How was your harvest?" Gildas recognized Cheng Feng and said hello to Cheng Feng. "The harvest is good, but I didn't expect you to come back." Cheng Feng walked to the counter, looked at Gildarts for a while, sighed and said, "You have become stronger again, but I still can't beat you." "Ha ha ha ha, of course, I am an S-class mage." Gildarts laughed out loud. This made Cheng Feng a little unhappy and he was about to give him some eye drops. "By the way, I recently received another interesting heroic soul." Cheng Feng looked at Gildarts and said with a smile, "This heroic soul has no fighting power, but it has a great ability." "Oh, what ability is it?" Gildarts became interested, and even Makarov looked at Cheng Feng. "It means that you can roughly predict a person's past and vague future through his face." Cheng Feng said in a conspiratorial tone, then pointed at Gildarts and said, "Take Gildarts for example. Judging from your appearance, you should have been married and had a child. Well, you should still be. A daughter." "Forehead." Gildarts was stunned, and even Makarov looked at Gildarts curiously and said, "Are you married?" "What? Gildas is married. How can it be? Which woman did you marry?" "No, the point is not which woman can surrender, Gildarts." The people in the guild were immediately shocked. "This melon is a bit too big." Among the crowd, Kana silently held the book, bit her lip, and looked at Gildarts. "It's so noisy." Gildarts scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "That's right. Her name was Cornelia, but she couldn't bear the fact that I only knew how to work, so she had already left. I'm getting news from her that she has passed away." "Hold the grass, there are actually melons." Everyone looked in disbelief, and then looked at Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng laughed. "Want to help? If I read it correctly, your daughter probably also exists. I can give it a try and see if I can help you find your daughter." Hearing Cheng Feng's words, Kana in the crowd suddenly felt flustered. She was a little excited at the moment, but she didn't want to be exposed because of this. "All I can say is, don't guess what the girl is thinking, you can't guess what she is thinking." Even though his father is still around, he still refuses to recognize her until Tianlang Island. It's really tiring, so Cheng Feng wants to intervene and help Kana. "No, that's not necessary." Gildarts shook his head and said, "If I really have a daughter, then I hope that I can find her through hard work, rather than relying on external forces. At least, let me say sorry to her and make up for my negligence in the past few years." Cheng Feng, case closed. He finally understood Kana's character. It turns out that the root of this is Gildarts. Whatever you want. Cheng Feng rolled his eyes and said, looking at your appearance, you two will meet eventually. You can handle it yourself. Cheng Feng nudged Gildarts a little, and then walked away. Gildarts was stunned again, and then his eyes suddenly passed through the crowd and fell on Kana, who was holding a book and preparing to leave. There was no reason, maybe it was the faint connection between the bloodlines. Inexplicably, Gildarts saw some familiar shadows in Kana. Kana? No way. Gildas felt numb in his heart, but he had a hunch that if he really had a daughter, it might really be Kana. Gildas quickly recalled in his mind the time when Kana came to the guild. At that time, Kana was a little one, wearing whitewashed clothes and skirts, and carrying a small cloth bag. He glanced at her at that time, and it was that look that made Kana cry. However, Gildarts thought he had scared the children, but now that he thought about it, it seemed that was not the case. The crying felt like crying with joy. And usually in the guild, Kana would always sit quietly aside, occasionally lying on the table, and when she seemed to be thinking about something, her eyes would always be in his direction. Even though he had just come back, Kana in the crowd looked at him, looking like he was hesitant to speak. Could it be that Gildarts couldn't drink anymore, so he stood up and walked outside. Cheng Feng, who was sitting aside and looking at the situation, caught a glimpse of this scene and muttered in his mind, "You reacted so quickly? You don't look stupid." On the other side, Gildarts walked out of the guild and looked around. And ran towards the direction of the girls' dormitory. He remembered that Kana seemed to live in the girls' dormitory. Jogging along, Gildarts soon saw Kana walking slowly in front of him. He immediately said, "Wait, Kana." Kana shuddered, then turned around, and in front of her was Gildarts, who was at a loss. Is there something going on?" Kana was also a little overwhelmed and stuttered when speaking. "That, Cornelia." Gildarts didn't know what to say. Seeing Gildarts like this, Kana felt inexplicably calm. She took a deep breath and said, "Are you asking if I'm your daughter?" Gildarts was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Really, he's a guy who doesn't make people worry." Kana sighed, then turned around and left. Gildarts opened her mouth wide. Although Kana did not admit anything, judging from her tone, it was almost equivalent to acquiescence. Kana suddenly felt that she was being hugged from behind. "I'm sorry. I haven't been able to discover your identity. I didn't expect that my daughter would be by my side all the time." Kana could clearly feel the trembling body of the man behind her and the uncontrollable emotions. "It does not matter." Kana pulled away Gildarts' trembling hand, turned around and looked at Gildarts, who was crying silently, and said with a smile, "As long as it is like this. But, let me say this for once. It's so good to see you, Dad." Looking at Kana's smile, Gildarts couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears and snot flowed from his nose. He was completely different from before. He hugged Kana tightly. "Kana. Never again. Never again. No matter what from now on, I will be by your side. It seems a bit annoying. So, give me the qualification to love you." Listening to Gildarts' heartfelt words, Kana smiled and leaned on her father's arms, with tears flowing freely. Chapter 29. Early the next morning, everyone who came to the guild discovered the changes in the guild. "Sit further away from me. You're disturbing my reading. After watching for so long, it's time to take a rest. Come on, this is delicious. Try it." "I don't want it, I'll make you fat if you eat it." "It's okay, it looks good no matter how you look at it. Don't pester me." Everyone looked at Gildarts and Kana sitting together, confused. "What happened?" Gray asked Cheng Feng. "Can't you see it?" Cheng Feng swallowed the food in his mouth, rolled his eyes and said, "Father and daughter recognize each other." "Hey! Kana is really Gildarts' daughter. Didn't see that." How could a rough guy like Gildarts give birth to a girl as charming as Kana? Tisk, should I call him Mr. Gildarts? The next moment, Gildarts appeared in front of the person who said this with a gloomy face. Feeling the dangerous aura emanating from Gildarts, everyone finally understood what the daughter slave was like. And Cheng Feng, looking at his masterpiece, he was still very satisfied. After eating 3 bowls of rice in a row, he patted his belly with satisfaction and got ready to find a job. He also knew very well that Kana was not that clingy character. Gildarts is not the kind of person who will stop. The father and daughter will stick together for a while, and in the end, they will still return to their original track. But at least they understand each other's feelings and have peace of mind. After receiving a commission, Cheng Feng left the guild to complete the commission and find a sales channel for the medicine. Time passed by in a hurry, and soon more than 4 months had passed since Kilda's and Kana's father and daughter met. Unsurprisingly, the sticky father and daughter got back on track, and Gildarts accepted the century-old mission and went out wandering. Kana still stayed in the guild, but she also started to get involved in commissions and officially started working. As for the change, it's probably because he started to like drinking under the influence of Gildarts. Coupled with the shocking amount of alcohol, the image of the future alcoholic has already appeared on the paper. During this period, something also happened, that is, Habi was picked up by Natsu and joined Fairy Tale. This blue cat feels quite silly, and it's fun to tease it occasionally. But the only thing that gave Cheng Feng some headaches was that the sales of the potion he named Magic No. 2 became the biggest problem. During this period, Cheng Feng took advantage of completing the commission and visited many chambers of commerce and other places. Everyone is optimistic about Cheng Feng's medicine and are willing to help Cheng Feng sell it. But the biggest problem is the distribution of benefits. Most of these chambers of commerce are big shop bullies. There are 28 points, Cheng Feng is 2 points, and they are 8 points. There are 3 or 7, the most ruthless one is 1 or 9 points, and the best one is 5 or 5 points. But this is unacceptable to Cheng Feng. It's funny, he provides the potion, he makes it, and he even buys the potion materials. These chambers of commerce are only responsible for sales, and they have to take the big share. Who gives them the courage? Cheng Feng even encountered some chambers of commerce involved in the underworld, and even thought of taking the medicine with them and suppressing Cheng Feng by force. Faced with such a situation, Cheng Feng didn't get used to it at all, and directly used force to suppress the situation, and even begged for a sum of money as compensation for mental damages. Although because of these things, Cheng Feng's current savings exceed 5 million J, the lack of sales of the medicine is still a headache. Cheng Feng, our various guild presidents are holding regular meetings tonight, please come with me. Just when Cheng Feng was lying on the table, having a headache and wondering what else he could do to sell the medicine, Makarov came over and smiled at Cheng Feng and said, "By the way, I'll help you solve your problem." "Ah? Yes. Why didn't I think of that?" After Makarov finished speaking, Cheng Feng was stunned for a moment, and then he realized. He really thought too much. The potion he made was for magicians, and the people who bought it were also magicians. So why go to the trouble of asking the Chamber of Commerce for cooperation? Couldn't we just go to those magister guilds? And Makarov also saw Cheng Feng's troubles, so he just helped Cheng Feng and took him with him. Go to the place where the guild president gathers. After the meeting, I will introduce myself. There is no doubt that there is no need to worry about selling this potion that can increase one's own magic power reserves. There is no need to go through the layers of the Chamber of Commerce. Cheng Feng directly communicates with each person. The guild president made a direct transaction, and he got 10% of the profit. Perfect. Soon, Cheng Feng packed up and set off with Makarov on the train, heading directly to Kobo City. After getting off the train, Makarov looked at Cheng Feng, who was rubbing his eyes, shook his head and said, "Cheng Feng, you get sleepy when you take the train, who did you learn this from?" It's something you're born with and can't be changed. Just like Natsu fainted about transportation. Chang Feng complained, and then followed Makarov to the regular meeting venue. It was only around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but many guild presidents had already gathered in the regular meeting venue. Like Makarov, they all each brought a member of their guild. It seems that Chang Feng is not a special case. Ah, little Chang Feng, you are so cute again. Seeing Makarov bringing Chang Feng over, Bob came forward and greeted Chang Feng. The person Bob brought was also an old acquaintance of Chang Feng. President Bob, one night. Chang Feng also greeted them, and on the other side, the 4 hounds of Gorman also came over with the future S-class wizard Pakas to greet them. Chang Feng greeted Pakas and got to know him. Humph, only the weak will gather together. A cold snort was heard. Chang Feng looked over, and then he saw Joseph, the president of the Phantom Ruler, passing by with Arya, the leader of the 4 elements. Chang Feng frowned slightly. Joseph released his evil magic without scruples, and the breath of death was floating everywhere. The weak wizards would feel sick just standing in front of him. Such actions made the presidents of other guilds frown and look at him coldly. But Joseph didn't care, because in his opinion, the only one who could compete with his guild was Fairy Tail. Those other guilds were all trash, not even worthy of carrying shoes. If Makarov hadn't come, he wouldn't have been willing to take the lead in such a boring regular meeting. Ignore him. Makarov looked at the frowning Chang Feng, patted him on the shoulder, and then said to the other guild presidents, Chang Feng in my guild has made a potion called Magic No. 2. Taking it can increase the. Are you interested in the magic power reserve? If you are interested, you can place an order with Chang Feng. As soon as Makarov's words came out, all the guild leaders immediately became energetic and came together one after another. A potion to increase the magic power reserve is a good thing for every magician. So Chang Feng took out a bottle of sample for them to check. After getting a long-term effect from Chang Feng, these guild leaders couldn't help but place orders. Chapter 30. Don't worry, I can produce 10 bottles every day, and when I'm not working, I can produce up to 30 bottles. So for those who need it, I will send the items to you in order, but you have to pay first 10% of the payment. There is no doubt that Chang Feng's Magic No. 2 is sold out and has also received a large number of orders. Although the magic power reserve of Magic No. 2 is not much increased, it is more stable and can be taken for a long time. Therefore, whether these guild leaders buy them for themselves, for their descendants, or for guild members, it is a good choice. Plus this thing is really not expensive. Chang Feng has asked those chambers of commerce. If they sell it, they will increase the price to 120,000 J per bottle at most. This is their positioning of the product as a chamber of commerce, and it is also a price based on the market environment. Chang Feng is not as greedy as them, and these guild leaders place large orders, so the price can be reduced appropriately. The price finally discussed was 100,000 J per bottle. And now they are just testing the water with some potions. If the effect is good enough, there will probably be huge orders. But even though it is said to be a test of the waters, the number of potions ordered by so many guilds has reached an astonishing 264 bottles. Total value, 26.4 million J. When Makarov looked at the final quantity written by Chang Feng and the corresponding value, he felt a little weak in his legs. That's more than 20 million J. And just for the booking fee, Chang Feng collected 2.64 million J in one breath. This is too exaggerated. In the future, even if Chang Feng doesn't work anymore, he can make a fortune and reach the pinnacle of his life just by selling potions. Chang Feng was shocked at first, but when he thought about the money he needed to invest in building a deck, he suddenly smiled bitterly. This little money is nothing, I guess if you throw it all in, it will only make a noise. There is no way, the water for drawing cards is too deep. Unless you are the European Emperor, you will get whatever you want, otherwise, don't even think about it. In order to get enough cards to graduate, Cheng Feng conservatively estimated that he would need to invest at least 50 million J. Of course, if you have a dark face, it is estimated that this value will rise even higher. Cheng Feng looked at the pop-up windows that kept jumping in front of him. The money Cheng Feng had on hand now was just shy of 8 million J. So the limited time recharge event of this crappy game pops up as soon as it ends here, which is very annoying. However, Cheng Feng was not anxious, because what he was anxious about now was this crappy game. The items from the mysterious gift last time were pretty good, so Cheng Feng was thinking about saving up to see if he could still hold back a mysterious gift. Anyway, it's free prostitution, and the current strength is sufficient. Cheng Feng is not in a hurry. Let's talk about this crappy game of Diao Diao. Cheng Feng was happy, but Joseph was very unhappy. Fairy Tale and Ghost Ruler are the top guilds in Fiori Kingdom. Now two equally matched guilds, suddenly one of them has received a large amount of capital injection, and depending on the situation, there may continue to be capital injections. Isn't this trying to ride on the head of their Ghost Ruler? Can this be tolerated? This is intolerable. Alia. Joseph said softly to the blindfolded young version of Alia beside him, can you deal with that kid? It's so sad, the fairy is about to break her wings in my hands. Alia's tears flowed from her eyes, as if she was very sad. When Joseph saw that Alia agreed, he immediately laughed and looked at Cheng Feng, as if he was looking at a dead person. The regular meeting began soon, and the guild members who were brought here were arranged to rest in a box. Cheng Feng sat there, looking at the limited time event that was refreshed again, and the mysterious gift that popped up, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Damn, I can't help it anymore. Leaving a small amount for daily expenses and collecting medicine materials, Cheng Feng recharged 7 million J into the game in one go. Recharge 70,000 spirit stones and receive an additional 7,000 spirit stones. The mysterious gift has been sent. Looking at the sudden surge of spiritual stones, Cheng Feng felt relieved. With the experience last time, Cheng Feng did not draw the card first, but opened the mysterious gift first. Congratulations on getting the card pool designation, the random limited time limited card pool permission is opened. Cheng Feng looked at the things that came out of the mysterious gift, and there was only one thought in his mind. The higher the virtue, the higher the devil. To translate it, this time the mysterious gift is opened, you can designate a certain anime in the advanced card pool to draw cards, so that the probability of drawing the cards you want will be greatly increased. As for the limited card pool, those who know will understand. To put it bluntly, it is also a Krypton cheat. Pick out a certain card, increase the probability of drawing this card, and then cheat Krypton, so that players will draw crazy draws. It is estimated that Cheng Feng has made this broken game anxious this time, fearing that he will be too passive if he does this again. So he came up with such a thing. In this way, Cheng Feng is a bit passive. The limited card pool is randomly refreshed. It doesn't matter if there is nothing Cheng Feng wants. If there is really a card that Cheng Feng needs, then ask you whether you will draw it. This broken system really has Cheng Feng in its hands. If the above situation really happens, and Cheng Feng does not have spirit stones on hand, it is estimated that Cheng Feng will be depressed to vomit blood. Including the remaining spirit stones, a total of 79 high-level 10 consecutive draws can be drawn. Is it because the designated card pool is drained out in one go? Or 6 points of spiritual stones, waiting for the limited time limited card pool to bet on something big? This is a problem. Currently, Jiro's red card still has 20 fragments to turn it into a card. Cheng Feng pondered in his mind, how about leaving a limited time limited card pool of 50 times of 10 consecutive times, and 29 times of 10 consecutive times, and try to see if you can collect Jiro's fragments. I have to admit that the red card is about to become a card. The temptation is too great. And now that he has the authority to designate the card pool, Cheng Feng opened the illustrated book. The total number of cards in the anime The Captive of Food is only there are 30 character cards and 60 prop cards. The 4 red cards are Ichiryu, Jiro, Sanho and Acacia. In terms of probability, there is still a chance to collect Jiro. No matter, take a gamble. The temptation was too great. Cheng Feng succeeded, and without saying a word, he pushed the spirit stone up, and drew 29 times 10 times in a row, directly studding. Soon, the production of the card pool was designated to be limited, and the golden cards kept flying, and they were drawn once every 10 times in a row. When the card flashed, Cheng Feng gritted his teeth and ignored everything else. The first time, there was no red. The third time, it was red. It was 3 tiger fragments. *10. The fourth time, no red. The 16th time, it's red, Jiro fragments *10. The 22nd time, red, Jiro fragments *10. Cheng Feng stopped the 10 rounds and took out the card fragments from his backpack. With one-click synthesis, Jiro's original paintings, which were originally broken, became complete this time. Red card, acupuncture expert Jiro, successfully synthesized. Chapter 31. Name, Cheng Feng. Level, 19. Body, 47 plus, 283. Strength, 46 plus, 266. Sensitivity, 46 plus, 243. Skill, receive magic. Equipment, Harinmeru. Card slot, Inuyasha, gold, Namikaze Minato, gold, Edward, gold, Sanji, gold, Acupuncture Master Jiro, red, Elizabeth, purple. As the card was equipped, Cheng Feng looked at the skyrocketing attributes, clenched his fist hard, and suddenly a sense of power swept through his body. This is the power of red cards. And it is still a first-level red card. If the level is upgraded. While muttering to himself, he fed all the experience cards he drew to Jiro's cards. The level of Jiro's card has also been directly upgraded from level 1 to level 32, and the 3 attributes have been directly increased by 50 points. It's scary. As a combat fighter, his combat power is really exaggerated. Basically, every upgrade can give Cheng Feng a huge enhancement. At this time, it would be great if someone could come and let me try out the card effects for free. Cheng Feng was itching to see how powerful the new card was. Are you Cheng Feng? It is said that you will be the youngest S-class wizard. Just as Cheng Feng was thinking, Arya suddenly came over and said to Cheng Feng, little ghost, do you think that S-class wizards are too simple? Cheng Feng looked at the tall man in front of him, who was wearing an eye band to cover his eyes, and curled his lips and said, you phantoms are really not qualified to say that. Our fairy tales S-class assessment is recognized as the most difficult in the entire guild. Your phantom S-class wizards are really not good enough. Little devil, it seems that I have to teach you how to respect your seniors. Alia's tears were flowing, but her hands were already clasped together. It's so sad, pathetic goblin. If you want to cry, go cry to your mother. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. At this moment, Cheng Feng is full of fighting spirit and is not timid at all. Alia? Is he very strong? So if he accepts Jiro, can he beat him? The tit-for-tat look between Cheng Feng and Alia also makes other magicians one after another persuaded. This is the venue for regular meetings, no fighting. Cheng Feng, don't mess around. Alia, please control your temper. You are an S-class mage. How dare you fight with others? Everyone tried to break up the fight. However, one received the president's signal and wanted to find a way to kill the other party, and the other just got the red card and wanted to test his power. Under such circumstances, how could the two of them stop? Airspace, absolutely. In the end, Alia couldn't help it anymore. With tears in his eyes, he pushed his hand suddenly, and an impact bomb was shot towards Cheng Feng from almost zero distance. There was only a muffled bang sound, and Cheng Feng felt like he was being killed. He flew backwards like a heavy blow. After the violent collision with the ground, his body seemed to have lost control, and he drew 2 deep ravines on the ground. With a heavy impact, he finally hit hard. The ground hit the wall. However, the wall obviously could not withstand such a huge impact, and it instantly broke apart. Cheng Feng's body continued to fly back, and he retreated for more than 3 meters before barely regaining his balance. He actually took action. Cheng Feng, are you okay? Alia, what do you want to do? This sudden scene made everyone stunned for a moment, and then they panicked completely and started arguing. It's really sad. Now, I'll leave the goblin with a deep memory. Alia ignored the noisy people around her and strode towards Cheng Feng. But Alia was also a little shocked. The other party took one of her attacks from almost 0 distance and was able to block it. It seemed, President Joseph's worries are not unreasonable. When this guy grows up, he will definitely be a big problem for Ghost. He must deal with it as soon as possible. Alia clasped his hands together and prepared to kill Cheng Feng with his next move. You really dare to take action, you bitch. Cheng Feng slowly lowered his thick arms that were originally used to resist impact bombs. As his arms moved, you could see that his 2 sleeves had been blown to pieces and fell to the ground like snowflakes. Not only in this way, even the god-controlling robe he was wearing and the lining inside became torn. Cheng Feng looked down at his arms that had become red and swollen due to excessive resistance. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he pulled out a cold smile. Smile. Then, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the broken clothes on his body and pulled hard. With a squeak sound, the already tattered clothes were torn in half and fell to his feet without any protection. Cheng Feng showed a strong and muscular body with clear muscle lines. His bronze skin shone with a healthy luster, and every muscle was full of strength, as if he could explode with amazing power at any time. At the heart of the heart, the guild's coat of arms actually emitted a faint light at this moment, looming like a star about to wake up. Then, if you are beaten to death by me, don't complain. Cheng Feng shouted loudly, and the light on his body disappeared in a flash. Everyone suddenly secretly thought, it seems that these 2 people can't be nice today. But when they looked at Cheng Feng, they were all stunned. Because at this moment, Cheng Feng has turned into an old man with a white airplane head and nails on every vital part of his body. Just looking at this look, no matter how you look at it, he looks like he will collapse if the wind blows. Wrong reception. As soon as such thoughts emerged, they found that Cheng Feng raised his hands and stretched out 2 fingers. For a moment, everyone suddenly had the illusion that they were not 2 fingers, but as if they were 2 sharp blades. Cheng Feng slowly extended his fingers. It pierced his shoulder blade, and then, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Cheng Feng's originally shriveled body suddenly swelled, and his muscles bulged up like a balloon, and his body swelled even more. He soon turned into a little giant more than 3 meters tall. Gaba, Gaba. Shaking his neck slightly, feeling the sense of power almost overflowing from his body, Cheng Feng looked at Alia who was walking towards him but now stopped, and sneered, try my current strength, but, don't die, otherwise it will be boring. As he spoke, a vast coercion erupted from Cheng Feng's body, and the dust around him rushed madly in all directions. This sudden pressure made everyone present feel tense, as if they were being stared at by a wild beast. It feels like a creature at the top of the food chain is showing murderous intent towards you. As a creature at the bottom of the food chain, let alone fighting, it can't even raise the thought of resistance. No, there's too much noise. Feeling the indiscriminate pressure sweeping across, Alia knew that the situation here would definitely be noticed by the president's meeting inside. By then, it would be difficult to touch Cheng Feng. When he thought of this, Alia no longer held back, and suddenly rushed towards Cheng Feng. Opening her hands and shouting "Death Sky, destroy!" Putting his hands together, the magic power around Cheng Feng was instantly drained. At the same time, the magic power in Changfeng's body also looked like it was about to be extracted together. "Alia, stop it!" At this time, Makarov's voice sounded, and Makarov, who transformed into a giant, rushed over angrily. Seeing Alia's dead hand towards Changfeng, his eyes were red with anger, and he punched Alia hard. Hit hard. However, the next moment, Makarov was stunned because Changfeng yawned and said to Alia, "Are you giving me a massage? It's not strong enough. Try my massage." Deterrence anesthesia. Wea surged again, and the terrifying suppressive force instantly made Alia's whole body stiff, and she couldn't even move a finger. If it was a normal situation, it would be nothing. But don't forget, behind Alia, there is a punch from Makarov's giant form. Puff! Alia, who was acupunctured, couldn't move at all. Makarov punched Alia, and Alia vomited 3 liters of blood. The whole person flew out like a cannonball, breaking several big trees and rocks in succession, and then fell into the ruins. This blow was enough to show how powerful Makarov's angry punch was. Chapter 32. Makarov, what are you doing? As soon as Joseph came out, he saw his own Alia being blown away by Makarov. Although he roughly knew why this happened, he pretended not to know and occupied the moral high ground. "Damn you little bastard, Alia didn't kill him." Joseph secretly hated him, but he still pretended to be upright and said, "You are the president of the guild, how can you have the nerve to attack other guild members? Do you want to start a war? You are the ones who want to start a war." Changfeng's body turned back into the appearance of an old man, hunched over, and said to Joseph, "You, an S-level wizard, actually attacked a new member of my guild. It's too shameless. Oh, by the way, we haven't fought yet, and your S-level phantom is too weak. Kill someone and destroy their heart. This is what it means to kill someone and destroy their heart." The other guild presidents who ran out asked their children and understood what happened. Then they looked at Joseph with strange eyes. Just as Changfeng said, "It is shameful for you, an S-class wizard, to take the initiative to attack a junior who is not yet S-class, but in the end you even tried to kill him, but you still couldn't do anything to him. This is too weak." They all doubted whether Alia's S-class was bought. Now that Makarov has taken action to teach her a lesson, others really can't find any fault. If you want to blame someone, blame Alia for taking the initiative to provoke an attack. What's more, they have an order from Changfeng, so naturally they are more on the side of fairy tale. Makarov also understood the whole story from the stories told by others. He looked at Joseph with his giant body and said to Joseph coldly, "I should be the one asking you, do you want to start a war?" Joseph frowned, he didn't expect to be caught. But he looked at Changfeng, who looked like an old man, and sneered, "Putting aside the facts, is your guild right?" This punch caught everyone off guard. Putting aside the facts? What the hell is going on? It seems that you don't want to talk anymore. Makarov's body slowly shrank, but his aura became more and more powerful. "Hey, what are we talking about? If you beat someone from our guild, you must give me an explanation." Joseph sneered, and the magic power in his body continued to spurt out. "Then let's fight." Makarov did not give in at all. He could laugh it off if someone laughed at him or targeted him. But if you stretched your hand to the children of his own guild, then don't blame him for chopping off the dog's paws and beating the dog's brains out. Ah! A cold smile appeared on the corner of Joseph's mouth, and a bit of coldness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly moved, his figure was as fast as a ghost, and with a wave of his arm, countless rays of deep purple light suddenly burst out. These the light turned into ferocious and twisted ghost arrows, rushing toward Makarov and Changfeng with overwhelming force. The arrows shone with strange light, as if containing endless evil power. Those with a keen eye immediately noticed the mystery behind this seemingly ferocious attack. Although the arrows rained heavily, most of them were obviously deflected in the direction of Changfeng, posing a relatively small threat to Makarov. Smaller. Obviously, Joseph's real target is not Makarov, but Chang Feng. He seems to be focusing his main firepower on Chang Feng, trying to defeat this opponent in one fell swoop. This move is shameful and embarrassing. No one knew what was the reason why Joseph targeted Chang Feng like this. Is there some unknown grudge between the two? For a moment, the atmosphere on the field was extremely tense, and everyone held their breath and stared intently. Looking at Chang Feng, who was enveloped by the ghost arrows, he secretly felt a sweat for him. Seeing the surging attacks, Makarov was startled and quickly turned to look at Chang Feng beside him, and shouted anxiously, "Chang Feng, be careful!" At the same time, he quickly raised his hand, and countless light arrows that shone like raindrops shot out in an instant. With unparalleled momentum, these light arrows cut through the void and headed straight towards the ghost. The arrows swooped forward. Not only did they successfully resist the enemy's ferocious attack, they also intertwined into a dazzling light curtain in the sky, which seemed to illuminate the entire world. Wherever he passed, the darkness was completely dispelled, and the originally eerie atmosphere became brighter. The remaining attacks were also shot at Joseph mercilessly. "Chairman, leave it to me. I also want to see if the president of the Ghost Ruler is as good as their S-class mage." Chang Feng saw that all the attacks were blocked, smiled slightly, and then raised his right arm. Just when everyone was confused, Chang Feng's withered right arm suddenly expanded, and the muscles expanded 3 times in an instant, and then Chang Feng waved his arm and hit the ground hard. Great acupuncture point! In an instant, everyone only felt the ground beneath their feet trembling, but nothing else. Joseph was the only one who felt a trembling under his feet, and a sudden shock wave rushed into his body along the ground, making his body numb. Unable to move at all for a while. Jiro is a man who can tap the Earth's acupuncture points to stop its rotation. Chang Feng's mother cannot do this, but there is no problem for people who have played the game with the help of shock waves transmitted from the ground. We all know that if you have control in a team fight, you will have a high probability of winning. Especially if your team is stronger than the opponent, it will be the same thing as the ghost. The arrow was shattered by the arrow of light. Joseph was about to fight back and resist the remaining arrows of light, but was hit and unable to move. Then, he watched helplessly as the remaining arrows of light hit him and killed him. The difference in strength meant that Chang Feng's point was not as strong as Jiro's. After being blown away, Joseph got up in embarrassment. His robe was in tatters and his eyes were bloodshot. He stared at Chang Feng and roared, "You brat!" Makarov stopped in front of Chang Feng like a heifer, looked at the embarrassed Joseph and said, "Do you want to continue?" Joseph gritted his teeth, but he was not stupid. His strength was not as good as Makarov's, and his magic was even more restrained. In addition, Chang Feng was playing support beside him. If he had a head-on confrontation, he would definitely lose even more miserably. One day, thinking of this, Joseph stood up and moved to Alia's side in an instant. After picking her up, he took Alia away without looking back. It wasn't until Joseph and the others left that Makarov relaxed. Wary, he sighed softly and said, "This bridge is finally settled. I feel that even if it doesn't happen now, it will happen in the future." Chang Feng, who understood the plot, said something, then cancelled the reception state and returned to his original appearance. "But it's a pity that my clothes should be compensated." Makarov rolled his eyes, looked at Chang Feng and said, "Is it your new heroic soul again?" "Yeah, so I'll give it a try." Chang Feng nodded with a smile and said, "And this is still in a sealed state, which is the most suitable for my heroic soul now. When I become stronger and my magic power reserve is sufficient, I can try to lift the seal of the heroic soul." "You can become stronger over time." Makarov nodded. It seems that Chang Feng has received a trump card that is unique to his appearance. Just like Marajana's soul of Satan. Looking at it this way, Makarov looked at Chang Feng and spoke. Said, "Complete more commissions this year, do you understand?" When Chang Feng heard this, he immediately understood that Makarov was planning for him to try to become an S-class magician this year. However, Grandpa President, what you said seems as if I was not active in completing the commission before. Cheng Feng shrugged and chuckled. Only then did Makarov realize that Cheng Feng was the most diligent in the guild. Followed by Urza and Myra Jane. There was no way, Cheng Feng needed to draw cards with Krypton Gold, Urza needs Krypton Gold armor, which is extremely expensive. Myra Jane has to take care of his younger brothers and sisters alone, so he has to work very hard to make money for 3 people. Laxus and Kana. One is stimulated by Cheng Feng, and is ready to work hard to catch up with Cheng Feng, and then team up with him. The other is stimulated by Guildarts, thinking that his father is S. As a daughter, she has to keep up. It can be said that compared to the group of people older than them, Makarov is more optimistic about these little guys. Chapter 33. The matter at the regular meeting became a big deal. Cheng Feng and Makarov also went to the Magic Council, and were beaten by the Magic Council. But it's not a big deal, after all, we have people in the Magic Council. It's just that Ajima and Makarov complained. Fairy Tale has been too high profile recently and has been targeted by the council, so Makarov should restrain himself. Makarov naturally agreed, while Yajima was helpless towards his friend who could sleep on the trial. How to do it? I can only pamper her. Yajima was also very optimistic about Cheng Feng. He patted Cheng Feng on the shoulder and told him to do a good job. If necessary, he could also speak to Cheng Feng. In this regard, Cheng Feng naturally expressed his affirmation humbly. As for Fairy Tale's future mess, this old man still needs help. Fairy Tale was beaten, and Ghost was next. Joseph and Aaliyah were not as lucky as Cheng Feng and others. There were people behind them to help talk, and because they were the first to take action, they were beaten several times. First of all, the allocation of commission orders will be reduced by 10%. Secondly, they need to pay off 3 dark guilds that are low in oil and water and no one is willing to deal with them. In addition, they must complete 2 more troublesome S-level commissions within 3 months. It can be said that the punishment is adequate. On Cheng Feng's side, after returning to the guild, he began to deal with the next order issue, and also began the journey of completing commissions. Every day's schedule is full, and other people in the guild are a little shocked and envious. There is no way, although it is tiring, the rewards are even more enviable. It took more than 3 months to complete the order processing, and Cheng Feng also received the remaining balance. Coupled with the commission for completing the commission during this period, Cheng Feng's deposit reached more than 26 million J. This is an astonishing number. To put it bluntly, with so much money, if you can find a small village and ensure low consumption, most people can just lie down and retire. However, this amount of money is not enough for Cheng Feng who wants to put together a deck. Depending on the performance, Cheng Feng plans to build 4 decks. They are Melee, Swordsman, Ranged, and Nanny. Of course, Cheng Feng also thought about building a deck similar to Human Shields and Assassins, but after thinking about it later, it was not necessary. First of all, these 5 groups alone require a total of 24 cards. Adding props and bonds, the funds required are already desperate. If he does a few more, no matter how much money he makes, it won't be enough. And this is also divided based on the attack methods Cheng Feng is now proficient in. In terms of main attacks, Cheng Feng is good at hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship, so he used these 2 frameworks to build 2 decks. Later, in order to prevent being kited, he built an additional long-range burst deck. Coupled with a recovery deck that increases fault tolerance with the wet nurse flow, it is enough. As for the card combinations for each deck, I can only say that what Cheng Feng imagined was good, but it was a bit difficult to set it up. The only thing that has been formed now, or that is somewhat unexpected, is the Nanny deck. In more than 3 months, 2 limited-time card pools have been opened, one for Tsunade and one for Trafalgar Law. I don't know if this broken game just wants Cheng Feng to keep making money. The rate of cards coming out of the limited time card pool is extremely high. One time, Tsunade was released twice, and another time, Law was released 5 times. Based on these two doctors who were both very powerful in their treatment methods, Cheng Feng threw in the remaining spirit stones and quickly got the cards he needed, even having 3 Tendro rounds left. The current 6 cards in the Wet Nurse deck are, Elizabeth, Purple, Tsunade, Gold, Law, Gold, Inu Orium, Purple, Giorno Giovanna, Gold, Higashi Kata Yasuke, Gold, Gold. Since there was no red card, it was easy to get them together, and the current combination was the most perfect one in Cheng Feng's mind. Regardless of multiple injuries, missing internal organs or limbs, there was basically no big problem in Cheng Feng's hands. Not to mention how powerful the treatment of Elizabeth and Higashi Kata Yasuke's crazy diamond is, the golden experience alone can give life to dead objects and can replace missing organs in the body, and then treated with Tsunade and Luo's medical methods, they basically survived. Can be saved. Even if you encounter something like a curse, you can use Inu Orium's power of rejection to reject it for treatment. After a set of combo punches, Cheng Feng felt that if he received all 6 cards, he could basically compete with the God of Death. As for the other 3 combat decks, basically in Cheng Feng's mind, red cards are indispensable, which makes it quite difficult to put them together. For melee combat, the 2 red cards Jiro and Escanor are necessary. Considering flexibility and practicality, it is difficult to find a replacement for the card Minato Namikaze. Cheng Feng had a headache, and then considered the options for the other 3 cards. Kakarot or Vegeta can be considered, as Kinbiris, but the difficulty is a bit high, both in terms of difficulty in collecting and receiving. In the Swordsman deck, Inuyasha's half-demon physique is quite useful, so I'll keep it for now. Zoro is highly talented in swordsmanship, so you have to find a way to get it. As for the others, well, there are too many to choose from. For long range, choose a high explosion one, and just clear the ground with nuclear bombs. Just want the explosion, and don't need anything else. So, these are the ones that can make the list. I quickly conceived the idea in my mind, and at the same time, the framework of each card group has been built. For the rest, Cheng Feng needs to fill in this framework and complete the deck. At the beginning, there is no need to consider the level of the cards, just put the deck together first. Moreover, the extra cards can also be used as alternatives, and the deck can be changed at any time to achieve different fighting styles and effects. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng smiled bitterly. The idea is wonderful, but so far, there are still 2 cards that Cheng Feng can accept. As for the third one, it's still far away. At first, Cheng Feng guessed that he needed to level up. But name, Cheng Feng Plus. Level, 20, full. Body, 49 plus, 333. Strength, 48 plus, 316. Sensitivity, 48 plus, 293. Looking at the full mark on the level, Cheng Feng knew that his level, there is no way to go up. However, when Cheng Feng saw that behind his name, there was an extra plus after clicking the plus sign, he immediately understood. It seems that he will need to turn it like other cards. However, other cards can be turned with card fragments. What about him? He can't just chop himself into pieces and turn it. He clicked the plus sign, and a page popped up soon. As expected, the page prompted that Cheng Feng needed to turn it. As for the materials needed for the turn, Cheng Feng rubbed his eyes, and after confirming that he was not mistaken, the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. 3,000 green cards, 1,000 spirit stones. These are the materials Cheng Feng needs for his first transformation. Chapter 35. In the following time, Cheng Feng devoted himself wholeheartedly to the subjugation commission, and even accepted a commission to subdue the bandits alone. Through repeated commissions, Cheng Feng gradually became familiar with the card Escanor, and at the same time got used to receiving 3 cards at the same time. However, once noon arrived, Cheng Feng could only maintain his combat status for 3 seconds. And this is when only 1 card from Escanor is received. If he receives 3 cards, his magic reserve will be drained in an instant. But even though it only lasted 3 seconds, Cheng Feng also said that he was terrifyingly strong at that time. In addition, there is another bad thing, that is, Cheng Feng in this mode is too destructive. For example, 3 seconds was too much time to defeat monsters, so Cheng Feng swung out his knife and shaved the nearby hill's head. For this reason, unless time is particularly urgent, Cheng Feng also temporarily sealed the Escanor card. Even so, if Cheng Feng hadn't mastered alchemy and could repair it, the Magic Council would have been filled with complaints and various reports. Well, Yujma is also very hard-working. If you don't bother him, you won't be in trouble. Don't worry too much about his old life. In addition, there are more orders for Magical Potion number 2, and the first batch of pre-orders has 1,000 bottles. Well, a small goal was achieved very easily. The only pity is that Cheng Feng is busy preparing, so the order can only be temporarily put down. However, sharpening the sword is as good as chopping wood. Now that his magic power has doubled, he devotes himself to making medicines in 1 day. If he uses up all his magic power, he can get 60 bottles of medicine. 1,000 bottles can be finished in 17 days. Not a big problem. The most important thing now is the S-level assessment. At the beginning of winter, the temperature dropped very quickly this year. The first snow of the year fell early last night, and the entire Magnolia was covered with a thick layer of snow. On this day, the Fairy Tale Guild was particularly lively. Makarov also changed out of his previous clown-like clothes and put on the Holy 10 cloak, which represents a status symbol. Ahem. Makarov coughed twice, looked at the guild members gathered together, and said, according to the ancient tradition of fairy tale, today is the day to announce the list of S-class wizards to be upgraded. Oh! The guild members collectively shouted, and everyone was full of excitement. Looking at the excited people, Makarov twitched his lips and said helplessly, "Why are you so excited? I haven't seen you so excited in the past years. These are some last-minute guys. Haha, that's different. Yes, who doesn't want to climb up? Wish you had me. Wish you had me. There should be Cheng Feng this year, right? Oh, I just remembered that, indeed, if Cheng Feng is here, the difficulty will be increased this year." Makarov waited until the voices below died down before he spoke. This year's exam venue is in the deserted land. Hiss. Everyone took a breath of cold air. In the desolate land, in the world of fairy tale, there was a land with extremely weak magic power. However, due to the geothermal heat, it attracted many fire-type monsters to settle here. There are many monsters here, and the magic power is thin, so naturally no one goes there, which leads to a large number of monsters in the deserted land. Basically, every period of time, a lot of monster clearance commissions are issued about the deserted land. During this year, I have seen everyone's strength, heart and soul, so this time, there are 2 participants. Makarov looked towards the crowd. Cheng Feng. Laxis. Looking at the announcement of the list, everyone sighed. Although they regretted that they were not selected, they were also convinced by the list. Needless to say, Cheng Feng is a mission maniac. His own strength is also constantly improving. Not to mention his peers, he is the S of the average guild. Even a super magician is not necessarily Cheng Feng's opponent. Laxis's strength is obvious to all. The number of commissions he completed originally was not high, but after being stimulated by Cheng Feng, he began to receive a large number of commissions and hone himself, so he obtained the qualification. Very normal. Of course, as before, only one person can pass this assessment. The content of the assessment will not be revealed until reaching the deserted land. Cheng Feng, Laxus, do you understand? I understand, Grandpa Chairman. I get it, Grandpa. Cheng Feng and Laxus looked at each other and nodded in response. You will meet in the deserted land a week later. During this week, you will choose a partner to take the assessment with you. Makarov looked at the two people and held out 2 fingers and said, first, you must choose a member of the Fairy Tale Guild. Second, you are not allowed to choose an S-class wizard as your partner. If you do not choose a good partner within a week, then you will automatically give up the qualification for the assessment. As soon as Makarov finished speaking, Cheng Feng's expression was calm, while Laxus was completely frozen. Cheng Feng was not worried. After all, whether it was Urza, Myra Jane, Gray, Natsu, or he has a good relationship with them, and they are taking the S-level assessment. They probably all hope that Cheng Feng can take them with them to let them experience the assessment atmosphere in advance and prepare for their future promotion to S-level. As for Laxus, now, although the stage has changed a bit, he has not yet established a good relationship with the members of the guild. As for the future Thunder Gods, they have not yet joined the guild, so Laxus is in trouble. Laxus glanced at Cheng Feng, who turned towards him. He spread his hands and said, I am also an assessor, so I can't help you. Laxus became gloomy for a while and looked at the others. When the guild members saw this scene, they all laughed, but it was not to laugh at Laxus, but to think of Laxus' dark history. Seeing that he was a little embarrassed, some people also took the initiative to approach Laxus and recommended him. After all, even if he was not the one to take the S-level exam, it would be a good thing for Laxus to get rid of his embarrassment by helping others. And finally formed a team with Marcus, a magician who uses sand magic. Cheng Feng, choose me. The geothermal energy over there is strong. I am of ice attribute and can restrain those fire monsters. I want to go too. I am a fire dragon slayer magic. Flames have no effect on me. Like. Happy, don't interrupt, Cheng Feng, I'll go with you. We both receive magic, so we're the best match. Do you need help? My armor's defense is pretty good. Looking at the noisy people around him, there is no doubt that Cheng Feng is very popular in the guild. After thinking carefully for a moment, Cheng Feng looked at Mila J, who had restrained herself a little recently, but still wore hot clothes and hot pants and tied her hair into a ponytail, and said, Myra, please go with me. Yet. I knew you would choose me. Myra Jane jumped up, rushed over, hooked Cheng Feng's neck and said, don't worry, I will definitely make you an S-class mage. Chapter 36. Whoa! The whistle sounded, Cheng Feng yawned, stretched, and got off the train. Myra Jane walked beside Cheng Feng and said helplessly, I really can't stand you. You still can't change your habit of sleeping on the train. But it's not bad. At least I'm full of sleep, and I can go all out for the next assessment. Cheng Feng smiled relaxedly, looked back at Laxus and Marcus who came with them and said, Laxus, do you have anything to do with the assessment? No, Grandpa is still very strict on this point, I guess it will be difficult. Laxus carried his backpack and walked out with Marcus. Marcus smiled and said, no matter how difficult it is, it won't make us go to die, right? Cheng Feng. I feel that Makarov is not impossible. After all, Fairy Tale's S-level assessment is almost the most stringent assessment in the entire Fiori Kingdom. If it were not strict, there would probably already be as many S-level magicians. Dog. What are you guys talking about? As they were walking out of the station together, they saw Makarov in casual clothes outside the station. Nothing, Grandpa President, when will the assessment start? Cheng Feng asked. Makarov looked at the 4 of them and laughed. It has already started. Hey? The 4 of them had question marks on their faces. The station is almost 20 kilometers away from the deserted land. Now I will tell you the content of the first assessment. Makarov said with a smile, I have prepared 2 big gifts for you over there, and the one who arrives first will have a certain advantage. As for the subsequent assessment content, when you arrive in the deserted land, it will naturally be divided into different assessment contents based on your choices. Laxus, let's go. As soon as he heard this, Marcus immediately called Laxus, and Laxus immediately used electric current to stimulate his body, strengthen himself, and rush towards the deserted land. In terms of speed, we have the advantage. Myra Jane looked at Laxus and Marcus, who had already set off, glanced at Cheng Feng and said, "Can you keep up? Are you looking down on me?" Cheng Feng laughed, and with a flash of light, Namikaze Minato appeared. "So, let's go." Myra Jane also received the soul of Satan with her whole body. She flapped the bat wings behind her and flew out like a cannonball. Almost instantly, she was about to catch up with Laxus and Marcus, who had left first. "Grandpa President, we have to take the first step." Cheng Feng said hello to Makarov, then suddenly threw out the kunao and disappeared. Makarov looked at the 4 people who were each relying on their own abilities, with a pleased smile on his face. "Come on, kids, I hope you won't disappoint me. Call out." There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Myra Jane relied on flying to hurry along like a stream of light. Cheng Feng also kept flashing, relying on the continuous projection of 2 kunao techniques, using Flying Thunder God to quickly hurry along. Saw it. Myra Jane had a better view in mid-air. She could already see the row of fences blocked by barbed wire at the edge of the deserted land from a distance. Cheng Feng also saw it. Under the barbed wire, there were 2 wooden tables with plugs on them. Holding 2 flags with the fairy tale emblem, Cheng Feng and Myra Jane were the first to arrive. They looked at the 2 tables in front of them and the 2 envelopes on them, and they laughed. The advantage is that you can check the specific contents of the 2 items and choose the ones that suit you. After opening the envelope, Cheng Feng took out a piece of paper and opened it. It says, "Walk 10 kilometers to the southeast, there is a cave of the Red Flame Beast. If you defeat it within 3 hours and bring back the horn of the Red Flame Beast, you will have completed the first assessment." As for Marajana's side, the paper says that there is a territory belonging to the Fire Poison Demonic Lion 13 kilometers to the northeast. Defeat it within 3 hours and bring back the Fire Poison Demonic Lion's fangs. You only need to tear up the letter to complete the first test. Even if you choose this assessment, the flag on the table is a timing device. If the items are not brought back within the specified time, the flag will break, which means the assessment has failed. The 2 exchanged letters and looked at it. Then looked at each other in confusion. Red Flame Beast, Fire Poison Demonic Lion. Hiss, the president is really ruthless. They are all S-class monsters, and they basically require S-class magicians to deal with them. Mirage felt helpless for a while, and had a clear understanding of the difficulty of the S-level assessment. Normally, if you can't defeat an S-class monster, why should you be promoted to an S-class mage? Cheng Feng sighed, then looked at Myra Jane and said, "Let's choose the one that's closer." "Okay. The time is tight and the task is heavy. We have to continue on our way, so naturally we choose the one that is closer, and we can save some time to deal with the S-class monsters." The 2 chose the Red Flame Beast. After tearing up the letter, they placed it on the table. The flag glowed faintly, and as time passed, the light continued to dim. And a gate was opened above the barbed wire fence that was originally blocking it. Cheng Feng and Myra Jane did not dare to delay. After getting through the gate, they immediately headed towards it. They rushed toward the southeast, and after the 2 left for 3 minutes, Laxus and Marcus arrived without a chance. After reading the letter, they tore it up and headed toward the northeast. Rush. Rushing against time requires a lot of magic power, and facing S-class monsters is also risky. It can be said that this assessment will extremely test the personal strength and cooperation of the 2. Myra Jane rushed to the destination and found the cave. The two stopped and released the reception state at the same time. "How is the status?" Cheng Feng looked at Myra Jane and asked. "Not bad, 1/3 of the magic power was consumed." Myra Jane responded, feeling a little unsure about whether he could defeat the red flame beast. The magic power around him was extremely thin, and it was unrealistic to recover quickly. Cheng Feng raised his head and glanced at the gloomy sky, and then looking at the rising values on the character interface, I speculated that it took them 3 minutes to rush over. They had plenty of time. They were afraid that after defeating the red flame beast, their magic power would be exhausted and they would be unable to move quickly, thus delaying time. "Myra, can you take me with you when you fly?" Cheng Feng asked the key question. Myra was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, but the speed will be greatly reduced." "That's enough." Cheng Feng nodded and said, "I still have enough magic power now. You help me raid the formation, and you must ensure at least 1/3 of the magic power. Leave the main output to me. I will deal with the red flame beast as soon as possible." "Are you okay?" Myra Jane asked. This was her first time teaming up with Cheng Feng on a mission, so she didn't know how powerful Cheng Feng's destructive power was. "I have a very strong heroic soul. If I receive it, it will be enough to deal with S-level monsters, but it will easily drain my magic power." Cheng Feng said to Milage, "So, I need you to take me back when I am exhausted." Seeing Cheng Feng's seriousness, Milage nodded, patted his swollen chest and said, "Leave it to me." Cheng Feng nodded, and after the two communicated about the next battle plan, Cheng Feng walked to the entrance of the cave and began to lure monsters. Chapter 37. After receiving Edward, he clapped his hands and pressed him to the ground. The next moment, the structure of the cave was decomposed and destroyed by Cheng Feng, and the originally strong cave collapsed instantly. An earth-shaking loud noise was heard, and the originally peaceful cave suddenly became violent. The red flame beast was so enraged that it completely lost control and let out a deafening roar, followed by a strong and pungent fishy smell. At this moment, a huge, thick, blazing pillar of fire suddenly broke through the mountains of rubble, and swooped towards Cheng Feng like a fire dragon with its teeth and claws. In the blink of an eye, the fire shot into the sky and the heat wave rolled in, as if it was going to swallow up the entire world. However, facing such a terrifying attack, Cheng Feng showed no fear and stood as steady as a mountain. As soon as he thought, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble slightly, and then a thick and solid earth wall slowly rose up, like an indestructible fortress lying in front of him. The pillars of fire and gravel hit the earthen wall hard, immediately stirring up countless sparks and smoke. The earthen wall was under tremendous pressure, and cracks gradually opened on its surface. However, it remained standing and successfully withstood this thrilling blow. The next moment, Cheng Feng sensed something and stepped back suddenly. At the same time, he received Jiro, grabbed a piece of gravel, and threw it suddenly. Suddenly, a huge and powerful monster rushed out like an arrow from a string. This monster looks very weird. Its head is like a leopard, but its body is as strong as a tiger. There is a sharp horn in the center of its forehead. Its body is covered with hard scales and a layer of bright red hair. But the body shape is as upright as a human being. The red flame beast rushed towards the earth wall in an instant, and its sharp claws easily scratched it. However, at this moment, the stone with strong kinetic energy hit the red flame beast's wrist accurately. In an instant, the red flame beast felt a strong electric current spread throughout his body. His entire arm and even half of his body became numb and weak, and he completely lost control. This sudden severe pain made it miserable, but before it had time to react, two ghostly figures quietly appeared beside it. Impact point. Soul Exterminator. Cheng Feng punched out with both fists, hitting the Crimson Flame Beast's abdomen. Crimson Flame Beast, which was originally only paralyzed on half of its body, felt that its entire body was paralyzed and could not move at all. Immediately afterwards, Myra, who had received the soul of Satan, gathered a large amount of darkness in his hands, creating a super powerful dark shock wave that directly swallowed the red flame beast's head. Myra, retreat. Good. After the attack was successful, Myra retreated without hesitation. Cheng Feng inserted his fingers into his shoulders, and his body suddenly expanded into a 3-meter giant. Kitty, come and try this trick. Cheng Feng raised his hand knife and received Escanor. A burning breath burst out from his body. Holy sword, Escanor. The hand knife fell rapidly with a sharp sound of wind, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. At the same time, a hot and violent magic burst out like a burning star. At this moment, only a jaw-dropping huge crack suddenly appeared on the huge body of the red flame beast. Along with a piercing sound and splashing scales and hair, scarlet warm blood spurted out like a fountain, splashing everywhere. It was everywhere. Mirajana's eyes were wide open, and her face was full of surprise. She secretly exclaimed, "How amazing! How on earth is such a terrifying attack power achieved?" Cheng Feng frowned slightly, because the damage was too low. It was only after 10 o'clock in the morning, not yet 11 o'clock, and it was some time before noon, so the power that Escanor burst out was not strong enough. This time the sword only injured the red flame beast, but it was not fatal. The physical defense of this S-class monster was far beyond Cheng Feng's imagination. Roar! The head was blown, and a huge wound was torn on the body. Such an injury is enough to relieve the acupuncture points. Don't worry, kitten, I still have time. Cheng Feng's figure expanded even more, and the knife in his hand was clenched into a fist. Holy hammer, Escanor! He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength into his fist, and then swung it out. This punch was like thunder, with unparalleled power, and it hit the belly of the red flame beast directly. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. Then, there was a loud earth-shaking noise, and the red flame beast was like being hit hard by a high-speed train speeding at hundreds of kilometers per hour. Its body was like a meteor burning with flames, flying backwards at an astonishing speed. Its huge and heavy body hit a huge rock mountain behind it, instantly causing a violent explosion. Rocks and dust flew everywhere, and the whole scene was extremely shocking. The severely injured red flame beast did not stop flying. It continued to fly backwards for more than 10 meters, and finally fell heavily to the ground, splashing a cloud of smoke and dust. This destructive power is too exaggerated. Mirage spurted out magic power to stop the gravel flying towards her. Looking at the scene in front of her, her perspective was refreshed once again. But the next moment, Mirage felt that Cheng Feng was the fiery magic power like the sun disappeared. Because these two blows directly drained half of Cheng Feng's magic power. Cheng Feng felt that his magic power could no longer be used. The red flame beast had eaten Cheng Feng twice and looked extremely miserable. There was no good flesh on his body, and one of his legs was bent at 90 degrees. Even so, the red flame beast was not dead yet. In its current state, it was on 3 limbs, vomiting blood, and stared at Cheng Feng with its scarlet eyes. In an instant, the red flame beast moved. Although one leg was broken, its speed was still faster than normal. The man was moving faster, and while approaching Cheng Feng, he suddenly opened his mouth, and countless fireballs the size of watermelons were fired at Cheng Feng. In an instant, a kunao appeared on the red flame beast. Next to it, Cheng Feng disappeared in front of it and came to the side of the red flame beast. Raise Nan! I saw a spiral pill with endless power, hitting the huge body of the red flame beast. I heard a loud noise, and the extremely hard spine of the red flame beast could not bear such a huge body. The impact made a crisp sound. Then, the red flame beast's huge body fell to the ground like it was being pressed by a mountain. At the same time, the ground shook violently because of this powerful force. It seemed like it was going to crack. In an instant, countless fine cracks were centered on the place where the Raise Nan hit, and they quickly spread to the surroundings. These cracks were intertwined like spider webs, and the ground was shattered into pieces. Gravels and sand of different sizes flew everywhere, forming a grey mist. After the red flame beast was severely injured, a stream of bright red blood suddenly spewed out from its mouth, and the condensing fireball stopped abruptly. Although it was seriously injured, the red flame beast's eyes still flashed with a trace of ferocity and determination. It seemed that it did not intend to give in, but instead aroused a stronger fighting spirit deep in its heart. Careful. Super sadistic and violent. Mirage suddenly waved her arms and hands, and the vortex formed by the dark magic power was thrown out like a long whip, directly blocking the red flame beast's tiger tail that carried the fierce aura. A disobedient kitten will be beaten. Cheng Feng suddenly raised his arm, looked at the red flame beast whose spinal cord was injured and was somewhat unable to move, and sneered, "Holy Spear, Escanor." Escanor received it again, and the dazzling magic power of the sun burst out. He stabbed out his fingers, and the surging magic power penetrated from the back of the red flame beast's head and came out from the front. The red flame beast only felt the brain heat up, and then lost consciousness. It was gone. Cheng Feng slashed with a hand knife, and the red flame beast's horn was cut off by it. In an instant, Cheng Feng released his grip and sat on the ground with some strength left. The magic power was not exhausted, but there was not much left. Too much. Myra. Coming. After Myra Jane fell, Cheng Feng put the horn into the game backpack. Myra Jane helped Cheng Feng up, then hugged Cheng Feng's hot body, took off with Cheng Feng, and rushed towards the deserted land. Who will be the first to pass? Outside the deserted land, Makarov sat on the table, looked at the deserted land and said with their strength, "It is not a big problem to join forces to deal with S-class monsters, it is just a matter of time. I guess I'll have to wait another hour." Just when Makarov finished speaking, he saw a figure rushing towards him in the deserted place. So fast. Makarov couldn't believe it. But even if he couldn't believe it, Mirage still flew here as fast as possible. When Mirage landed, Cheng Feng took out his horn and put it directly on the table. The dimming flag also burst into light in an instant, and then slowly extinguished. Cheng Feng pulled up the flag, looked at the somewhat absent-minded Makarov on the other side and said, "Grandpa President, we succeeded. Pass it." Makarov was stunned for a moment, then nodded solemnly, and said to Cheng Feng and Myra Jane, "Congratulations, Cheng Feng, Myra Jane, you successfully passed the first assessment. P.S. The saved manuscript has been completely used up. Next, 2 to 3 chapters should be updated every day. I hope you can remind me more and comment more. Don't be too busy with the book in the early stage. It is easy to die. Thank you for your support." Chapter 38. The second test. Makarov looked at Cheng Feng. "Yes, we have completed the first assessment, so the second assessment is next, right? What are we going to do? We can go ahead and finish it." Cheng Feng is eager to try. Even though his magic power has not recovered yet, Cheng Feng feels that there should be no big problem. "Don't be anxious yet, wait for Laxus to come back." Makarov waved his hand towards Cheng Feng and said, "Wait until he comes back, then you will know what the second test is." "What do you mean?" Cheng Feng was stunned, not quite understanding what Makarov meant. Makarov showed an unfathomable smile and said, "When the time comes, you will know." Cheng Feng. "So, I hate the Riddler the most." However, Cheng Feng did not wait too long. After more than an hour, Laxus and Marcus returned here in a mess, carrying a huge fang. The fang was placed on the table, and the flag was pulled out by Laxus. Both of them passed the first level, but when they looked at Makarov, they found that he had no intention of speaking. Being confused by Makarov, Cheng Feng and Laxus were confused. Cheng Feng recalled the first test, then looked at Myra Jane, who shrugged to indicate that he had not thought of anything. Seeing this, Cheng Feng suddenly remembered what Makarov said at the beginning, that he would prepare a big gift for them. At first, Cheng Feng thought that the big gift was an S-level monster. But now it seems that it is very likely something related to the second assessment. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng walked towards the unicorn horn that he had cut off. After thinking for a moment, Cheng Feng stretched out his hand, and his own magic power slowly penetrated into the unicorn horn like a tentacle. Soon, Cheng Feng discovered that he had guessed right. There is a hollow place in the unicorn horn. Cheng Feng immediately pulled out the Bing Lun Wan, cut a hole in the unicorn horn with a knife, and then broke it with force. Click! The horn was broken off, revealing a small box inside. Seeing Cheng Feng's operation, Laxus immediately checked the fangs he brought back. Cheng Feng took out the small box in surprise, and after opening it, found a pendant inside. This is a small prop that can absorb magic power and store it. When necessary, it can also absorb the magic power inside to restore it. Makarov suddenly said, as for the second assessment, you can read it yourself. Cheng Feng took out a piece of paper at the bottom of the box and read it. Myra Jane also came over and read the words on it. But when they saw the message on it, they were immediately confused. Because it said being the first to open this box means that you have successfully passed the second assessment. Congratulations, starting from today, you will become a true S-class mage. Keep running towards your future. Cheng Feng and Mirage both looked at Makarov. Makarov stood over there, his body straight, and said the first assessment will test your execution ability, as well as your own strength. The second assessment tests your thinking ability and understanding of events. Cheng Feng, you passed everything. Congratulations, you have become a true S-class mage. No. On the other side, Marcus suddenly wailed, and Laxus looked depressed when he looked at the fangs that found nothing after being checked by him. Grandpa, why don't I? Laxus looked at Makarov with an aggrieved look on his face. Snort. Makarov snorted coldly, looked at Laxus and said, let me ask you, how many fangs does the fire poison demon lion have? 4. I asked you to bring the fangs. Did I say bring a specific fang? I don't even know how to use my brain, I just know how to be reckless. You have already lost the opportunity, so you need to think about more problems to make up for the lost opportunity. As a result, your performance has disappointed me, Laxus. Go back and reflect, and come back next year. Faced with Makarov's words, if it had been put in the past, it is estimated that Laxus would have started to complain directly, but Laxus, who has changed a lot now, has not done this. He will accept Makarov's accusation obediently, and Makarov's words took it to heart. It can be predicted that Laxus, who has grown up in this way, will definitely have higher achievements in the future than he did in the original plot. It always feels a bit unreal. Cheng Feng scratched his head, looked at Makarov and said, I thought it would be more difficult. That means your strength has exceeded your limit. Before Makarov could speak, Mirage slapped Cheng Feng on the back of the head and said, I have never heard of any magician who can seriously injure an S-class monster with just a few moves. Your strength is beyond the limit. It's too serious, so naturally it feels simple. If it were me, I would probably have to fight hard for a long time. Listening to Mirajana's complaints, Makarov and the others all looked at Cheng Feng. Not that exaggerated. Cheng Feng still kept a low profile and said, the strength of my heroic soul depends on the sun. At night, it is very weak. That means, the closer it gets to noon, the stronger you are. Makarov looked at Cheng Feng, and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have received complaints about Cheng Feng before, saying that his destructive power was too strong or something. However, Cheng Feng mostly helped people repair it, and Makarov didn't care. Now it seems that it is a bit scary to want to change to a too destructive power. That's right, but I can only maintain it for 3 seconds at most, and the magic power will be drained after 3 seconds. Cheng Feng held out 3 fingers to show that he was not that strong. In those 3 seconds, how strong are you? Laxus asked as he looked at Cheng Feng. Everyone looked at him. Chang Feng scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Let's just go 50-50 with the president." Makarov? I have become a combat unit? Several people looked at Chang Feng as if they were looking at a freak. Makarov even said seriously to Chang Feng, "Don't use that heroic spirit if you have nothing to do. Soul, it is too destructive and there are many complaints." "Oh okay, I know." Chang Feng nodded in agreement. But what they didn't know was that Chang Feng had not finished what he said. Chang Feng could only hold Escanor for 3 seconds at noon, because the time was too short and the magic power was extracted too seriously, causing Chang Feng to not be able to exert the power of the card at all. If it is really converted, Chang Feng can only exert 10% of the power of the noon card, because there is no magic power to use it. Chang Feng did his best. Laxus and the others went back to the guild first, but Chang Feng was stopped by Makarov. The promotion of S-class wizards required filing with the Magic Council. In the Fairy Tale Guild, there is also a special ceremony after promotion to Sirius Island. Chang Feng and Makarov set sail to Sirius Island. Only in front of Mavis's grave, they only then can you truly become an S-class mage of the Fairy Tale Guild. Chapter 39. It's so hot. As the temperature got higher and higher, Chang Feng slumped down on the recliner. Can you believe it? It's almost the end of December, and the temperature here is still over 40 degrees. Coming. Makarov was wearing a beach suit. He looked at Chang Feng, who was only wearing a pair of big pants, and said, "Why don't you sleep this time? It's so hot, where can I sleep?" Chang Feng complained, took out the Hyaenron pill and froze an ice cube to cool down. Only then did he feel better. "Grandpa President, are we going to pay homage to the first president, Mavis?" Chang Feng looked at Makarov and said, "What is the purpose of holding this ceremony?" Makarov stopped fanning his hand. He looked at Chang Feng and sighed, "I have always had this ritual, but I have another expectation for you." "Me?" Chang Feng was stunned, then he reacted, sat up straight and looked at Makarov and said, "Receive the magic soul of the hero." "Not stupid." Makarov glanced at Chang Feng, continued to fan and said, "If you can really use the heroic spirit, then the first generation should not be stingy to lend you his power." Chang Feng sat there in a daze for a while, then smiled bitterly, but said nothing. Because he knew very well that his receiving magic could only receive the power of cards, and other powers could not be received at all. Then, that is, Mavis was not dead at all. Even if he could receive the heroic spirit, where would Mavis go to change a heroic spirit for him? But Makarov didn't know. Although he knew that Mavis's body was buried under the guild, Makarov had long thought that Mavis was dead over the years, so he naturally didn't know the inside story. Chang Feng couldn't say it either, otherwise how could he explain that he knew these things? As for Sirius Island, Chang Feng also wanted to go there once. Of course, there was a purpose. That was the tomb that integrated Mavis's will. The monument also has 2 super magics hidden on it. One is an absolute killing magic, the Fairy's Glory. The other is an absolute defensive magic, the Fairy's Ball. Chang Feng wants to study the Fairy's Ball. Although the Fairy's Glory has a strong attack power, to be honest, Chang Feng has so many cards that he really doesn't lack this means of attack. But the Fairy's Ball is different. It condenses the thoughts of all guild members into powerful magic power, and creates an invincible protective ball. All members and the environment within the range are protected by the sphere, and it also has the function of freezing all time in the sphere. This kind of magic is not only about defense, but also involves time. You know, Arusha used all his strength and only went back 1 minute. But the Fairy's Ball can seal time for up to 7 years. It took Mavis' help to remove the magic, otherwise the blockade would have lasted even longer. Chang Feng wanted to try it, not only to remove the seal of the Fairy Ball when he really couldn't withstand the Black Dragon's attack, but on the other hand, Chang Feng also wanted to try to see if he could use the Fairy Ball, a super magic, to apply other effects. For example, the ability to convert the power of thoughts into magic power. If you understand the method, then can you solve the problem of Cheng Feng's current insufficient magic reserves? You know, what is limiting Cheng Feng now is the problem of magic reserves. If Cheng Feng really has a huge amount of magic power, then with the combination of many cards, Cheng Feng's strength will be extremely terrifying. Not to mention other things, the power of Jiro's full seal, the sun never sets in Escanor's heart exploded, the Super Saiyan form, and Saitama's explosion. Just these 4 guys combined, a super serious punch. Cheng Feng was a little worried, whether the planet under his feet could withstand this punch. But Cheng Feng could only think about this mode. After all, if it really reached this level, Cheng Feng felt that, from his current point of view, let alone the second magic source, even if there were more than a dozen, draining the magic power would only take a moment. Of course, Cheng Feng could also look forward to it. If he really reached the red card, plus the opening of the second magic source, maybe it would be enough. Cheng Feng's requirements were not high. This imaginary mode, let alone 3 seconds, even if it was 1 second, the destructive power caused was absolutely unimaginable. Arrive. Just when Cheng Feng was thinking wildly, Makarov's words made Cheng Feng wake up from his dream. At this moment, the ship had arrived at a blank sea area. Just when Cheng Feng was wondering where Tianlang Island was, suddenly the scene in front of him changed, and a unique island suddenly appeared in front of Cheng Feng. Tianlang Island is protected by a unique barrier. Under normal circumstances, there is no way to see the islands. Makarov said towards Cheng Feng, only fairy tale wizards can see this island and land on this fairy tale guild holy land. Cheng Feng nodded, followed Makarov off the boat, and landed on the guild's holy land. As soon as he set foot on the island, a strong magic power enveloped Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng flicked the necklace hanging around his neck. The spherical pendant soon became filled with magic power. What a great place! Cheng Feng took a deep breath and said, with such strong magic power, I feel like I can even have 1 extra second when I'm at my peak. Follow me. Makarov gestured towards Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng nodded and followed Makarov's footsteps. After passing through a large forest filled with various strange creatures, an old man and a young man came to Mabius' tombstone. Makarov clasped his hands together, closed his eyes and bowed towards the tombstone. When he opened his eyes and wanted to tell Cheng Feng some precautions, he found Cheng Feng squatting over there, taking out a knife from somewhere. A variety of desserts that looked very expensive were placed in front of Mavis's tombstone. What are you? Makarov was immediately confused by Cheng Feng's operation and didn't know what to say for a moment. Mavis is a girl after all, and girls generally won't refuse the temptation of desserts. Cheng Feng put the offerings away, imitated Makarov, bowed to the tombstone and said, after all, to seek the help of the first President Mavis, naturally I have to prepare some good things. Makarov smiled bitterly and muttered in his heart, if this can be useful, I will eat all these things. However, thinking that this was Cheng Feng's filial piety after all, Makarov did not say anything else. But when Cheng Feng finished the worship, Makarov looked at the icy ice cream sundae and swallowed his saliva. In this damn weather, eating some ice cream, the first generation will not blame me, right? Well, after all, if I don't eat it, it will not taste good if it melts in such hot weather. Thinking of this, Makarov suddenly felt better. He was not wasting food. Makarov stretched out his hand and was about to pick up the ice cream sundae, but at this moment, a white and tender little hand stretched out from somewhere, slapped Makarov's hand away, and then the sundae was taken away by the little hand as fast as lightning. Makarov. Chapter 40. Makarov looked closely and found a little girl with green eyes, a pair of small wings on her head, long curly golden hair, wearing a cloak, bare feet, sitting on the tombstone, swaying back and forth, like a little fairy in the legend. First. Although you are the third generation president, I cannot give you the sundae. Mavis said to Makarov very protectively, scooped a spoonful of icy cold ice cream into her mouth, and squinted her eyes happily. Is this the first generation, the founder of the fairy tale guild? Chang Feng also pretended to be surprised and said, you're not dead. No no no. Mabius shook the spoon and said to Cheng Feng, I'm dead, and now I look like a ghost. Cheng Feng. Makarov. Have you ever seen a ghost that can touch the real thing and happily dig ice cream to eat? But you are very sensible. Mavis praised Cheng Feng by name. Cheng Feng smiled shyly. But only he knew that it was no secret that Mavis liked to eat sweets. So, third generation president, what is your purpose here? Mavis took a big scoop of ice cream and ate it. He felt a little bit cold on his forehead. After rubbing his temples, he said to Makarov and Cheng Feng, you can't just come to see me, a lonely ghost, right? Ahem, that's it. Makarov coughed a few times, suppressed the desire to complain in his heart, and then told his thoughts. Mavis ate ice cream while listening to Makarov's story. After finishing the last bit of ice cream, Mavis put it down cup, looked at Makarov and Cheng Feng and said, it can't be done. Although I have never seen the so-called heroic spirit, it is obvious that I do not belong to this category, so I can't help. Mavis picked up a piece of strawberry cake and ate it in small bites. While eating, he said to Cheng Feng, however, if this child is really such a genius, then maybe I can make up for it in another way. You. After saying that, Mavis's tombstone lit up with light, and the light split into two and turned into two floating light spots. After Mavis finished eating the strawberry cake, he stood up and faced Cheng Feng and said, I have 3 super magic powers. Absolute judgment magic, the law of the Fae. Absolutely obliterating magic, the brilliance of fairies. The absolute defensive magic, fairy ball. But here, there are no goblin laws, only goblin radiance and goblin balls. As a reward for your tribute to me, you can choose one of these 2 magics. Makarov was stunned for a moment, and then he excitedly said to Cheng Feng, why don't you thank the first generation? Well, thank you, Shode-sama. Cheng Feng said to Mavis. Sarah, come and choose. Mavis held 2 spots of light and said towards Cheng Feng, choose the brilliance of the fairy? Or the goblin ball? Without any hesitation, Cheng Feng stretched out his hand to the left of Mavis and said, the guild is my home, and my companions in the guild are my family. I choose defensive magic that can protect my family. While saying that, Cheng Feng held Mavis' left hand. The light spot integrated into Cheng Feng's body, along with all the information about the fairy ball. Mavis looked at Cheng Feng without any hesitation, and first he was stunned for a moment, then looked at Makarov, smiled and said, you have made the guild great, the 3rd generation president. Makarov also laughed and wiped his tears at the same time. Mavis's recognition is definitely the biggest compliment for Makarov. And Cheng Feng was immersed in the understanding of the fairy ball. After fully understanding the fairy ball, Cheng Feng also fell into silence. The fairy ball was far more complicated than he imagined, whether it was the composition, the magic structure, or even the removal of the fairy ball. Terrible. Cheng Feng glanced at Mavis, who was happily eating sweets. Even though Mavis was small, her head was filled with almost all the magic knowledge in the world. Only Mavis can create the 3 super magics of fairy tale, and only such Mavis can be called fairy strategist. Mavis had no body, relying on his ghost state and the remaining magic power in the fairy ball. It only took 7 years, that is, 7 days in the ball, to open the fairy ball. Cheng Feng smiled bitterly in his heart. If it were Mavis in normal form, he would probably be able to open it in seconds if it was me. Cheng Feng estimated that it would take almost 3 days. 3 days. In other words, at least 3 years have passed outside. This comparison shows just how strong Mabius is. No, it can be faster. Cheng Feng shook his head in his heart. He still has enough time to slowly study the magic of the fairy ball, and by that time, he will still have Mavis by his side to help him remove the fairy ball. So at this time, it will be shortened even more. No, I'm really stupid. Cheng Feng suddenly reacted and looked at Mavis. Mavis knows most of the magic in this world and is simply a walking encyclopedia. If your own problem is difficult to solve, it is better to ask Mavis. Thinking about this, Cheng Feng also asked Mavis, "First generation sir, do you know of any method that can improve a person's magic power reserve?" Mavis looked at Cheng Feng and was stunned for a moment. The first generation of adults, Cheng Feng's magic has received the soul of the heroic spirit that consumes a lot of magic power. Although the combat power is strong, it cannot last too long, so he asked this question. Makarov also explained to Mavis how to increase your magic power reserves. Mavis looked at Cheng Feng and said, "You don't have to worry. You are still young. When you grow up, your magic power reserve will naturally increase. But if it is a short-term improvement, I have a good method." "Can it be improved in the short term?" Cheng Feng was stunned for a moment, as if he had never heard of it. "Well, it's not a solution at all, but it's very effective." Mavis stretched out a finger and said to Cheng Feng, "But you have to promise me to use it as little as possible, because this method has similar squeezing potential. So you have to swear that you won't use it easily unless you encounter danger between life and death. Do you understand?" Cheng Feng's eyes lit up and he immediately said, "I promise. I still have this bit of self-control." Seeing Cheng Feng agree, Mavis suddenly laughed. However, no matter how Cheng Feng looked at Mavis's smile, he felt that there was a malicious feeling. Chapter 41. When Mavis brought Cheng Feng to a medicine pool on Tianlang Island and asked Cheng Feng to take off his shirt and lie on the stone, Cheng Feng had already secretly thought that something was wrong. The moment Mavis' fingers touched his back, Cheng Feng realized what kind of wrong thing he had done. "Ah!" A shrill scream sounded, frightening countless birds to fly. Cheng Feng lay on the stone, holding onto the stone with both hands. With his strong finger strength, even the stone was pulled in by Cheng Feng. "At such a young age, why are you so afraid of pain? Give me some peace." Mavis patted Cheng Feng's back. Cheng Feng felt as if he had been pricked by a needle. He gritted his teeth and Cheng Feng did not dare to scream. Only then did Mavis take action with satisfaction. Ming, it was just a light touch with his fingers, but Cheng Feng felt as if his skin and flesh had been violently torn apart, and then a steel brush soaked in salt grains was being used to continuously brush his flesh, and bone marrow. This kind of pain is simply life-threatening. Makarov looked at Cheng Feng, who was dripping with cold sweat, and the bloody lines that appeared on his back as Mavis traced them, and a flash of light flashed through his mind. Shen looked at Mavis and asked uncertainly, "First generation master, are you carving the lost magic pattern for Cheng Feng?" "That's right," Mavis said excitedly, "this is my first time trying it too, but after the magic pattern is carved, Xiao Cheng Feng will have a place to store magic power in his body, which can indirectly increase his magic power reserve. As for when the magic pattern is actually used, you should understand the power." Makarov nodded. How could he not know? After the magic pattern is truly used, the magic pattern carver can obtain nearly 100 times the magic power increase in an instant. Sounds exaggerated, right? But in terms of the consequences, it is also the reason why the magic pattern has been lost. The first possibility is that the body cannot withstand the surging magic power and explodes directly, leaving no bones. The second possibility is that the body can withstand it, but it cannot control such a terrifying magic power and cannot call it. In the end, the body is pierced by the surging magic power, the magic power leaks, and finally the magic power is lost and the person dies. The third possibility is that the body can withstand it and can call it, but once time passes, the gradually calming magic power will permanently take away the magician's future potential, or destroy it. If you are lucky, you can maintain the current level of magic power until you die. If you are unlucky, your strength will decline, and you may not be as good as an ordinary rookie magician. Such a serious situation naturally caused the magic pattern to be gradually lost, and no one was willing to carve such a dangerous thing on themselves. But as Mavis said, that this requires a wizard to have a certain degree of self-control. If you don't use this magic pattern, and simply use it as a prop to store magic power, then there will be no problem. Its function is the same as the pendant that Makarov gave to Cheng Feng. But compared with the pendant, it is obvious that the magic pattern has a larger reserve. When all the magic patterns are carved, Cheng Feng, who is almost exhausted, can feel that the magic power reserve of the magic pattern is almost 3 times the size of his current magic power reserve. Cheng Feng only needs to inject his own magic power into the magic pattern, and the magic pattern will store Cheng Feng's magic power. When Cheng Feng needs to consume magic power, he can draw the magic power from the magic pattern, thereby improving Cheng Feng's durability. Makarov looked at the circular magic pattern on Cheng Feng's back that looked like a magic circle, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he took action and sent the exhausted Cheng Feng to the medicine pool to soak. Cheng Feng soaked in the medicine pool and his physical strength slowly recovered. So far, the trip to Tianlang Island can be said to have been successfully completed. While Cheng Feng and the others were on Tianlang Island, the news about Cheng Feng's promotion to S-class magician finally passed the report of the Magic Council. This news also spread throughout the entire Magician Guild. Among the Cyan Pegasus, Bob looked at the letter from the Magic Council. He looked at the content, held his face with one hand and chuckled. The youngest S-class magician? It seems that Makarov guy is really I have raised a little monster. So fast. Yi also saw the letter and was a little shocked and said Cheng Feng is still very young, I feel like he is not yet an adult. I thought he had to get acquainted with him this year before he could be promoted next year. That's why I said he is a little monster who can pass the S-level exam at the age of 14. Bobu sighed with a smile, thinking in his heart that this junior is better than these old guys. But what they don't know is that next, something that will shock them is about to happen. For example, Laxus, Urza, and Myra Jane, the 3 future S-class wizards, were only 16 or 17 years old when they obtained this status. It was precisely this situation that made them complete. It laid the foundation for Fairy Tale and the first Magicians Guild in Fiori Kingdom. Not only the Cyan Pegasus, but also any Magicians Guild registered with the Magic Council will receive this letter to promote Cheng Feng to S-class magician. This is a process. Even if someone from other guilds is promoted to S-level, the letters will be passed to the Fairy Tale Guild. Those guilds that have dealings with Cheng Feng are naturally happy for Cheng Feng, and with Cheng Feng. Those who had a bad relationship were as ugly as if they had eaten Oreo. For example, the Ghost Ruler. Joseph looked at the letter and smashed it into ashes with magic power. You tried to fight against me, goblins, but you succeeded in irritating me. Joseph roared, and the evil magic permeated the entire guild almost instantly, so that none of the guild members below dared to breathe loudly. Regardless of the voices from the outside world, Chen Feng and Makarov, who had finished their rest at this moment, the people left Tianlang Island. As for Mavis, she did not go with them, but continued to stay on Tianlang Island. In her words, she had not slept well at the moment and needed a good rest. Mavis and Makarov have repeatedly warned them to bring more desserts next time they come. Naturally, Makarov will not refuse the request of the first generation, but a ghost always likes it. Eating sweets makes people have the urge to complain. Cheng Feng is standing at the bow of the ship, constantly injecting his own magic power into the magic lines. At the same time, he is constantly absorbing magic power and recovering the consumed magic power. Harvest. Not only obtained the fairy ball, but also increased the magic power reserve. Cheng Feng looked at Shui Tianyi Se in front, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. And since I have been promoted to S-class mage, there are some things that can be put on the agenda. Thinking of this, Cheng Feng clenched his fists and was full of confidence in his future plans. Chapter 42. 779 is destined to be an extraordinary year. Ever since Cheng Feng was promoted to an S-class mage, the title of Mission Madman of the Fairy Tale Guild has finally been passed on to various guilds. At the same time, everyone also understands how valuable this title is. Compared with ordinary commissions, it is also possible to divide areas and selectively distribute them to many magic guilds within the range. However, most of the S-level commissions are extremely dangerous. Not only are they restricted to S-level wizards, but because they are difficult to complete, they are shared by many guilds. Under such a mechanism, many magic guilds found that their S-level commissions were rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some S-level magicians even had a hard time completing an S-level commission. When they came back, the S-level commission had already been completed. 7 or 8 portions are missing. Cheng Feng used his terrifying commission completion speed to successfully drive all the guilds into panic. Because they were horrified to discover that if they didn't speed up and still wanted to deal with the S-level commission slowly, what was waiting for them would be that Cheng Feng would snatch up all the tasks. For this reason, the Magic Council had to step forward and sent Yujma, who had a good relationship with Makarov, to come and talk to Makarov. Ajima was also happy and relaxed, and came to the Fairy Tale Guild to have a drink with Makarov. "Don't you want to talk? Then wouldn't it be normal to talk for a few days?" Therefore, Yujma fished openly. He drank with Makarov for 2 days, and then told Makarov about his arrival. In half a year, a total of 46 S-level commissions were completed, 31 monsters were defeated, 4 dark guilds, and 11 dark groups including bandits and cults. Yajima took a sip of wine, looked at Makarov and said, "Little Ma, Xiao Cheng Feng is under too much pressure, let him rest. Even if it's just to make money, with these tasks and his current pharmacy business, his net worth is already a little over 1 billion, right? There's no need to work so hard." I really told him this. Makarov smiled bitterly and said, "But he is really not as rich as you think. His magic receiving soul is different from ordinary magic receiving soul. Normally, receiving magic means defeating monsters and so on, and absorbing their power for one's own use. As for Cheng Feng's receiving magic, he needs to constantly spend money to buy a void medium, and then use this medium to summon the soul of the heroic spirit to receive it." Yujma looked shocked. "Yes, you thought it right. Although this kind of receiving magic is highly safe, it is extremely expensive, so this is why Cheng Feng continues to make money. But he is strong enough now, right? Still working so hard." Yajima was also speechless. Thinking about him, although he is not strong, he lives a pretty good life. Why doesn't this little guy know how to enjoy life? Personal pursuits may be different. Makarov raised his glass towards Yajima and said, "But Cheng Feng and I have had sex. It is estimated that if he continues to be busy for a while, he will indeed need to rest." Yajima smiled bitterly. "Does that mean he wants to rest? That's because apart from those troublesome century-old missions, the current S-class commissions are almost cleared. But forget it, since everyone said so, he can go back." With this news, Yajima returned to the Magic Council. As for Cheng Feng, the general S-class commissions were basically cleared, and some were also cleared. Being firmly grasped by the other guilds, even if they couldn't finish it, they would take it first. This also led to Cheng Feng finally being able to relax. "Finally, we've come to this point." Cheng Feng was lying on the bed in the loft, looking at the game interface in front of him. With the final drawing of cards and the selection of the last purple card, Cheng Feng's deck was completely complete. Melee deck, Jiro, red, Escanor, red, Sun Goku, red, Saitama, red, Namikaze Minato, gold, Edward, gold. Swordsmanship deck, Zoro, gold, Inuyasha, gold, Artoria, red, Kenpeki, gold, Kenshin, red, Kanzaki Kori, red. Ranged deck, Misaka Mikato, red, Megaman, purple, Tatsumaki, red. Eniro, gold, Madara Uchiha, red, Kuroko Shiratai, purple. Treatment deck, Elizabeth, purple, Tsunade, gold, Luo, gold, Orium Inu, purple, Jo. Runo Giovanna, gold, Higashikata Yasuke, gold. This is the deck that Cheng Feng has assembled so far. Of course, there are many alternative cards, such as the King of Kai who almost kicked out the finale. It is necessary. At this time, Cheng Feng can replace it instantly without delaying use. In order to collect these cards, Cheng Feng spent a total of 3.6 billion J. If it were not for the S-level commission fee, there would be no less than 1 million J. Coupled with the fact that a large number of dark guilds and cults were acquired by himself, Cheng Feng would not be able to get so much money together so quickly, but with the money on hand, Cheng Feng would not be able to get it together. It would be completely exhausted. If it weren't for the pharmacy business, Cheng Feng felt that in the next period of time, even if he wanted to go out to work, he would have to consider the cost of the journey. Name, Cheng Feng, green, plus. Level, 30. Full. Body, 163 plus, 677. Strength, 164 plus, 701. Agility, 164 plus, 697. Skill, Receive Magic. Equipment, Harinmeru, Philosopher's Stone. Card slot, Jiro, red, Escanor, red, Sun Goku, red, Saitama, red, Namikaze Minato, gold, Edward, gold. The second transfer requires 1000 blue cards and 3000 spirit stones. Cheng Feng took a look at the remaining cards, counted them, and then merged all the green cards into blue cards, making up more than 1300 blue cards. The next moment, Cheng Feng once again enjoyed the promotion. Comfort. After enjoying it, Cheng Feng looked at his attributes. Name, Cheng Feng, blue. Level, 30. Body, 363 plus, 677. Strength, 364 plus, 701. Sensitivity, 364 plus, 697, at this moment. Even if Cheng Feng doesn't use the power of the card, he can defeat Natsu and Gray just by relying on his own physical strength. But Cheng Feng knows very well that his state is not that strong yet, and he can't do it. At the beginning of the plot, if Urza's level is to ensure a stable battle reception state, it can be compared to Makarov's 4 and Makarov's 6. Which can reach the level of crushing the Holy 10 level, but it only lasts for 10 seconds. It can only be used as a trump card and cannot be easily revealed. It is not enough. If you really don't know the powerful combat power of the fairy tale world, this kind of life is enough to make Cheng Feng sink. However, neither Zeref nor the Black Dragon Acnology can be defeated by Cheng Feng now. If he wants to be stable, he must surpass them. Therefore, he must continue to become stronger. Chapter 43. Cheng Feng, thank you for this mission. Myra Jane patted Cheng Feng on the back, and then took Elfman and Listenet to hand in the mission. Cheng Feng yawned, walked to the counter with some leisure, looked at Makarov who was still drinking, and asked Makarov, Grandpa President, is there any news? There is some news, but are you sure you want to go? Makarov glanced at Cheng Feng and said, that thing, you'd better not mess around. I just want to see my current strength. I'm not that stupid either. Cheng Feng smiled and said, besides, I'm pretty free now, right? Makarov pondered for a moment. Indeed, as Cheng Feng said, he has been quite free recently. He makes some extra money for potions when he has nothing to do. He doesn't do many S-level commissions. Occasionally, he just helps his companions in the guild complete small commissions. Really too idle. All right. According to what I asked you about, that thing should be in the north, over there in the destroyed town called Prague. Thank you, Grandpa President, I'll go take a look and I'll be back in a week at most. After getting the news he wanted, Chang Feng laughed, then greeted Makarov and left the guild. Then, he received Sun Wukong's card, used Wukong, and flew directly towards the north. The flying method of air dance is also the reason why Chang Feng was able to complete so many S-level commissions so quickly before. At his full power, Chang Feng's flying speed was no weaker than that of a normal civil aviation aircraft. After leaving the guild, Urza and the others finished their work and returned to the guild. During lunch, Urza did not see Chang Feng and asked Makarov guild president, "Where is Chang Feng? Why didn't you see him? He had to go out for something." Makarov waved his hand and said, "Go to the Prague ruins in the north and come back." Prague? Where is that? Urza was a little confused. But Gray, who was eating on the other side, suddenly spit out a mouthful of rice, spraying Natsu and Habi in the face. "Gray is bullying me." Harpy was almost crying, his fish was covered with Gray's saliva. "Stinky ice cube, do you want to fight?" Natsu was also sprayed in the face and said angrily to Gray. But this time Gray ignored Natsu at all. He coughed dryly and drank water, and then said to Makarov anxiously, "President, you said Chang Feng went to Prague. Oh, you know that place?" "Yeah." Gray nodded, and then said nothing more. "He didn't even eat and ran out." "Wait. Stinky ice cube, I'm not done with you." Natsu also chased him out without mercy. "Natsu, wait for me." Habi looked at half of the fish in his hand. He suppressed his heartache and put the fish down. He flapped his wings and chased after Natsu. In this way, Gray took Naz and Habi on the journey. The train going north. Gray was worried all the way, and Natsu originally wanted to ask what was wrong, but as soon as he got on the train, he became sluggish and completely lost his energy. As for Habi, just have some dried fish. Kittens don't have that many ideas. Chang Feng galloped all the way, and it only took him more than an hour to reach the north. After that, he found someone to ask for directions and was delayed for a while. It only took him more than 2 hours in total to reach the Prague ruins. "It's really here." Chang Feng looked at the huge ice blocks standing under the wind and snow in the sky, and the monsters in the ice blocks. He couldn't help but sigh, this place is really remote. Deliura's destruction back then caused many people in the north to the destruction of cities and villages also caused the northerners to move south. This also resulted in the information that Deliura was frozen never being passed on. If Chang Feng had not been in this world for so many years, the original memories of the plot would have been lost. Except for some relatively big things, some details are not clear. Otherwise, there is no need to entrust Makarov to ask the Magic Council. He slowly explored it by himself, and he probably could have found it long ago. It was just after October. The temperature has just turned cold, and it's still pretty good in the south, but it has already started to snow here. Walking through the snow, Chang Feng walked all the way to the ice block where Deliura was frozen. He reached out and touched the ice block. In addition to the extreme cold, Chang Feng could also feel the magic power in the ice. You should have had the strength of the Holy Ten before he was alive, but even so, he could not defeat Deliura head-on. These created demons are really strong. Chang Feng stroked the ice cube and said with a sigh, "It's been such a long time difference. I don't know if Deliura is still alive. Give it a try." As he spoke, Chang Feng suddenly waved his arm, and the snow on the ground was instantly swept away, revealing the land below. Chang Feng took out a metal rod from his backpack, and then drew a pattern on the open space. After carving out a large forging array that was as wide as one person, Chang Feng took back the metal rod, and then threw a large number of things containing various materials into the forging array. "Although I haven't seen you in person, I think I can replicate your body using the ice you turned into." Chang Feng walked to the ice, received Edward, clapped his hands, and then pressed them on the ice. decompose. Alchemy began to destroy the structure of the ice. Even in such a cold environment, the huge ice began to melt slowly. The flowing water seemed to be attracted and flowed into the alchemy array carved by Cheng Feng. Almost there. Cheng Feng looked at the water flowing into the refining formation, chuckled, turned around and walked to the front of the refining formation, clapped his hands, and pressed on the refining formation. The taboo is refined, the human body is refined, I don't know if it will be successful in this world. As Cheng Feng took a deep breath, Cheng Feng immediately activated the refinement array. With the activation of the refinement array, those carefully carved lines instantly burst out with dazzling light, shining like bright stars in the night sky. And outside circles, streaks of pale electric light dance like silver snakes, constantly flashing a heart-stopping cold light. In this mysterious and spectacular refining formation, countless materials seem to feel some kind of powerful gravity, and they move at an alarming speed. Gathering together. They are like a group of summoned elves, happily jumping, rotating, and merging with each other. At the same time, the material that had originally melted into liquid is also involved in it like a torrent, blending with other materials. This process is like a gorgeous symphony performance. Various elements resonate harmoniously in the melody, and together they compose a beautiful and moving movement. Without a soul, I just need a body. Make it for me. With Cheng Feng's words, the thick, ink-black solution made up of countless materials began to roll and stir violently, as if a huge monster with a ferocious face was trapped and struggling in it. Waves of intense and dazzling electric light shot out in all directions, stinging people to the point where they could hardly open their eyes. At the same time, waves of creepy, shrill, and horrifying wailing sounds suddenly sounded in Cheng Feng's ears. The sound sounded so strange. It was like the pitiful screams of countless wronged ghosts who were being tortured. But at this moment, I saw a slender arm as white as snow suddenly emerged from the center of the dark and mysterious solution. He broke out and quickly stretched out of the solution at an unimaginable speed. Before Cheng Feng could react, the next second, another beautiful woman with dark, neat short hair appeared with her eyes closed tightly. The head broke out of the water immediately. Cheng Feng became more determined and stared intently at what was happening in front of him. At this moment, the originally rich and deep black solution was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The outline of the woman's figure at its inner core became more and more clear and complete. Finally, not long after, a perfect, lifelike female body was fully revealed in front of Cheng Feng. The only thing that made Cheng Feng a little regretful was that after Ulu's body was completed, it didn't look as naked as he liked to see it. He had a jacket, trousers, and all the necessary clothes, which made Cheng Feng a little doubtful whether he had done something right. Wrong, I didn't put any materials related to clothing. P.S. It is usually updated in the morning every day. If you sleep in, it will be updated around noon. If it hasn't been updated yet, remember to remind me, maybe I forgot something. Thank you all. Chapter 44. The electric light slowly dissipated, and a young, beautiful, and very capable-looking woman with short hair lay in the formation. Cheng Feng looked at himself safe and sound and smiled slightly. His idea is correct, the taboo formed from the human body is the soul. In addition, he has the Philosopher's Stone, so it is not difficult to simply refine it into a body. But this is not the end, it is the beginning. Carrying Uru's body to the edge of the ice, Cheng Feng wiped away the original formation, then took out the metal rod and began to slowly and firmly cover the bodies of Deliura and Uru in a huge in the alchemy formation. Cheng Feng painted this alchemy formation very seriously, and it was also extremely time-consuming. It took a full 3 hours for Cheng Feng to finish drawing the alchemy array. Looking at his masterpiece, Cheng Feng didn't hesitate at all. He clapped his hands directly and pressed them on the alchemy array. In the next moment, Cheng Feng was seen continuously sending his powerful magic power into the alchemy array. The originally peaceful alchemy array seemed to suddenly come to life and was completely activated in an instant. In an instant, dazzling light suddenly burst out, intertwined with the surging magic power, and shot straight into the sky like a huge and blazing torrent. In the blink of an eye, the layers of thick and dense dark clouds in the sky were unable to withstand the impact of this terrifying force, and they were all pierced through. For a time, the sun shone on the earth without any hindrance, and the originally dark and gloomy world instantly became brighter. And in the cloud hole that was penetrated, a vast blue sky as pure and deep as a gem was revealed. Stop! At this moment, a shrill scream sounded. Chang Feng did not look back, but just by listening to the voice, he knew that it was Gray's voice. After more than 5 hours, Gray and Natsu finally caught up with Chang Feng. But as soon as they arrived, they saw the alchemy array being activated. Gray, who was confused, immediately wanted to stop Chang Feng, but when he was about to launch an attack, Wu was lying lifelessly on the ground in the alchemy array. Lu's body began to float slowly, as if an invisible force was lifting him up, causing him to gradually leave the ground. At the same time, the surface of the ice began to emit faint rays of light at first. But as time goes by, they become brighter and brighter, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Each point of light is like a delicate link, gently wrapping around Lu's body, connecting him with the ice. The blocks are closely connected. These links are not static, but flow slowly like water, giving people a sense of agility. They sometimes flicker and sometimes dim, seeming to convey some mysterious message or energy. Lu's body was trembling slightly under the influence of this wonderful force, as if he was undergoing a baptism and transformation. This scene made Gray, who was about to attack, momentarily stunned as he looked at the thing floating in the formation. The figure, that familiar face, Gray could only feel his whole body shaking at this moment, and tears were constantly gathering in his eyes. Wu! Lu! With an almost murmuring voice, Gray's legs softened and he knelt down directly in the snow, tears dripping down his face. Gray, what's wrong with you? Natsu looked at Gray's strange look, and then looked at Chang Feng in front of him. For a moment, he felt as if he was about to grow a brain. Don't mess with me. At this moment, Chang Feng's voice suddenly sounded. With his back to the two people and one cat, Chang Feng said lightly, the ice on Deliola's body seems to be a person. I am using my alchemy to melt the ice. Peel off and see if you can save this guy, so don't bother me, it's easy to fail, got it? Hey? What about the art of repairing broken things? Natsu was straightforward and directly told the people in the guild the nickname of alchemy. I see. Gray wiped away his tears, stood up, and said to Natsu and Habi, Natsu, Habi, that person is my master. This is a critical time, so I ask you to help Chang Feng. Don't let other external factors interfere with Chang Feng, okay? Natsu was stunned. This was the first time he heard a hint of pleading from Gray's mouth. At this moment, although the two of them were not very good at dealing with each other, Natsu was not someone who couldn't distinguish anything. He punched Gray hard. Natsu said to Gray, of course, we are fairy tale. Like. Habi also raised his paw and responded. Gray nodded and said softly, thank you. The two people quickly stood, one on the left and one on the right side of Chang Feng's position. Habi also flew into the air and looked down at the entire earth. The group of people waited silently and were equally vigilant. They would never let anyone. What disturbed Chang Feng was that as the alchemy array continued to operate, countless stars with faint light streaked across the sky like meteors, and each star seemed to be filled with endless energy. The mysterious power merged with Lu's body, making his already powerful aura become thicker and deeper. Finally, after all the starlight was completely integrated, Lu's body began to fall slowly, and finally stabilized, landing on the solid ground. At this moment, Chang Feng, who had been concentrating on controlling the alchemy formation, slowly stood up with a tired but satisfied look on his face, and took a deep breath. Seems to release all the pressure that has been accumulated in the heart for a long time. Success, was it successful? Gray ran over immediately, with a little trembling in his tone. Maybe. Cheng Feng said, I have tried my best. Natsu and Habi also came over and looked at Uru lying on the ground with curiosity on their faces. Under the gaze of the three people and the cat, Uru, who was lying quietly, trembled slightly, the eyeballs under his eyelids also moved. Seeing this scene, Gray almost jumped up in excitement, but he covered his mouth tightly for fear that he would make too much movement and disturb Ulu. Worrying was wrong. Ulu's movements became louder and louder, his fingers trembled slightly, and his eyelids trembled. Finally, under Gray's constant call, his eyelids opened, his mouth opened, and a slightly hoarse voice sounded, You shouldn't have saved me, he's not dead yet. At this moment, Uru was resurrected, and she could not control the new body that her soul had entered. She was a little desperate because Deliura's life had not been completely wiped out. Now that Deliura was out of trouble, who could stop him? Click! As Uru's voice fell, a crisp breaking sound sounded, and the ice that originally trapped Deliura was full of cracks. In Gray's horrified eyes, the ice on his head shattered, and there was a terrifying roar, ringing through the sky. Run! Ulu struggled to stand up, looked at Gray with some worry, and stretched out his hand towards Gray. At this moment, Gray seemed to have let go of something. Sure enough, over the years, I have already figured it out. Gray looked at Ulu and said with a smile, I will take care of the trouble I caused. Uru, it's so good to see you come to life. After saying that, Gray rushed out with a vigorous step, put up a posture, crossed his hands, and the surging magic power burst out instantly. Boom! But before he could start, Cheng Feng came over and punched Gray on the head. The magic power that originally burst out was instantly knocked back by Cheng Feng. Gray squatted down in pain and covered his head. Big bag, with a broken face. This guy is obviously going to surpass S-class monsters. You two guys who haven't become S-class magicians yet, leave me alone. Cheng Feng said as he picked up Gray and threw it to Natsu. Then he said to Natsu, Natsu, you and Habi take these two guys away and leave this place to me. Can you handle it? Natsu helped Gray up and asked Cheng Feng. The corners of Cheng Feng's mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. The sunlight poured down like a waterfall, falling on Cheng Feng. In an instant, Cheng Feng's whole body was dazzled, shrouded in golden light. It was like a god of war descending from the sky. This warm sunshine seemed to have magical power, and it easily dispelled the biting chill caused by the raging snowstorm around him. At the same time, Cheng Feng's body seemed to be trapped. As if it was ignited, an indescribably powerful magic burst out. This magic was like a surging torrent, and like an awakened ancient beast, sweeping across in all directions with endless power and blazing heat. The air seemed to be burning everywhere, and the snow on the ground melted rapidly, forming streams flowing through it. Cheng Feng raised a finger and said in an extremely arrogant tone, Noon has arrived, and I am the only one in the sky and the world. Chapter 46. The process of Uru joining Fairy Tail was smoother than expected. Although Uru's new body now makes her nearly wholly 10 strength basically gone. But fortunately, when Cheng Feng made her body, he used part of her original body ice, which meant that Ulu's talent was not lost. After just a week of training, Uru's strength was already able to beat the current Gray. Because of this, Gray was depressed for a few days. Of course, regarding Ulu's resurrection, Cheng Feng and the others were tight-lipped and did not tell anyone, so everyone did not know about it and only thought that Ulu was an ordinary magician. Makarov could see something, but seeing Gray no longer look like before, with that bright smile, Makarov couldn't bear to say anything. They are all their own children, so it doesn't matter if they are pampered a little. He just pulled Cheng Feng and told him not to tell anyone about this matter. Cheng Feng is not stupid, so he naturally won't say anything. But after this matter is over, Cheng Feng has one more thing to consider. That's the thing about the house. Cheng Feng had always lived in the attic of the guild. At that time, Cheng Feng did not have any extra money to consider the issue of accommodation. No matter how much money he had, he would invest it in Krypton gold. But now, the deck has been temporarily completed. Although we still need to continue to invest in experience cards, prop cards, bond cards, and other things in the future, there is no need to be so anxious and we can take our time. Makarov also discovered this, so he was ready to drive Cheng Feng out. After all, even Myra Jane and the three of them have gone out to rent a house, and it is indeed inappropriate for Cheng Feng to always stay in the guild. More importantly, Cheng Feng is not short of money either. The cost of the pharmaceutical order alone is enough for Cheng Feng to buy a mansion. However, for Cheng Feng, luxury houses and the like are too troublesome. Although the space is large, he still finds it troublesome to clean it up. He can't buy a mansion and then pay someone to clean it, right? For people like Cheng Feng who have to go out to work from time to time and basically don't have much time to live here, is this paying for someone to live here? Therefore, Cheng Feng, who was kicked out of the guild by Makarov and was looking for a new residence, undoubtedly rejected the idea of a mansion. After visiting Magnolia's Chamber of Commerce, Cheng Feng picked through the houses they provided and quickly selected a house. It was a two-story building of 200 square meters. It was not too far from Fairy Tale, and it only took 10 minutes to walk there. What's more, it's a bit worn out and very cheap. I am really lucky to be able to directly obtain the property rights for 2 million J. Cheng Feng shook the property rights certificate in his hand and came to a dilapidated house with several holes in the roof with a smile. It looked very dilapidated, but it was cheap. If you think about it, in Cheng Feng's previous life, you spent for less than 100,000 yuan, I bought a two-story building of more than 200 square meters. The land ownership is still yours. Of course, Cheng Feng will not miss it at such a bargain. And the house is really broken after years of training. Is the repairing ability in vain? I bought some repairing materials, which cost less than 20,000 J. Then I threw them into the alchemy array, and within 5 minutes, the original stone and wood structure was activated. Cheng Feng replaced all the small buildings with reinforced concrete and bluestone structures. The interior European and American bookstore style decoration was also replaced by Cheng Feng's preferred cream style. As for some practical items inside, although this world, no, but there are more practical magic items. Of course, they are a little expensive, but they are really comfortable to use. I bought them as my long-term residence, and it seems that I have been busy for a long time. But with the help of alchemy and the acceleration of the Philosopher's Stone, it took less than 4 hours to transform the dilapidated two-story building into a brand new residence in an instant. Cheng Feng thought about the operations of those in the guild, and then bought a more advanced magic lock. It was somewhat similar to the fingerprint lock in Cheng Feng's knowledge. It required the permission of the original owner to open the magic lock and open the door. Otherwise, it would not be easy to get in. All right. Cheng Feng clapped his hands, looked at the brand new door, then opened the door and walked in. The entire interior of the house was painted with low saturation colors such as milk coffee and milk white, giving the entire space a rounded and soft texture, which is gentle and healing. The feeling makes people feel at home as soon as they come in. Good. When moving to a new home, first make a fire and then take a shower. Cheng Feng closed the door and locked it, then rolled up his sleeves and accepted Sanji, Yukihira Soma, and Komatsu. The 3 chefs accepted. Cheng Feng hummed and walked into the kitchen on the first floor. Char-grilled Barcelona front leg, gratin with pine nut butter and artemisia, pan-fried dreamy fish fillet, and a side of rice, perfect. With the ability of 3 chefs, Cheng Feng raised the corners of his mouth when looking at the delicious dishes in front of him, preparing to go to the restaurant to try his own skills. With 2 in each hand, Cheng Feng walked towards the restaurant with the food, passing by the living room. At that time, more than a dozen pairs of eyes were sitting on the sofa, looking at Cheng Feng, who was holding the food like hungry wolves. Are you too busy? Did you see a hallucination? Chang Feng shook his head, turned around and ran towards the kitchen. Do not move. Still running. Come on, everyone. Come on. Leave something behind. Like. I caught the fish. I refused, but they didn't listen to me. I'm holding him. Come on, everyone. Like a group of wolves pouncing on their prey, Chang Feng was surrounded and the things in his hands were gone in the blink of an eye. Chang Feng looked at Myra Jane, who was hugging him tightly, and said helplessly, "That's enough. I locked the door. How did you get in?" "Love. The second floor window is not locked." Habi raised his paw and said as if to take credit. "Ahem, didn't I hear that you have moved to a new home, and everyone is ready to come over to entertain you?" Makarov coughed a few times and said. Chang Feng looked at Makarov resentfully. If you didn't hold Barcelona's front legs and nod on them, your credibility would be higher. What Chang Feng made, it was just enough for him, and there was nothing left for the others. Then, Chang Feng was rushed to the kitchen, and sorted out the various foods they brought, and soon a large table of delicious food was served. The table was closed. Chang Feng was finally able to eat. Although he was a little depressed, he felt warm in his heart when he looked at the people on the table. At least, at this time, he was not alone. Family. After eating and drinking, Makarov finally remembered and handed a commission to Chang Feng. Chang Feng opened it and took a look, because it was a mission to defeat the Dark Guild. And this is a commission that other guilds are preparing to cooperate with Fairy Tale. They want you to help. Makarov looked at Chang Feng and said, "Of course, if you want to refuse, you can refuse. I can call others to help." Chang Feng shook his head and then said, "I will accept this commission." If it were other guilds, Chang Feng wouldn't be too interested. After all, this kind of cooperation mission some trouble. However, the task of this cooperation is the mermaid's heel. Therefore, Chang Feng was very interested and wanted to see how Kagura was doing now. Chapter 47. After a good sleep, Chang Feng stretched out his body. Although the new bed was more comfortable than the small bed in the guild loft, Chang Feng missed that small bed even more. Really recognize the bed? Chang Feng smiled helplessly. After washing up, he walked from the stairs to the first floor. After having a quick bite, Chang Feng was ready to go out and meet at Mermaid Heels to complete the commission together. But as soon as he opened the door, Chang Feng seeing Mirage standing at the door of her house. Seeing Chang Feng come out, Mirage waved to Chang Feng and said, "Chang Feng, I told the president, let's go together." "Myra, are you going too?" Chang Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Then let's go together, it just so happens that it can end as soon as possible." Chang Feng did not refuse. After all, he didn't care about the so-called commission. He just wanted to see how Kagura was doing. As for the commission, unless a magician with the strength of the Holy Ten came out, Chang Feng would basically have no pressure. Myra Jane also laughed when she saw that Chang Feng agreed, and murmured in her heart, "I heard that the Mermaid Heels are all female magicians, and they asked Chang Feng to help by name this time, which is definitely not good. I am still smart. As long as I am here, there is absolutely no way Chang Feng will be abducted." The two set off together. Originally, Chang Feng planned to fly there directly, but Mirajana's magic power was not enough to support her across such a long distance. So with no choice, the two got on the passenger ship and set off for Mermaid's Heel. I don't know if he was full of sleep. After getting on the boat, Chang Feng only yawned a few times but did not sleep. The passenger ship was traveling very fast. After traveling along the coastline of the Fiori Kingdom for nearly a day, this time they just arrived in the city where Mermaid Heel is located. Mermaid Heel is known as the Dancer of the Sea. All its members are women. When Chang Feng and Myra Jane arrived at Mermaid Heel, they looked at Ying Yanjian. For the first time, Mirage was glad that she came with Yan's women of all styles, because when they entered the guild, Cheng Feng was immediately surrounded. Mirage took Cheng Feng to escape from the encirclement. I also met the president of Mermaid Heel. Cheng Feng was also very curious about her. After all, this mysterious president never appeared in the plot. In the later stage, some people speculated that it was Kagura who was responsible for the president. Yes, the entire guild is his harem. But after meeting the real person, Cheng Feng realized that the president of Mermaid Heel was an old woman. She had no special features. The only thing that could be remembered was her old age. His age and frail body. And after Cheng Feng communicated with him, he realized that this old man was really old, 118 years old. It was no wonder that the director was not included in the plot. Woo, something is really going to happen, who can take responsibility? The old man is quite amiable and gentle. After talking to her about the commission, the old man called a fat partner. Girl, a long black straight girl. This is Ruisi Li, this is Kagura. These two are members of Fairy Tale, Myra Jane, and S-Class Wizard Cheng Feng. Ruisi Li, Kagura, you must obey the arrangements and follow the instructions, do you understand? The old man introduced them, which was also a way for both parties to get to know each other. Kagura. Cheng Feng looked at the long, straight black girl with a bow tied on her head, and his eyes lit up. Kagura looked at Cheng Feng, nodded towards him and said, "Hello." Looking at Kagura, who was polite but had an air of repulsion from thousands of miles away, Cheng Feng smiled. That's right. Kagura was still young at that time and didn't remember much. Even Urza helped him avoid it. How could she still remember Cheng Feng, the person she had known in her childhood? Coming to see Kagura was originally an obsession with this body. The last trace of the survivor's memory. After seeing it, I felt relieved. Next, the only thing left was to destroy the R system and completely eliminate the obsession with this body. The only thing that was more troublesome was that. What's wrong is that there was probably some kind of covering device before the construction of the Paradise Tower. So far, there is no way to find its specific location. As for Urza, that stupid woman was deceived. Gray is also a guy who keeps his mouth shut. Cheng Feng has no intention of getting information from them. But now that he can't find it, Cheng Feng can only take one step at a time. After all, he has the strength. Support, no matter how hard Jalal tries, Cheng Feng can dismantle the whole thing in one breath. Besides, Urza's line is blocked, but Cheng Feng still has another line. But it's the bait. I've already set the trap, but I don't know if this fish can still take the bait. The Dark Guild we are attacking this time is the Water of the Spring. They are hiding on a small island and have more than 30 known members. The fat Risley controlled the ship and said to Cheng Feng and Myra Jane at the same time the more difficult ones to deal with are Secret Spring Blaze and Demon Elio. One of them uses the relatively rare heavy water magic, and the other, like you, uses reception magic. Our two guilds. Wait, you said that guy's name is Demon. Myra Jane suddenly interrupted Rosalie and said with a smile who gave him the courage to call him a devil. Cheng Feng laughed. As Myra Jane gradually emerged, she also seemed to be in the plot. Most of them are called devils. Although her name has not spread widely since she became an S-class mage, she is already known to a small number of people. Now a guy also named Majan suddenly appeared, which made Myra Jane a little unhappy. What qualifications does the other party have to call him a devil? Myra Jane had already made up her mind to deal with the demon herself in the future. Cheng Feng also noticed this and said to Rosalie and Kagura, let's do this, Myra and I will deal with those two guys, and leave the rest to you, okay? We have no problem, but those two guys. Kagura frowned and couldn't help but speak. But the next moment, he was interrupted by Cheng Feng. He looked at Kagura and chuckled, although I don't like this name, I think you have forgotten it. I am often called the Tyrant. That's right, as Cheng Feng became an S-class mage, he also had his own name, but he just didn't like the name very much. As for why he is called a tyrant, then we have to say that in order to catch up with the number of commissions, Cheng Feng basically went all out in those crusade missions. The terrifying destructive power and the momentum of tearing all resistance to pieces earned Cheng Feng the title of tyrant. At the same time, it was also widely spread by some dark guilds, cults, and the like who slipped through the net. At this point, Cheng Feng's title of tyrant was gradually confirmed. Chapter 48. The survival soil of dark guilds in this world is relatively rare, but there are still many magicians who go to extremes and pursue the supreme magic to join them. On this point, the second generation of Fairy Tale Guild has the most say. Therefore, these dark guilds are like weeds. After being removed, they will continue to grow, which is very annoying. When Mermaid Heel ship, driven by Rosalie, could already see a small island emerging in the distance, Rosalie said to Cheng Feng and Myra Jane, "We're here, right there." On a small island, Cheng Feng, let's discuss a plan. The other party has a large number of people. The plan is simple. Cheng Feng looked at Rosalie and Kagura and said, "I will take the lead in making a head-on breakthrough." So simple and crude. Kagura was depressed. She always felt that Cheng Feng's brain circuit was a bit strange. "If not," Mirage said contemptuously, "if you are strong enough to ignore the strongest guy on the other side, then you will probably have the same idea. There is no need for any conspiracy, just push it all the way through with strength." Rosalie. Kagura. "Although I can understand, I can't do it." But they also saw that this commission should be solved easily. Under Cheng Feng's instructions, Rosalie speeded up, and approached the island so directly. This blatant move was also discovered by the Dark Guild of Yuquanxi, just when Cheng Feng and his companions were not far away from the island. When they were 2 miles away, Cheng Feng suddenly noticed strange fluctuations in the magic power around him. At the same time, the originally calm sea seemed to be ignited, rolling violently and boiling in the blink of an eye. A huge water column rose into the sky from the sea, like a powerful cannonball, and hit the ship where Cheng Feng and the others were. "Be careful, this is heavy water magic. The water flow is so heavy that it can break the ship with one blow," Rosalie quickly reminded. Cheng Feng smiled, and then, a light flashed on his body, and the half-length hair turned into translucent watercolored hair. "Take it, Aqua." This is what he is saying when drawing Megaman's card. He randomly picked it up. Although it was a gold card, Chen Feng felt that it was really free. The hit rate was too high. On the contrary, Aku, who was Megaman, was more difficult to draw. As a goddess, EPUB plays the role of wisdom in the anime, but it cannot be denied that as the goddess of water, she has really strong control over water, so Cheng Feng kept it as a backup card. And now, it comes in handy. Water calls. Cheng Feng waved his arm lightly, and the huge water column that was originally surging and rushing toward them with great force suddenly stagnated in midair as if it had been cast a restraining spell. Then, Cheng Feng was seen casually with a wave of his hand. These water columns slowly merged into the sea below like docile sheep. The originally rough and boiling sea became calm at this moment, as if the storm just now was just an illusion. Blaze, who was standing on the island, had a look of horror on his face, and big beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. He desperately tried to mobilize the magic power in his body, but he felt as if he was completely isolated from the world around him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get any response from the water molecules who usually obeyed him. At this moment, they seemed to have completely forgotten about him and ignored his call and control. This feeling of powerlessness made Blaze feel unprecedented. Full of fear and despair, he stared at what was happening in front of him, his heart filled with disbelief. This was a level gap that could not be determined by magic at all. "Be careful, the other party is coming." With the deafening roar of the observers, many people in Yuquan water suddenly felt a biting cold wind blowing towards their faces. This cold wind was like a sharp arrow, which made people shudder. Chilling. Before they could react, the originally rough sea turned into ice in the blink of an eye, forming a vast ice field. The entire scene seemed to have stopped flowing, giving people a strange and shocking feeling. At this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly shot out from above the ship, piercing the sky like lightning, and finally stopped steadily in the air in front of everyone. The light gradually dissipated, and a figure gradually emerged. At first glance, I saw a man standing in the air. He was holding a sword with a cold light in his hand, and there seemed to be a trace of cold air around the blade. The man's whole body was enveloped by a layer of dazzling golden aura. As if the god of war had descended into the world, he was wearing a gorgeous royal robe, looking down at the crowd below. "It's over. He is the tyrant of goblins. How could it be him? Not a mermaid, but a goblin. The goblin is coming." Everyone in Yuquan felt despair. A person's name is like the shadow of a tree. Chang Feng's reputation, the moment he appeared, made it impossible for everyone in Yuquan to resist. "Tyrant? Let me meet you." But just when everyone in Yuquan was thinking about running away, a voice sounded, and then a man rose into the sky. His whole body was covered with scales, his limbs were covered with scales, he had a pair of ice blue wings, and a dragon's tail. The muscles of his tail swelled, he suddenly opened his hand, and a flash of light shot towards Chang Feng quickly. "Your opponent is me." Myra Jane of Satan's soul fluttered her bat wings and instantly stopped in front of Chang Feng. She combined her hands and blasted out a super sadistic flash, directly shattering the opponent's flash. Dark spark. Mirage produced dark bursts of flashes with both hands, shooting towards the opponent like a machine gun. Elio's pupils on the opposite side shrank sharply, and he retreated violently. At the same time, he clenched tightly and held a waterflow spear in his hand. The guns and flowers danced wildly, and the airtight guns and flowers blocked the dark sparks, but his body was also constantly retreated by the impact, and Myra Jane chased after him, and the two fought together. And Chang Feng stood in the air and said, "Mermaid heel, leave the soldiers to you, I will deal with that water." "It's Yuquan." "Bastard!" Blaze roared. Heavy water magic was forbidden, but he also had other means. Seeing Chang Feng rushing towards him, Blaze turned the ring in his hand, and many flames shot towards Chang Feng like meteors. Facing such an attack, Chang Feng swung his knife suddenly, and cold air burst out. The flames were extinguished by the cold air before they could get close to Chang Feng. Sitting in the frosty sky, Harin Meru. The Haringan was released. Looking at the thunderbolt blasted by his opponent again, Chang Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and waved the long knife in his hand. In an instant, countless sharp ice picks poured down like a violent storm. These dense ice picks, with a biting chill, they fell downwards at an alarming speed, like a feast of ice and snow, but to the enemy, it was a dance of death. Ruzalai and Kagura were originally preparing to destroy those minions of the Yuquan. They couldn't help but stop when they saw this scene. They stared at the overwhelming icicle rain in front of them with wide eyes. When the icicles finally stopped, they slowly came back to their senses and looked forward. The originally lively and noisy battlefield has now become dead silent, and the ground is covered with thick ice, like a frozen world, and most of the Yuquan minions who were arrogant and domineering before are now frozen into blocks of ice. Only a few miscellaneous fish were still hanging on. Ruzalai and Kagura looked at each other, and there was an indescribable shock in their hearts. It was not until this moment that they truly understood why Chang Feng was called a tyrant. Such terrifying strength and ruthless methods are indeed frightening. Too brutal. Ruzalai couldn't help but sigh, and then quickened her pace. She felt that if she didn't hurry up, the aftermath of Chang Feng's attack would have wiped out all the trash. If a crusade had ended, they wouldn't have done much. It's completely over, then they have to be shameless. Ruzalai and Kagura rushed towards the miscellaneous fish, and those miscellaneous fish were frightened by Chang Feng and had no courage to fight with the two. The female opponent basically collapsed at the first touch and ran away frantically, clearing the place for Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng slowly walked towards Blaze. The panting Blaze looked at the calm Cheng Feng, and his heart rose. Despair. I'll give you two paths. Cheng Feng looked at the other party and said calmly, 1. Admit defeat, I will tie you up and send you to prison. 2. If you resist again, I will treat you with dignity and give you a ride. Take your pick. Faced with Cheng Feng's two options, Blaze felt helpless. Did he have any choice? The other party didn't give him a way to survive at all. Damn it! If the heavy water magic hadn't been restrained, he wouldn't be in such a mess. Chapter 49. Boom! Just when Blaze was thinking about how to get out of trouble, a powerful explosion suddenly erupted in the sky. The deafening sound waves reached Cheng Feng, making him couldn't help but look up to the sky. And over there, Myra Jane flew out upside down, her body covered with scars. Good chance. At the moment when Cheng Feng's eyes were dull, a trace of viciousness flashed in Blaze's eyes, and he quickly turned the bloody ring on his finger. At the same time, his originally strong body suddenly shriveled up like a deflated rubber ball. In an instant, a crimson blood-like aura spurted out from Blaze's body and converged into an extremely sharp, shimmering blood sword in mid-air. This blood sword seemed to have spirituality, moving at an astonishing speed. Traveling through space, it pierced into Cheng Feng's heart like lightning. Cheng Feng was stunned by this sudden change. His eyes widened as he watched the deadly bloody sword speed towards him. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Everything around him became extremely quiet, only the sharp whistling sound of the blood sword piercing the air echoed in his ears. This was Blaze's final kill. He no longer knew how many opponents were stronger than him. He died under this move, so he was very confident. You're not the first one to die under this trick, and you won't be the last one, ah. Just as Blaze was imagining how tragically this goblin tyrant would die, he suddenly felt as if the world before his eyes had split in two. Until the last moment of his life, he still had a confident smile on his face, but his eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Cheng Feng looked down at the blood sword that was deeply inserted into his muscles, and then slowly removed his left finger from his neck. Then, all the muscles in his body suddenly tightened, and a powerful force burst out instantly. The blood sword flew backwards at a rapid speed, as if it had been shot out by a slingshot. Injury points. Tisk, I was careless, it seems I am still too young. Cheng Feng smacked his lips and looked at the wound that had stopped bleeding a little. Then he looked at Blaze, who had half of his head cut off with his backhand knife, and turned to leave. On the other side, Myra Jane was the position was suppressed. Elio had completely transformed into a monster at this moment, and his strength had skyrocketed. This was also the reason why he was able to suppress Marajana's satanic soul. Cheng Feng just watched and did not take action rashly, because he could see that the opponent AI Leo is an explosive skill and will wilt after this wave. Although Myra Jane is a little injured, he has been able to keep up with the opponent's rhythm and will not be fatally injured for a while. If this continues, it was only a matter of time before Raj won. Of course, another reason why Cheng Feng didn't intervene was that he saw that what Elio accepted was also a demon. If G defeated the opponent by himself, he could completely seize what the opponent received. If he intervened, how could this demon admit Myra Jane? As Cheng Feng guessed, the opponent had completely withered after a period of outburst. The magic power was even more depleted. Myra Jane seized the opportunity and used a series of moves to dazzle his face, and Elliot was directly smashed into the ice. Do you need my help? Cheng Feng looked at Myra Jane, who was slowly landing, and said with a smile. No, I'll do it myself. It's rare to meet a demon that suits her. Myra Jane walked up to Elio, picked up Elio, who didn't know whether he was alive or dead, and put her claws directly on Elio's face. The next moment, a dark breath, a shadow was pulled out by Myra Jane. It should be said that Myra Jane just raised his head, and the shadow directly abandoned Elio and rushed towards Myra Jane. I go. Cheng Feng reacted immediately. Just as he was about to take action, Myra Jane raised her trembling hand to stop Cheng Feng. Elio, who was caught by her, slowly turned into a mummy and fell to the ice. Ah! Mirage screamed, attracting Ruzalai and Kagura, who had finished dealing with the fish. What happened to Myra? Seeing Mirage's somewhat painful look, Ruzalai and Kagura asked with concern. Careless. Cheng Feng took the pendant off his neck and put it on Myra Jane while she was still conscious. That Elio didn't accept the devil accepted him. Cheng Feng took a few steps back and said, Mirajan wanted to accept this demon. I originally thought that after defeating it, I would be able to accept it easily. But I didn't expect that this reception would be the other way around. The devil still had the power to resist and caught Myra by surprise. Is it serious? Kagura didn't know how to receive magic, so she spoke with some concern. It's not a big problem. Cheng Feng said, if Myra can't bear it, I will take action to suppress this demon. But if I take action, it will affect Myra's use in the future, so it's best for Myra to subdue it by herself. As he spoke, Mirajana's magic power burst out, and light flashed. The next moment, the soul of Satan disappeared, and Mirajana's whole body changed into another form. His limbs were covered with scales and had sharp claws. He put on a striped swimsuit and a pair of sharp shoulder guards on his shoulders. He had ice blue wings on his back, and a long ice blue tail swung, smashing the solid ice layer into flying ice chips. A pair of sharp horns rose from both sides of his head, and a small amount of scales appeared on Mirajana's face. His pointed ears trembled, and his eyes slowly condensed with murderous intent. Wait, this image. I seem to have seen it before. Cheng Feng was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Isn't this the form of Mirajana's demon god Hafiz? Although this form is original to the TV, it is really strong. However, Cheng Feng looked at Elio with a strange look on his face. He is already in the form of demon god Hafiz, but this Elio actually needs to rely on bursts to suppress Myra Jane for a period of time. How weak is he? No wonder Myra Jane wanted to accept the other party. Demon god Hafiz immediately abandoned Elio without any hesitation, and even sucked Elio into a mummy, preparing to snatch Mirajana's body. However, the other party's calculations were wrong. Myra Jane is not comparable to Elio at all. As soon as demon god Hafiz entered Mirajana's body, he was immediately completely sealed by Myra Jane, and then Cheng Feng also considerately put the pendant he used was given to Myra Jane. With the blessing of extra magic power, Myra Jane could deal with the demon god Hafiz more easily. So, the demon god Hafiz was in trouble. Cheng Feng watched Mirajana's eyes gradually become clear, and he immediately understood that Myra Jane had accepted it. Moreover, Hafiz had lost both the wife and the army. He had sucked all of Elio's power, and now it was accepted by Myra Jane, and all of it became Mirajana's power. Myra Jane felt the surge of magic power in her body and laughed. With this demon god outfit, there is a strange beauty. With a flash of light, Myra Jane returned to her original appearance in hot clothes and hot pants. Cheng Feng looked at the scars on her body and sighed. Receive, healing deck. Then he stretched out his hand and fell on Mirajana's shoulder. The light of healing emerged, and Mirajana's minor injuries were instantly healed. Thank you. The pain in her body disappeared, and Myra Jane smiled and said to Cheng Feng. Have you returned the stuff to me? Cheng Feng pointed to his pendant. Myra Jane stuffed it directly into his chest and said with a slightly red face, here you go. As he said that, he pushed up his little lotus to reveal his sharp chest. Cheng Feng. You really think I don't dare to do it, right? Cheng Feng sighed, he really doesn't dare to do it now. Myra Jane looked at Cheng Feng retreated, a trace of frustration flashed in his eyes, but on the surface he said arrogantly, since you are hanging on my neck, then it is mine. Chapter 50. Does Cheng Feng not dare to take action? Obviously not. He knew very well in his heart that Myra Jane had a good impression of him, and even that he really took advantage of him. Myra Jane might complain or punch Cheng Feng a few times, but in his heart, Myra Jane absolutely be happy. So if it were the original Cheng Feng, he would probably be willing to do things like push the boat with the flow. But now, Cheng Feng can't. Of course, that's not the case. But this body is not good. Belonging to this body originally called Xisa, the obsession with the body has not dissipated. If he really wants to do something intimate, Cheng Feng always has a strange feeling. It's the feeling of being green on your own. So this is also the reason why Cheng Feng has the ability to attack, but he never takes action. Maybe, only when the obsession with this body completely dissipates can I truly be myself. Cheng Feng sighed in his heart, and then started the most exciting thing about this kind of commission. Searching for trophies. The commission is from Mermaid Heel. Logically speaking, Mermaid Heel takes the majority. Cheng Feng they were helping, so they just had to charge a certain amount. But it was obvious that Rosalie and Kagura were not overbearing people, and they were very reasonable, letting Cheng Feng and the others pick first, and they would just take the rest. The main combat force for this commission was Cheng Feng and the others. The two of them were really just playing tricks. Cheng Feng raised his head and refused, saying to the two of them, 1 is 1, 2 is 2, just do what you want. Come. No, we can't live with it in our conscience. Rulis and Kagura refused directly. Troublesome. Myra Jane suddenly said, don't go to so much trouble. Let's collect the things and let the family take half of it. Also. In the end, Marajana's method was adopted, and the family was divided into half. Then the four of them separated and began to collect the things in the Yuquan Water Guild. Cheng Feng relied on his intuition and found a large amount of money, which was not too much. More than 2 million J was a huge amount of money for Cheng Feng in the past, but now, Cheng Feng's money is basically measured in units of 100 million. After all, Cheng Feng is not that excited about this amount of money. It's just 20 bottles of potion, you can make it in one day. Wait, what is this? Suddenly, Cheng Feng found a small box. After opening it and taking a look, he was slightly stunned. Because inside, there was a golden key placed on the velvet. Isn't this the key to the zodiac? This pattern, Sagittarius. Cheng Feng picked up the key and looked at it, confirming the origin of the key. According to the original plot, the key should be on an island full of demons, where Leon used the drops of the moon to melt the island of ice on Leola's body. After Lucy and the others completed their work, they didn't expect that the key would be here in the quiet spring. But thinking about it, this dark guild would definitely. After being punished, the people who come will not have the repressive power of Cheng Feng. Those miscellaneous fish may take the money and run away. By then, the key may wander out and be picked up by the village chief. If this thing were to be sold, it would probably fetch a sky-high price. Cheng Feng put the key away and put it in the system backpack. Give it to Lucy then. After all, star spirit magic is still very important in the later stage. It will be good if Lucy can master it all. Cheng Feng muttered to himself, and he had already prepared the key for the owner. After finding the key, he didn't find anything good next. Soon, the four of them met up and put the things they found together. A total of more than 3.6 million J, 20 magic props, and other magic books and other items added together, a total of 86 items. Rosalie looked at Cheng Feng and said, how to divide it? Some of these things are expensive, and some are cheap. If it is simply 50 to 50, it will definitely be unevenly divided. This is also the general crusade mission that needs to be handled by the guild team, so that even if the distribution is not good, it can be accepted. Let's each choose what we like first, and the rest will be 50/50. Cheng Feng spoke, and then the three women nodded and began to choose what they liked. Cheng Feng was not polite, searched among the things, and finally selected 2 magic crystals. It didn't have much effect for Cheng Feng, but the price not bad. 2 pieces of magic crystal can be sold for 300,000 J. After dividing the remaining items, Cheng Feng conservatively estimated that the income from this trip would be more than 2 million J. Others. There are about the same number of people, so I say that this kind of commission is indeed the fastest way to earn money. Of course, the poor are not included in the guild. For example, there are only so many people in the 6 demon generals and they don't have a fixed residence. The poorest of the poor. Why do we send people from various guilds to deal with it? One reason is that what these guys want to touch is too dangerous, and the other most important reason is that they are very powerful. Too poor. So poor that no one is willing to accept their commission, so they are allowed to grow to that extent. If the Magic Council is willing to pay more, Brian will bring out 5 of them. Children, if you send any S-level magician, you can probably catch them all. How could it wait until that time? Cheng Feng knew this and didn't bother to do anything. After all, nothing could happen to him. At that point, it was not too late for him to take action if the new Magic Council paid for it. Rosalie took Kagura and left by boat. As for Cheng Feng and Myra Jane, they flew. Cheng Feng, take me with you. Myra Jane, who was receiving the Satan soul, looked at Cheng Feng beside him and said. Cheng Feng sighed and stretched out his hand from the golden flame. Myra Jane smiled and held Cheng Feng's hand, and got into the flame on Cheng Feng's body. Myra. In a short period of time, I didn't have much thought about other things. Cheng Feng looked ahead and said, right now, I just want to find those people who destroyed Rosemary Village and take revenge. I know. Myra Jane spoke calmly, and squeezed Cheng Feng's hand with a slightly hard hand, but I don't want to give you up to anyone. Mirage didn't know when she fell in love with Cheng Feng. Maybe he took her away from the village. Maybe he helped them gradually get on the right track. Maybe it was the feeling in her heart when she saw him interacting with other girls. That discomfort. Although Myra Jane was not very good at expressing her inner thoughts, more often than not, she would just act like a little girl, holding up a sky for her younger brothers and sisters, and swallowing the pain silently. However, there is one thing that Myra Jane is sure of. That is that she will never give up Cheng Feng to anyone. This is what Cheng Feng almost confessed to Myra Jane. He smiled, held Mirajana's hand tightly and said, wait for me. Good. Miraj nodded. This is enough.